Chapter 2563, The Unrivaled. In the City Lord office, the various cultivators had stern expressions as they watched the approaching figures. As expected, these two major forces had arrived long ago. They had snuck their way into the City Lord office with the cover of this fest in Tianyang City. The lineup of this crowd was very powerful. The leader was already a prominent figure many years ago. The top cultivators of the Divine Prefecture naturally all recognized him. "It is Dark Saint Hua Yunting," someone said. "There is also Evil Sage Mo Chinga," another noted. When the Taishang domain chief saw these two figures, his expression turned serious. Many giant-level figures from the Divine Prefecture got up and appeared exceptionally stern. It was apparent that these two leaders that had arrived in the Divine Prefecture made even the giant-level figures from the Divine Prefecture feel pressured and shocked. Dark Saint Hua Yunting was from the royalty of the Dark Court. His standing was unparalleled. He was one of the most powerful figures under the ruler of the Dark Court, the existence that stood as the Dark Court's true core. In the war more than 4 centuries ago, countless powerful figures perished in his hands. The giant-level figures from the Divine Prefecture had a deep impression of him. Evil Sage Mo Chinga was the same. Although he was given the title of Evil Sage, he had a graceful bearing and was extremely refined. He appeared like a gentleman. Only his eyes made others fearful of him. His hands were stained with the blood of countless victims, yet his white robes were immaculate. Now, in this chaotic era, the various worlds were no longer peaceful. Figures like these had been in seclusion for centuries. However, they had now come to the Divine Prefecture. The significance of this did not need to be elaborated upon. In this chaotic era, the major worlds were already making preparations for war. Now, the cultivators of 2 major worlds had arrived. They must have wanted to see what the current power of the Divine Prefecture was like. Futian looked at the 2 figures. Had the strongest figures of the Dark World and the Evil Emperor realm arrived in the Divine Prefecture? These 2 figures were known as Dark Saint and Evil Sage. Their abilities and standing were unquestionable. "How do you wish to test your cultivation?" asked Dark Saint Hua Yunting. His gaze swept over the crowd, stopping over Wang Xiao's figure for a brief moment. Right then, Wang Xiao stood there as though he was the sole protagonist. A formless aura emanated from him. From the City Lord office, divine light pierced the heavens. A vast divine might pressed down on Tianyang City. Everyone in Tianyang City could feel the heavenly might. "It is the Emperor's might," someone exclaimed. The cultivators of Tianyang City felt their hearts tremble. Wang Xiao was communicating with imperial arms. Even when facing 2 giant-level figures who stood at the top of 2 major worlds, Wang Xiao was unshaken. He showed no signs of fear and faced them head-on. The Lord of Tianyang City was used to seeing this scene. At the same time, he felt relieved. Before this, he had always prevented Wang Xiao from showing himself to the world. He was worried that accidents would happen. Now, who in the world dared to touch Wang Xiao? Who could touch him? Wang Xiao could make imperial arms appear with a mere thought. So what if he was against Dark Saint and Evil Sage? If anyone dared to act recklessly, they would die in Tianyang City. His grandson, Wang Xiao, was without equal below the great emperor. He did not fear any cultivator. Moreover, Tianyang City was their territory. Whoever came had to come crawling. Hua Yunting and Mo Chinga also cast a deep glance in the direction of the City Lord office. Both of them had sensed the emperor's might. They never imagined that such a monstrous figure would actually appear in the Wang family of the ancient god clan of Tianyang City. He was a major threat. However, aside from Wang Xiao, nothing else during the fest in Tianyang City set off any alarms. Everything had appeared normal, so they had not thought much about it. "You can't compete with me in forging, so why don't we try martial arts?" asked Wang Xiao as he looked the other party in the eye. His tone was cold, indifferent, and arrogant. "If it were forging, only you could win," Hua Yunting said casually. "Since you wish to try, my men will naturally oblige. We also wish to see the level of cultivation of the current prominent figures of the Divine Prefecture." When they heard the conversation between them, all the cultivators in Tianyang City felt their hearts tremble. They never imagined that aside from the armorer competition, they would also witness a battle between the top figures of a few major worlds during this fest. This was no longer just a competition between the proud sons of heaven of the divine prefecture. It was a contest between the divine prefecture and two god-level forces of the dark world and the empty divine realm. Buzz. A figure charged up into the clouds and gazed down from high above. The cultivator was none other than Wang Yu from the City Lord office, who was at the peak of the Renhuang plain. Golden flame enveloped his body as his divine light shone brilliantly. His aura loomed over the vast space. Wang Yu lowered his head and glanced at the black-robed armorer who defeated him. The latter was the same person who eliminated Master Meng Yang. Wang Yu said, "I shall experience your cultivation myself." The black-robed armorer glanced at him, then he took to the sky and similarly appeared in the space above the City Lord office. This black-robed armorer was a prestigious blacksmith in the dark world. He was assigned to come and join the armorer competition this time, and he successfully defeated Meng Yang and Wang Yu. At the same time, in the corner of Tianyang City, Meng Yang was also observing the scene in the sky. He sighed. His failure to advance in the competition did not seem so bad now that he knew that he had lost to a cultivator from the dark world. The other party came prepared. On the other hand, he was overconfident, thinking that he would surely be able to join the City Lord office. He was eliminated because of this. How strong were the combat abilities of these armorers? Countless cultivators in Tianyang City wondered. All of them fixed their gazes on the sky excitedly. Wang Yu attacked right away. Moreover, he attacked using the divine arm he forged. It was the same with Meng Yang. They competed with each other in the armor competition. Now, it was fair for them to use the weapons they manufactured themselves in battle. A destructive battle instantly erupted in the sky. Wang Yu's attack was overbearing. He kept charging forward and suppressed his opponent again and again. He seized the absolute advantage in the battle. Even though the black-robed armorer had won in the armorer competition, it seemed like his combat ability was weaker than that of Wang Yu, the cultivators of Tianyang City thought to themselves. Wang Yu was also a talented figure in the Wang family of the ancient god clan. He did not forsake his cultivation even though he specialized in forging. On the other hand, the black-robed armorer was invited by the Dark Court to join this event. He had exceptional forging skills. His combat ability was rather strong too, but it paled slightly in comparison to his forging skills. The divine arm that Wang Yu forged was a solar spear. When the spear struck, a flaring sun appeared behind the cultivator. The sunlight was blinding and contained very powerful attack power. In the end, the black-robed armorer was forced to retreat under the relentless attacks of Wang Yu. His facial expression was a little ugly after he lost the match. Wang Yu kept his promise and did not deliver any fatal blows to him. The black-robed armorer was reluctant to admit defeat and seemingly wanted to continue the battle. However, Hua Yunting ordered, "Stand down." The black-robed armorer turned around. He bowed and complied, saying, "Yes, sir." Then, he left directly. The authority of the Dark Saint was perfectly demonstrated through this scene. "You, go and try," ordered Hua Yunting towards a cultivator who stood behind him. A person emerged from the line. He was a youth in black robes. His aura was menacing. Unlike the other person, who was a guest armorer, this youth was a bona fide member from the Dark Court. The battle between cultivators should, of course, involve cultivators. "Wang Yu, stand down too," Wang Xiao ordered. Wang Yu retreated upon hearing the instruction. Wang Xiao turned around and looked at a person. A cultivator came forth. He was Wang Mian from Tianyang City. In the past, Wang Mian was acknowledged as the successor of Tianyang City. His combat ability was undoubtedly top-notch. Before Wang Xiao made a name for himself, Wang Mian was crowned the top monstrous figure of Tianyang City. The two cultivators went up into the high heavens. Wang Mian's will shifted. Immediately, divine walls appeared and sealed off the space, forming a domain of the Great Path. Buzz. The figure of the black-robed cultivator flashed, and a black hole appeared. It was terrifying as it intended to swallow everything around them. A dark spear materialized directly in front of Wang Mian. A divine wall surfaced. This divine wall was carved with countless runes and ancient characters. The black hole tried to engulf the divine wall while the spear stabbed into it. Both attacks could not penetrate through the defense of the divine wall. Everyone in the City Lord office was confident about Wang Mion's ability. They would not doubt his strength. Wang Mion had been defeated before, but that was because his opponent was Yi Futian. The Lord of Qianyang City stared intently at the battlefield. His expression was indifferent. The cultivators from the two major worlds barged into Qianyang City, but things would not go as they wished. All of them would instead be defeated. Today was destined to be the day when Wang Xiao made his name renowned throughout the entire Divine Prefecture. From today onwards, everyone would know his name. As expected, this battle also ended without any suspense. Even though the foe was powerful, Wang Mion still managed to defeat him quickly. After the other party retreated, the City Lord office fell silent. Even the arrival of the cultivators from the two major worlds could not pose a threat to the Wang family of Qianyang City. Perhaps, the cultivators from the two major worlds had come this time to check things out in the current Divine Prefecture. They had no intention to battle. Hence, their top figures were not in this lineup. After all, the battles took place because Wang Xiao asked for it. There were still others who were eager to challenge the cultivators of Qianyang City. However, they were stopped by Hua Yunting and Mo Qingge. They were in the territory of the Divine Prefecture, after all. Right at this moment, a figure emerged from the crowd in the City Lord office. He strode towards the center. "Master Changkong," said Wang Ting as he revealed a strange look. As he called out, the silver-masked figure still stepped forward and walked towards the center of the crowd. The person who had walked out, Silver Spear Changkong, was naturally Yi Futian. Today, Qianyang City rallied the various forces of the Divine Prefecture and were planning to summon imperial arms to deal with the Ziwei segmentum. Since he was coincidentally here, how could he not do anything about it? Wang Xiao was the successor of Qianyang the Great and the heir of Qianyang City. He was glorious and without equal in the Divine Prefecture. He wanted to summon imperial arms to destroy the Ziwei segmentum and kill Yi Futian. The various forces of the Divine Prefecture answered his call. Many people looked towards Yi Futian's figure. What was he planning to do? Shi Kaiyaro was also looking at Yi Futian. A smile appeared on her face. As expected, this fellow could not take it any longer. Chapter 2564. Who could claim to be unrivaled? Yi Futian walked over to the armory zone. There were still a few armorers here, and they all turned their gazes towards him. Even Dark Saint Hua Yunting and Evil Sage Mo Qingge also looked towards Yi Futian. For a cultivator from the City Lord office to emerge right then, what was he planning to do? "Silver Spear Changkong," someone exclaimed. Many people in Qianyang City recognized Yi Futian when they saw him emerge. The master of 13th Flight, Wen Donglai, looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Master Changkong, do you also wish to challenge the cultivators from the two major worlds?" Yi Futian looked at Wen Donglai. He then shook his head and said, "I wish to experience the abilities of the various forces of the Divine Prefecture." Many people frowned. Wen Donglai asked, "Changkong, what are you doing?" Wang Ting also looked at Yi Futian incredulously as he asked, "Master Changkong, what is the meaning of this?" Yi Futian retrieved the long spear from behind him and said, "Isn't it obvious?" Hua Yunting, as well as Mo Qingge, revealed looks of intrigue. They seemed somewhat interested. They thought that this person had emerged to challenge their members. It turned out that he was challenging the members of the Divine Prefecture. When Donglai continued, "Master Changkong is proficient in the spear. The spear techniques that you displayed in the 13th Flight were astounding. You defeated 2 experts with a single spear. If you wish to experience the spear techniques of other cultivators, we can arrange for that some other time." Yi Futian's appearance now was untimely. "Since he wishes to experience their abilities, let him do as he wishes," said the Lord of Qianyang City right then. His tone was indifferent. When Donglai immediately did not say any more. He merely swept a cold look at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had taken a ritual implement of 13th Flight, and yet he actually wanted to cause trouble. "I wish to experience Master Changkong's spear techniques," said a figure as he emerged. It was Wang Yu, who had previously defeated the black-robed armorer. Tianyang City belonged to the ancient god clan. The armorer forces of the ancient god clan had countless incredible techniques hidden away in the City Lord office. The cultivators of the City Lord office were proficient in all sorts of techniques. Wang Yu was proficient in spear techniques. The might of his solar divine spear was astonishing. Futian swept a glance at Wang Yu. A cold light flashed past in his eyes beneath his mask as he said, "You won't do." Wang Yu frowned. His cultivation was at the peak of the Renhuang Plain, and his forging skills were extraordinary. His combat ability was similarly powerful, not inferior to his forging ability at the slightest. This person actually dared to act so presumptuously towards him. Rumble. A terrifying current of scorching heat swept over the space. Behind him, a sun appeared. The divine light of the sun shone down, and a long flaming spear emerged. With a step, his figure appeared above Futian. His domain of the Great Path immediately enveloped Futian within it. Buzz. Wang Yu did not say anything and did not even head up high into the sky to initiate combat. He stabbed out into space with his spear. This spear merged with the divine light of the sun behind him, becoming a solar spear. A beam of flaming red light pierced the space and shot downwards. It had extremely astonishing destructive power. Cultivators from the City Lord office stepped forward and set up illusory shrouds of light of the Great Path around them, preventing the power of the Great Path from affecting the surroundings. Futian raised his head slightly. Beneath his mask, he had an extremely cold look in his eyes as he swept a glance at Wang Yu. He raised his arm, and his spear stabbed outwards as fast as lightning. Buzz. The solar spear was directly split down the middle and destroyed. Wang Yu's figure froze in the air. A long spear was pointed straight at his throat. A terrifying chill emanated from it. With a mere shift of Futian's will, the long spear would immediately pierce through his throat. Again, Futian defeated his opponent with just a single stab of his spear. Many gazes in the City Lord office were frozen as they watched this spear. The two spears were not even on the same level. There was a fundamental gap of power between them. Wang Yu was far inferior. Futian's long spear swept out horizontally, sending Wang Yu's figure flying from the shockwaves. Another cultivator stepped forward. It was Wang Mion. As he stepped out, a frightening aura emanated from his figure. The divine light of the Great Path circled him as pressure descended and enveloped Futian. "You also won't do." "Stand down," said Futian in an indifferent tone. He completely ignored Wang Mion, who was previously considered the most monstrous figure in Tianyang City. However, his indisputable tone was inexplicably convincing. It was as though his words did not need to be suspected at all. It was so even for a cultivator as powerful as Wang Mion. Somehow, from Futian's extremely indifferent voice, he actually also sensed that the mysterious cultivator before him might possibly be stronger than him. "Who are you?" asked Wang Mion as he stared at Futian. In the Divine Prefecture, he could easily count the number of level 9 Renhuangs who could defeat him. It was even rarer to find someone in the Divine Prefecture who dared to speak to him with such a tone. Unless the other party was not someone from the Divine Prefecture when Donglai narrowed his gaze as he glared at Hua Yunting and Mo Chinga. "Are you a cultivator from the Dark World or the Evil Emperor realm?" questioned Wang Ting coldly as he stood up and took a step forward. A powerful might burst forth from his body, and he charged towards Futian. Clearly, Futian was thought to be a spy from one of the two major worlds. Hua Yunting and Mo Chinga both looked at Futian. Of course, they were aware that Futian was not one of them. If so, who was he? This person was actually challenging the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture in such a situation. Have their men been hiding in the midst of the crowd of the Divine Prefecture? An arrogant voice sounded. The speaker was actually Spear Emperor Duyu, who stood beside Donghuang Diyuan. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he scanned Futian. Spear will flashed in his eyes and struck Futian's face. At the same time, he chided, "Stop acting secretive. Take off your mask." His spear will directly flashed across space and arrived at where Futian was. As a divine general of Donghuang Imperial Palace, even though Spear Emperor Du Yu himself did not place much importance on the forces in the divine prefecture, he would not tolerate having spies from the other two major worlds infiltrating into their midst. However, he merely unleashed his spear will. His body remained sitting. With his identity, a level Ning Renhuang was not worthy of being his opponent. Right at this moment, Yi Futian's spear stabbed out as fast as lightning. Bang! The sound of a large collision could be heard. Du Yu's spear will did not manage to land on Yi Futian's mask. Instead, it had been negated. This scene caused everyone in the City Lord office to reveal astonished expressions. Silver Spear Changkong could actually block off Du Yu's spear will. Presumptuous, rebuked Spear Emperor Du Yu. He remained in his seat, but a terrifying aura descended, pressing down on the armory zone where Yi Futian was standing. The pressure caused the furnaces to crumble into dust one by one. The furnaces used to forge weapons for Renhuangs were extremely sturdy. Yet, they were fragile in the presence of Du Yu's might and disintegrated right away. The space was on the verge of being destroyed. The shocking spear will pounced towards Yi Futian. This was the true will of the great path unleashed by a tribulation-level cultivator. Rumble. A menacing aura gushed forth from Yi Futian's body. The divine light of the great path flowed around him. His aura was surprisingly not any weaker than Du Yu's spear will. Even when faced with the destructive spear will, he remained calm and composed. He was not at all affected by his opponent's will. His cultivation was undoubtedly at the level 9 Renhuang plane, but the aura he unleashed was comparable to that of a tribulation plane cultivator. Spear Emperor Du Yu's spear will did not affect him. Pressured by the overwhelming spear will, Yi Futian's gaze turned ice cold beneath the mask. He glanced at Spear Emperor Du Yu and provoked, "Do you wish to fight me yourself?" All the cultivators of the divine prefecture were appalled by his words. He wanted Spear Emperor Du Yu to fight him? A level 9 Renhuang was actually bold enough to challenge Spear Emperor Du Yu to a match. Was he insane? Had the dark world or the empty divine realm produced such a monstrous existence? Was this person their triumph card all along? "Who are you?" Spear Emperor Du Yu stood up. He didn't continue sitting in his seat comfortably. A level 9 Renhuang could actually take his spear will head on. This was supposedly something impossible. Yet, it had really happened. All the giant-level figures in the divine prefecture felt their hearts tremble violently. "Who are you?" In the sky above, Wang Xiao lowered his head and looked at Yi Futian. His gaze was frightening as he exerted his might on his opponent. "Who am I?" mumbled Yi Futian. His body slowly rose into the sky, shouldering the terrifying spear will as he moved up. He floated towards the high heavens, forming disturbing currents of the great path around him. Everything that was happening was projected onto the screen hanging high in the sky of Qianyang City. The entire city seemed exceptionally quiet now. It looked like yet another extraordinary figure had debuted after Wang Xiao. Was he from the dark world? Or was he from the empty divine realm? Suddenly, evil sage Mo Chinga burst into laughter. This caused many cultivators of the divine prefecture to shift their attention towards him. Before this, Mo Chinga had remained silent and had not spoken much. However, there was a smile on his charming and refined face now. His gaze was fixed on Yi Futian. "You indeed live up to your fame," praised Mo Chinga with a smile. Then, he looked at the cultivators of the divine prefecture and mocked, "You lot intend to join forces to attack someone. Yet, when the person is standing right in front of you, none of you recognize him. It is laughable." He continued, "Little friend Yi, you are undoubtedly the top figure of the original realm." Mo Chinga's words threw the audience into a great shock. Even the giant-level figures were in a state of trepidation. They raised their heads and stared at the silhouette with a silver mask in the sky. By now, they had all realized who this silver-masked cultivator was. None of them had figured out his identity, but evil sage Mo Chinga did. Yi Futian put his hand on the mask and slowly took it off. At this moment, everyone in Qianyang City had their attention fixed on him. Their eyes traced his movements. A handsome face appeared, and along with it, a head of silver hair. "Who is he?" someone asked. "He is Yi Futian," someone else answered. He is the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian. In Tianyang City, countless figures were busy discussing. Today, Wang Xiao had displayed his heroics, and the lord of Tianyang City called him the unrivaled. No one among the next generation of the divine prefecture was a match for him. However, right then, the figure who shook the divine prefecture terrorized two domain chiefs' manors single-handedly and led the Ziwei Imperial Palace to destroy the Holy Land of Taichu had also appeared here. After Yi Futian took off his mask, he raised the long spear in his hand. His spear was pointed at Wang Xiao. "You, the unrivaled," mocked Yi Futian. Tianyang City fell silent. Chapter 2565. Who is the side character? Wang Xiao was the unrivaled. Before this, Wang Xiao held the title of the #1 armyer. The lord of Tianyang City saw him as being unrivaled and peerless. He wanted him to lead the cultivators of the divine prefecture to destroy the Ziwei segmentum, where Yi Futian was. However, right now, Yi Futian was standing right in front of Wang Xiao. Yi Futian's long spear was pointed right at his figure. In the silent Tianyang City, the hearts of countless people were throbbing. Was Yi Futian that powerful? Yi Futian had actually pointed his spear at Spear Emperor Du Yu and then at Wang Xiao. He was so overpowering. The most crucial detail was that Yi Futian was merely a level 9 Renhuang. How did he manage to become so powerful? Even the frightening and extremely sharp spear will that shot out from Spear Emperor Du Yu's eyes had been easily negated by Yi Futian. The latter had even challenged the former to a fight. With Yi Futian's identity, he was naturally no fool. His provocation implied that he had the combat ability of the Tribulation Plane. A level 9 Renhuang had Tribulation Plane combat ability. It was not just Du Yu, the various cultivators of the Divine Prefecture all realized this. Before this, there had been records of Yi Futian killing Tribulation Plane cultivators. The second-in-command of West Sea Domain Chief's manor, Zhong Miao, had been hunted down by Yi Futian. Back then, many people believed that Yi Futian had relied on external help. From the looks of it now, though, was that truly the case? If he had relied on external help, would he dare to point his spear at Wang Xiao? Would he dare to challenge Du Yu to a fight? Zhong Miao was killed by Yi Futian with his own actual ability. A level 9 Renhuang had killed a Tribulation Plane cultivator. I never imagined that I would see two peerless figures today. That being said, Renhuang Yi and Young City Lord are somewhat similar. Young City Lord can forge subdivine arms and is the champion of the armor competition today. As for Renhuang Yi, he can concoct subdivine elixirs. It seems that no one else at the Renhuang plane can do so. At that moment, Shikayaro said this with a faint smile. This caused the various cultivators' hearts to tremble again. They had heard about this before. This was no secret. They had even used this as an excuse to attack West Imperial Palace. It was precisely because of this that Shikayaro did not hide anything in this situation. The subdivine elixirs were personally concocted by Yi Futian. Had anyone else in the world at the Renhuang plane managed to pull off such a feat? At least in the Divine Prefecture, no one had managed to do so. Wang Xiao had claimed first place in the armor competition, but the other armorers of the same plane had all forged subdivine arms. What about Yi Futian? If there was an alchemy competition, others of the same plane were not even qualified to contend with him. Wang Xiao could communicate with imperial arms, but that was because he was born in the ancient god clan and inherited the teachings of Tianyang the Great. Yet, before this, Yi Futian was known as the Relic Killer and had claimed the inheritances of multiple great emperors. Could the same be said for Wang Xiao? Who was the true unrivaled between the two of them? Everyone in Tianyang City knew that the Lord of Tianyang City wanted to use this opportunity today to let Wang Xiao's name be known far and wide. He wanted Wang Xiao to become a protagonist of this chaotic world and lead the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to annihilate the Ziwei segmentum and kill Yi Futian. By stepping over Yi Futian, Wang Xiao would get the highest level of fame. However, right now, Yi Futian had instead appeared here. Wang Xiao also looked at Yi Futian. This was the first time both of them met each other. Before this, when he was still practicing his forging, he had heard of Yi Futian's name many times. The members of the City Lord office had often brought it up, especially recently. After Yi Futian destroyed the Holy Land of Taichu, even more people mentioned him. Wang Xiao had always imagined Yi Futian to be a peerless, monstrous figure. However, that did not affect him much. The City Lord told him that after he won first place in the armorer competition, he needed to summon imperial arms and lead the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to destroy the Ziwei segmentum. Wang Xiao thought to himself that killing a peerless prominent figure to boost his fame would undoubtedly be a feat to be proud of. He would do so. Today, he finally encountered Yi Futian, the person he would destroy in the future. Right now, the other party's spear was pointed at him. It is such a pity that I cannot kill you today. Otherwise, you wouldn't make it out of Qianyang City alive, said Wang Xiao in a calm voice. His calm tone contained an intense level of self-confidence. All of the cultivators in the City Lord office could sense it clearly. The Lord of Qianyang City and Princess Donghuang had both promised that there would be no bloodshed today. They claimed that it would be the same even if Yi Futian himself were to appear. The Lord of Qianyang City and Princess Donghuang had high standing, and the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture had all borne witness to their promise. Since they had said so, no one would dare defy them. Wang Xiao would also oblige and not kill Yi Futian. That was why Wang Xiao said that it was a pity. Even if a level 9 Ren Huang had exceptional talent and was peerless, what could he do? If it weren't for the promise prior, Wang Xiao would have killed Yi Futian here in the City Lord office before the cultivators of Qianyang City. With such talent, if you submit to the Divine Prefecture and beg the princess for forgiveness, you might have a chance to have a future, Wang Xiao continued as he looked at Yi Futian. He spoke casually, as though he had not taken Yi Futian's challenge to heart. Even if Yi Futian pointed his spear at him, what could the former do? Yi Futian's fury was pointless. Even if Yi Futian was peerless, there was still a difference in their cultivation planes. Moreover, Wang Xiao could command imperial arms. That won't be necessary, replied Yi Futian. Wang Xiao looked at the white-haired figure before him and revealed a smile as he said, "The future of the Divine Prefecture doesn't belong to you." Wang Xiao continued, "In this chaotic world, many peerless figures will appear like comets streaking across the night sky. Even if your talent is exceptional, you are fated only to be a side character. Do you understand?" As he said this, he slowly rose into the sky. At the same time, a terrifying aura emanated from his figure. The temperature in the sky rose exponentially. Both inside and outside the City Lord office, countless people felt a scorching current of air. In this chaotic world, Yi Futian, you can only be a side character. Do you understand? Wang Xiao's words reverberated throughout Qianyang City. The hearts of countless people in Qianyang City were full of emotion. Just now, when Yi Futian appeared, many people faintly felt as though his sharp aura had overshadowed Wang Xiao. However, once Wang Xiao said these words, the people in Qianyang City truly realized that Wang Xiao was still Wang Xiao. During this armorer competition, he became known to the world and became famous overnight. Most likely, no one could stop him from gaining fame in the Divine Prefecture. Not even Yi Futian could stop him. Wang Xiao was the heir of Qianyang the Great. His combat ability was no weaker than his forging skills. How could he be compared to people like Zhong Miao? How could Yi Futian possibly transcend cultivation planes and defeat him? Countless cultivators felt their blood boil as their faces revealed excited looks. This was the true fest in Qianyang City. The armorer competition seemed dull in comparison to this moment. Two peerless figures were about to do battle. Between the two of them, who would become the future top figure of the Divine Prefecture? Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at Wang Xiao. Then, he similarly flew up high into the sky. His white robes fluttered as his silver hair danced in the wind. The successor of Qianyang City, the heir of Qianyang the Great and the champion of the armorer competition was certainly qualified to have such confidence in himself. Yi Futian rose into the sky and stood opposite Wang Xiao. He replied, "As long as I am around, your era will never come." Rumble. In Qianyang City, the silent crowd broke out into a feverish rage. Their conversation reverberated throughout Qianyang City. The blood of the cultivators was boiling. Wang Xiao claimed that in this chaotic age, Yi Futian could only be a side character. On the other hand, Yi Futian stated that with him around, Wang Xiao's age would never come. These two figures had such peerless, majestic spirits. The battle today would certainly go down in the annals of Qianyang City's history. It would even be remembered in the entire Divine Prefecture. Even the giant-level figures of the Divine Prefecture, as well as Dark Saint Hua Yunting and Evil Sage Mo Chinga, were full of anticipation. They had seen more powerful battles before and had participated in even more frightening battlefields. Nevertheless, it had been many years since they felt so excited. Today, two peerless juniors made them feel this way. They were all old. The future would belong to figures like Yi Futian and Wang Xiao. "Do you wish to use ritual implements?" asked Wang Xiao as he got straight to the point. "Would they be battling with ritual implements?" "It is up to you," replied Yi Futian. "The ritual implement I forged is more powerful, so I will have an advantage. You are also not a cultivator who specializes in spear techniques. Since that is the case, we won't use ritual implements," said Wang Xiao as he kept the ritual implement he forged away. Given that he already held an advantage in cultivation, he did not want to take advantage of Yi Futian any further. Yi Futian similarly put away his silver spear. Rumble. Instantly, even more terrifying hot currents circulated the space and enveloped the vast sky. Abnormal phenomena took place as a divine hall of armory appeared out of thin air. A deity wielding a war hammer showed up and stood behind Wang Xiao. At this moment, Wang Xiao seemed like a true descendant of a deity, the heir of a great emperor. On Yi Futian's figure, golden light shone, and the scorching light of Buddha actually appeared. In the sky above, the sound of Buddha circled him. Behind Yi Futian, a Mahavairokkana appeared. The battle form seemed to be gigantic, like the Buddha himself. Its light shone into the high heavens. "This power is at the tribulation plane," someone commented. The cultivators in the City Lord office noticed this when they sensed the aura emanating from Yi Futian's figure. It was indeed aura at the tribulation plane. He also possessed the powerful Buddhist Mahavairokkana battle form. It seemed that Yi Futian had many fateful encounters in the Western world. The deity behind Wang Xiao wielded a divine hammer. It lifted the scorching golden divine hammer high in the sky. It was huge. In that instant, countless bolts of lightning struck down like heavenly tribulation. They contained unparalleled destructive power and seemed to split the space apart as they struck down towards Yi Futian. Even the lightning leaping around the divine hammer alone already contained astonishing destructive power. Under the shocking gazes of the cultivators, the menacing golden lightning struck Yi Futian and his battle form. All of them thought Yi Futian would block the attack, but he didn't. Instead, he received it head-on. Catcher! The space shattered and broke into pieces. Lightning traversed across the space. Yi Futian was overwhelmed by the terrifying light. Countless people felt their hearts race as they witnessed this scene. However, standing at the center of the destructive lightning, Yi Futian remained still, and his body appeared divine-like. He was firmly fixed on his spot as he was showered by the destructive divine light. He was unperturbed by the attack. It could not harm him at all. He had undergone many divine tribulations of the great path. His flesh had been baptized and was invincible. The shockwave did not affect his flesh. He received Wang Xiao's attack head-on since he was not at all afraid of it. Enduring this level of attack was merely a workout for his body. "The unrivaled, is your attack so weak?" mocked Yi Futian as his eyes turned golden. Chapter 2566, The Sky Tremoring Hammer. Yi Futian's arrogant words made everyone from the Divine Prefecture stare at him, specifically his body. Many years ago, Yi Futian had used the body of Shenjia the Great Emperor to comprehend. As a result, it cast an incredibly strong physique, which almost unraveled the divine body itself. Now, after so many years, this body had become even stronger to the point that it could directly withstand the destructive great path power exerted by a cultivator in the tribulation plane. Although it was just a destruction fluctuation before the attack, it was enough to demonstrate the strength of Yi Futian's physical body. Just physical body alone, the strength of Yi Futian's body has surpassed most of the cultivators who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path, the chief from Taishang Domain commented as he looked at the battlefield. His words were casual and did not indicate his position, merely an objective evaluation of Yi Futian's physical strength. Indeed. Many cultivators from the divine prefecture around him nodded. Few cultivators in the tribulation plane could take it to the point where they were confident enough to offer no resistance whatsoever. But Wang Xiao was not about to wax lyrical on such details. Divine light shot out from his eyes as he descended from the sky. Under the phantom of the deity, the vast and boundless space, including the entire office of the Lord of the Qianyang city, seemed to be covered by the domain of his great path. He stretched out his hand, and immediately, countless lightning blasted down from him. Terrible lightning also flashed out of his eyes. Is it weak? Wang Xiao swept toward Yi Futian as he said, feel it carefully now. When the voice fell, his palm slammed toward the space below. That was the moment when the deity above the sky lifted his hammer and smashed it down as well, blasting above the void. Doink! A dull sound came from the firmament. Everyone in Qianyang city felt their heart beating violently at this moment. Even their footsteps seemed a little unsteady as a wave of destruction rolled toward them. The space above the city lord's office seemed to be pulverizing directly by this blow. That terrifying force crashed into Yi Futian, ignoring the distance in the space, and it was a power that could extinguish all living things. Bang! Even the Mahavarokana battle form behind Yi Futian had visible cracks on it. His body was slammed down from the sky as that terrifying shock wave rushed into his body. If it were any other cultivators, this blow alone was enough to shatter their internal organs. But divine light circulated in that divine body still, unbroken. Sky tremoring hammer. Many cultivators from the divine prefecture trembled. This was a superior attacking technique. It was rumored that when Qianyang the Great was making the armors, he swung his hammer to smash the implement, again and again, year after year. In the end, he comprehended a set of divine methods based on the concept of returning to the basics, and Sky Tremoring Hammer was created. That simple action was the action that had been repeated for many years but contained the comprehension of Qianyang the Great. One strike from the hammer could break the great path and smash the sky. This divine method was the Sky Tremoring Hammer, the most powerful offensive technique in the divine prefecture. This Sky Tremoring Hammer may seem simple, but it was, in fact, extremely difficult to comprehend. Qianyang city had throngs of cultivators, as well as many members from the main line of the city lord's office. Still, very few of them dared to specialize in cultivating the Sky Tremoring Hammer, as it was an extremely time-consuming method. The caveat was that one might spend all his time on it but not achieve any result. Failure was highly likely, and many were unable to achieve great results in the end. Some were able to obtain the form but not its essence. However, Wang Xiao, the most outstanding heir of Qianyang the Great, as well as the most outstanding armorer in the city lord's office in Qianyang city, had once spent a century forging a single sword. In countless armor makings, he had accomplished the cultivation of the Sky Tremoring Hammer. The power of this powerful divine method contained terrifying power. Although Qianyang the Great was the great emperor of armoring, the combat effectiveness of the Sky Tremoring Hammer was no less powerful than the offensive techniques of any other great emperors in ancient times. It was extremely domineering. Yi Futian's defense is not to be taken lightly, the cultivator from the divine prefecture said again. The confrontation and collision between these two peerless figures demonstrated extremely strong offensive and defensive forces in just one single exchange. The power of the Sky Tremoring Hammer failed to destroy Yi Futian's physical body. At this moment, Yi Futian was standing there, looking past the sky. In his perception, this world had already turned into the other's domain of the Great Path, as if there were waves of invisible fluctuations that swept down from above as if it was the will of the Sky Tremoring Hammer. Just the invisible shock wave alone gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. When the Sky Tremoring Hammer blasted down, this shock wave overlapped thousands of times over and formed an unparalleled wave of destruction, shattering all the existence within this space. How was that? Wang Xiao said in a clearly audible voice as he looked down at Yi Futian. He stood there, like a god descending into the world, unable to be denied. Can it be a little stronger? Yi Futian asked as he raised his head to look at Wang Xiao in the sky. Wang Xiao's eyes sharpened immediately. He stared at him and said, "In that case, I will have to oblige." The invisible shock wave remained but was getting stronger. The power of the previous blow had not completely dissipated before that deity above the sky raised his divine hammer again and smashed it down. Boom! A dull sound came out between heaven and earth. In the area above the city lord's office, the city lord of Qianyang City had set up an area to block off the office complex. However, terrifying shock waves still rushed down and impacted that layer of the defensive light screen. Inside Qianyang City, the hearts of countless cultivators trembled fiercely once more. Those cultivators who were closer to the city lord's office even let out a muffled groan, their faces pale. They were watching from the outside, and they were affected unexpectedly. The battlefield was high above the sky, so one could imagine just how fearsome was this attacking power. This time, Yi Futian did not ignore Wang Xiao's attack. The divine light on his body dazzled, protecting his body, with the great path surrounding him. The starry light screen was shining when the wave of the sky-tremoring hammer blasted down. Everything seemed to be shattered. Yi Futian's body trembled and was sent flying down to the ground again, and he was falling at a rapid speed. When he stopped, Qianyang City was completely silent. Countless eyes were glued on Yi Futian. After 2 successive attacks, how was he doing? The power of the sky-tremoring hammer seemed to be increasing. The power of the second attack was obviously quite a bit more terrifying. It's still too weak. Yi Futian raised his head and looked up into the sky. An indifferent voice came out of his mouth, and his eyes were full of contempt. This made Wang Xiao's eyes become even colder, and murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Yi Futian's provocation had finally enraged him. The sky-tremoring hammer was too weak. "It's fighting words you speak," Wang Xiao declared loudly. The divine hammer above the firmament fell again, and the attack was even fiercer this time. Those invisible light screens seemed to have turned into physical barriers. Layers of heavy golden divine light crushed the sky and swept down again, like halos of shocking lights that obscured the sky and the sun, smashing all existence. Boom! In Qianyang City, many buildings exploded and shattered, disappearing in an instant. Some cultivators near the city lord's office spat out mouthfuls of blood as they retreated rapidly. Not only them but also everyone in the entire Qianyang City seemed to feel that terrible power of attack. Yi Futian's body was plunged from the sky again, but this time, Wang Xiao did not stop but blasted down once again, as the shock waves of destruction continued to sweep downward. Above the firmament, a massive and boundless golden divine hammer and layers of golden light screens blasted down continuously. Even some of the giant figures from the divine prefecture who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path could feel the pressure. This attack was at a level that was enough to make them take notice. At its most domineering form, the sky-tremoring hammer could sweep down 108,000 halos all at the same time, which can shock and kill 108,000 times. Boom! As Wang Xiao's voice fell, no sound seemed to be heard above the firmament. Only the shock waves of destruction remained. What would it look like when 108,000 halos of light smashed down at the same time? Yi Futian clasped his hands together, his body was radiant all over. The light of Buddha lingered, and true words were spoken. The 6 syllables of truth seemed to penetrate that shock wave, resounding between heaven and earth. With him as the center, a whole realm, the domain of Buddha, had been formed. All the Buddhas were present, surrounded by battle forms. There was also an incredible giant Buddha overhead above this space. Hundreds and thousands of Buddhist shadows were resisting 108,000 shocking halos of light. When the sky-tremoring hammer fell, heaven and earth lost their voice and became deadly silent. The greatest sound transcends the limitation of sound. In Qianyang City, countless buildings were wiped out in an instant. Many cultivators vomited blood and fell to the ground. They were, unfortunately, collateral damage, and their suffering was great. In the area where Yi Futian was, all the Buddhist battle forms were annihilated, turning into ruins as they dispersed in the wind. The shock wave continued to move down. The Buddhist shadows that surrounded Yi Futian were shattered and blasted into the space below, landing upon the light screen set up by the city lord of Tianyang. A violent roar was heard as the light screen trembled continuously. It seemed as if it was being destabilized. Boom! A burst of sound resounded throughout Tianyang city, and the shock wave of destruction was finally waning. The power of this sky-tremoring hammer was simply unparalleled. Yi Futian stood there quietly as if there had been no sound. A wisp of invisible wind blew through and caressed his silver hair. Countless eyes fell on him. Would Yi Futian be annihilated by such a terrifying blow? If he were killed, that would be a violation of the rules of the contest. This blow was simply beyond terrifying. But Yi Futian stood there without moving, like a statue. Wang Xiao looked down at him, unsure of the exact situation that Yi Futian was in at the moment. That's all. Suddenly, a voice came out, and that figure moved again. He slowly raised his head, his eyes shining with a sharpness that aimed toward Wang Xiao, who was high above the sky. Wang Xiao's eyes sharpened immediately. Was this blow still unable to shake Yi Futian? The cultivators from the Divine Prefecture and Tianyang City were shocked to the core. Didn't such a powerful attack hurt him? This attack is actually good for tempering the flesh. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the man in the void. His body floated upward with incredible speed, clearly without being affected in the slightest. Was he using the attack of the sky-tremoring hammer to temper his physical body? Was he mad? Perhaps Yi Futian was just saying it. No matter what a genius talent he was, he would not dare to be so conceited. Then, let us continue. Wang Xiao spoke again, and the shock wave of destruction swept down once again. But Yi Futian merely smiled sarcastically as his figure continued its upward trend. At the same time, rays of divine light gleamed upon his body. It was as if they had turned into countless halos, moving in the sky with him. You've been attacking for long enough. Now, it is my turn. Yi Futian stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a spear appeared in it. His cultivation did not concentrate on spear techniques, but at this moment, what had appeared in his hand was a spear. Let's see if you can take this shot from me. Chapter 2567. No, you can't. You, the unraveled, can you take this shot from me? This voice resounded throughout Tianyang City, and those who heard it trembled in their souls. Indeed, Yi Futian had been purely on the defensive before this moment, and Wang Xiao was the one doing all the attacks. However, even with the astonishing power of the sky-tremoring hammer, he was not able to really hurt Yi Futian. Such powerful attacking technique only managed to slam him down a couple of times, demonstrating the terrifying defensive power that Yi Futian possessed. However, it was true he had not launched any attacks yet. Will his attack be as frightening as his defense? Could Wang Xiao take the shot from him? He was simply too arrogant. Wang Xiao had demonstrated his peerless talent at the armoring feast this time, but Yi Futian asked if he could take a shot from him. How powerful was this strike going to be? Wang Xiao surveyed the land below, and his eyes were ice-cold. Those eyes seemed to be surrounded by golden flames. An endless scorching current swept out to smelt everything in this world. The domain of the Great Path seemed to have been transformed into a domain of golden flames. At the same time, the celestial figure above the firmament lifted a boundless giant divine hammer. Rounds of shock waves swept down to the space beneath the sky, overlapping again and again. What terrifying power would 108,000 shock waves hold? Wang Xiao was a cultivator of the tribulation plane. Every attack of his contained the terrifying power of divine tribulation of the Great Path. One shock wave was terrifying enough, let alone 108,000 waves. In this realm, he was absolutely someone who stood at the top of his kind. In the entire Divine Prefecture, it was difficult to find anyone to compete with him in this realm. The city lord of Tianyang City was an incredible and astute man himself, and he could not possibly fail to understand this, or else he would not have held Wang Xiao in such high esteem, conferred the title of the Unraveled upon him. He even had thoughts of linking Wang Xiao with the treasured daughter of Donghuang the Great. It was precisely because of Wang Xiao's excellence that he had such an idea. Buzz. With Yi Futian as the center, a trace of invisible great path rippled outward and diffused. There was an incomparable halo that covered him, and the light screen grew larger. It was the light of Buddha. Surrounded by the infinite Buddhist runes, Buddhas now appeared in the heavens. At this time, these Buddhas were simultaneously chanting the sounds of Buddha and uttering the 6 syllables of truth. Suddenly, a mighty and sacred power of Buddhism permeated the space, propelling the light screen to expand outward. Boom! A dull thud was heard. Above the firmament, the sky-tremoring hammer was the first to blast down. In turn, the infinite shock wave seemed to morph into countless divine hammers, smashing down towards the space below. At the same time, in the center of the 108,000 shock waves, a smashing divine hammer appeared, splitting the space wide open. It was as if the void was punched through, and all that force was rushing toward Futian. Futian raised his left hand almost at the same moment. It was as if the Buddha had raised his own hand and slammed it forward. Suddenly, the Buddhas in the heavens raised their hands at the same time as massive Buddhist handprints slammed out, colliding with those countless divine hammers blasting down from the sky. A fervently blazing light of Buddha continued to spread upward, colliding with the descending shock waves. Dull sounds came out, and high above the sky, a halo of destruction swept out towards the surroundings, and the atmosphere was extremely suppressed. Futian's body disappeared. It was as if it had been turned into a light, a spear. That light went up against the momentum as the will of the spear rushed straight into the sky. In the ascending process, not only did the long spear move unhindered without the slightest resistance, but waves of fluctuations also appeared around the spear, overlapping together, condensing into a perfect spear strike. The 2 rays of light clashed together as the divine hammer in the center collided with the spear. The former was domineering and carried a terrifying power, while the latter was sharp with equally overwhelming power. Boom! Many people felt as if their eardrums had ruptured. An invisible wave of destruction covered the entire Tianyang city. An unknown many innocent cultivators must have been hit yet again by this wave of immolation. Those closest to the city lord's office were all cultivators in the Renhuang realm, but the shock still made them bleed from their orifices even though the battlefield was high in the sky, a long distance away from them. However, as hard as the hits might be, those eyes were still fastened on that space high above. As all of them looked up, they didn't want to miss this incomparable strike. How would this attack end? They saw a ray of light that split the sky open. Above the arch of heaven, a golden vortex seemed to have appeared. In the vortex, there were terrifying fluctuations that rushed higher into the sky. In the middle of that vortex, a sharp divine spear that had opened the sky was looming. The scene in front of them was shocking. The silence was particularly prominent in Tianyang City right now. There were only the dull crashing sounds and the boundless depressive aura. Even the sky had been split open. A light appeared in that space that had been torn apart. Their eyes followed the light and looked up and saw what was at the end of that golden vortex. When they made out what was happening there, their hearts involuntarily skipped a beat. Boom, 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 boom below. At the end, a dull but terrifying sound wave swept out, as if there were ripples that had not totally quieted down, but the battle was effectively over. After a while, when everything finally settled down, those layers of golden light screens were still there, as remnants of the will of the spear left in the sky, turning into a golden divine light, as if it would not easily dissipate. One strike. The eyes of all the cultivators were frozen, and the entire Tianyang city was in complete silence at this moment, even inside the city lord's office. Above the firmament, Futian stood there like a god, and the long spear in his hand was no longer pointing at Wang Xiao's phantom but his throat. If he had advanced another inch, he could take Wang Xiao's life. Could he have taken a shot from Futian? Wang Xiao, the young city lord of Tianyang City, as the champion in this armorer competition, had enjoyed all the glory on this day. He had the supreme support of the city lord of Tianyang City himself, promoting him and naming him as the future lord of Tianyang City so that he could lead the cultivators from divine prefecture to eradicate Futian and vanquish Ziwei. However, at this moment, another well-known genius talent appeared. His name had shaken all of the divine prefecture even before Wang Xiao. He was now the biggest player in all the lands of the divine prefecture, whose name was known to everyone. He led his team to invade and destroy the holy land of Taichu and slayed Taichu Saint Emperor. Today, these two peerless characters finally met and collided with one another. And Wang Xiao was defeated. In this world, who was the truly unraveled other than the great emperors? They thought Wang Xiao was. But if that was true, what about Yi Futian? He was only a renhuang of the ninth realm, and he had defeated Wang Xiao with a single strike of his spear. The city lord of Qianyang had a steely look on his face, and other cultivators from the city lord's office had a terrible look on their faces as well. The strongest man they could present, Wang Xiao, a world-renowned figure upon whom they had bestowed their highest hopes, was now defeated unequivocally by Yi Futian. When all the cultivators in the divine prefecture witnessed this sight, they had their thoughts on the matter. For some, their desire to kill Yi Futian had become even greater. As long as Yi Futian was alive, they would never have a day of peace. Especially now that he had gone undercover in the city lord's office in the guise of Changkong, he had learned who wanted him dead, so he would, without a doubt, retaliate in the future. Above the firmament, Wang Xiao's eyes glued there as if frozen. He watched the man in front of him as if he still couldn't accept the fact that he was defeated. He had lost to Yi Futian in the ninth realm. How did he do it? How did he manage to have such powerful attacking power? But Yi Futian regarded him with the utmost tranquility, so nonchalant and casual. It was as if what he had just done was something completely trivial, nothing special. It was not enough to elevate his heartbeat at all. Or perhaps, Yi Futian didn't see him as a true opponent from the beginning. He had wanted to step on Yi Futian and all of Ziwei Segmentum to make his moniker, the Unraveled, a reality in the divine prefecture. But before he could even begin, he was beaten on his own turf. After taking first place in the armorer competition, he lost so miserably. "You can't," said Yi Futian, resounding in the sky above Qianyang City. The young city lord of Qianyang City, the heir of Qianyang the Great, Wang Xiao, the champion in the armorer competition, was unable. Chapter 2568, Imperial Arms, Vanquish Ziwei. Impressive. In the dead silence inside the city lord's office, no one dared to say anything. The first one to comment was the dark saint, Hua Yunting. Hua Yunting looked at the two men in the void, smiled, and said, "Ren Huang in the ninth realm, able to make subdivine elixirs and slay the cultivators of Tribulation Plain, now defeating the heir of Qianyang City with a single strike. In the land of the divine prefecture, could there be another? Who should be the one named Unraveled?" Clearly, Wang Xiao was not the one. The city lord of Qianyang wanted to create momentum for Wang Xiao's ascend and make him famous worldwide. With Wang Xiao's talents in armoring and cultivation, he did do exactly just that. He achieved fame in a day, and from this day hence, no one in the divine prefecture would not know of the name of Wang Xiao. Obviously, if Yi Futian had never come, this would undoubtedly be the perfect campaign. Qianyang City would have created a mythical figure. However, things in the world were often curious and unpredictable. On this day, Yi Futian appeared, and Qianyang City intended to use him as a stepping stone for Wang Xiao. In the end, although Wang Xiao's name would be known throughout the world after today, the world would always think of him as more than just the champion of the armor competition or the heir of Qianyang the Great. On this day, these two brilliant talents battled on top of Qianyang City. The successor of Qianyang the Great, Wang Xiao, as outstanding as he was defeated by Yi Futian with a single strike. Yi Futian, using Wang Xiao, proved to the people of the divine prefecture that he was the one and only unraveled existence. Yi Futian, the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, the heir of Ziwei the Great, Shenyin the Great, and Emperor Yi Qing. He was the #1 genius talent in the void world. Who else could ravel his supremacy in all of the divine prefecture? The top principalities of the divine prefecture aside, even the ancient god clan, who among them could compare? Wang Xiao was such an example. It could be said that Wang Xiao wanted to use Yi Futian to achieve his own fame, but in the end, it was exactly the opposite. Through him, Yi Futian proved himself once again to the world. Looking back at Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing, these two outstanding figures seem to have foreshadowed Princess Donghuang and the heir of Emperor Yi Qing here today, whose presence echoed the two emperors back then. Hua Yunting continued to speak, but his words were frowned upon by many cultivators. Likewise, Yi Futian raised his eyebrow slightly. Hua Yunting mentioned Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing in the same sentence. It was obvious he was deliberately provoking his audience. Although everyone knew this, it sounded different when they said it out loud. Yi Futian had proved himself as the unraveled, stepping on Wang Xiao, and stole his thunder in every way. But Hua Yunting mentioned that he was the heir of Emperor Yi Qing. Now, like this could only mean that the person corresponding to him was Princess Donghuang. His motive was suspect. However, from the standpoint of Hua Yunting, this was totally within expectation. Yi Futian had displayed such enchanting talent, and it was natural that he hoped Yi Futian would be the sworn enemy of the divine prefecture, and he wouldn't mind adding more fuel to that fire. Perhaps this was the only way for Yi Futian to work together with them. Sure enough, next to the city lord of Tianyang, the beautiful Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian as well. Next to her, Du Yu's eyes were as sharp as a spear when he said coldly, "He is not worthy." Hua Yunting actually proposed to link Yi Futian with Princess Donghuang. Clearly, Du Yu would not agree to that. In the land of the divine prefecture, no one was worthy of Princess Donghuang. Yi Futian, have you already sided with the Dark Court and colluded with them? The clan leader of the Shun clan spoke loudly as if fanning the fire. Everything that happened today was taken in by Yi Futian, and the grievances between Yi Futian and the Shun clan couldn't be more clear to him. In the future, when Yi Futian managed to prove the supremacy of the Great Path, the Shun clan would undoubtedly follow in the footsteps of the Holy Land of Taichu. Now, they must do all they could to get rid of Yi Futian. Yi Futian first sneaked into the city lord's office so that the cultivators from the Dark Court and the empty divine realm could follow on his heel, working perfectly together inside and out. Now, look what a great job he did in representing the dark world to challenge the cultivators of the divine prefecture, Chief Shihai of the West Sea Domain declared loudly. They seemed to zoom in on Yi Futian directly, declared that this heir of Emperor Yi Qing had already taken the side of the Dark Court and the empty divine realm, and joined forces with these two major worlds to stand against the divine prefecture. I heard that some cultivators from the dark world had visited Ziwei Segmentum before, and Yi Futian had personally received them, Ning Yuan, the chief of the Donghua domain, said. They all wanted to put Yi Futian in a compromising position. All these voices were heard by Yi Futian, and his heart was cold, as it was filled with murderous intent. All these forces wanted to get rid of him and charge him with some unfounded or imagined crimes. They wanted to say that he was colluding with the Dark Court and empty Divine Mountain and declaring war with all of the Divine Prefecture. Although he did have the idea of exploiting the balance between these two major worlds and the Divine Prefecture, using it as an opportunity to buy himself some time to grow and develop his power quietly, he had never had the thoughts of joining them. Especially the Dark World. He and the Dark World had equally deep grievances. How could he possibly join them? But it did not matter whether it was true or not. The key was how would the Imperial Palace and the Divine Prefecture perceived the matter. The feast at Tianyang City today, in itself, had a purpose behind it. It was for Tianyang City to lead the powers of the Divine Prefecture to destroy Ziwei Segmentum. He was now the true public enemy of the Divine Prefecture. Hua Yunting looked on with a smile, not saying anything. It was as if this was exactly what he wished to see. As long as Yi Futian was forced into a desperate situation, he could side with them and fight against the Divine Prefecture together. At this moment, everyone felt an unparalleled pressure of might that permeated the city lord's office, shrouding the entire Tianyang city. This was the imperial might. For a time, the cultivators inside the city lord's office quieted down, and traces of divine light fell directly upon Wang Xiao. A phantom of a deity appeared behind him, and Yi Futian frowned slightly. Wang Xiao faced the spear that was pointed at him and took a step. Boom! An overwhelming pressure of might swept out as Yi Futian was knocked backward. Wang Xiao's eyes became terrifying, and his body was bathed in a sacred and incomparable radiance. It was as if he was possessed by the gods. Tianyang the Great. Yi Futian put down the long spear in his hand as he glanced at Wang Xiao. Clearly, this was not Wang Xiao's power. He was unable to do something like this just yet. The city lord of Tianyang had said that Wang Xiao was the heir of Tianyang the Great and could communicate with the imperial arms. Although he had inherited the will of several great emperors, He was not clear as to what form the ancient great emperors of the ancient god clan existed. But one thing was certain. The ancient god clan was able to pass down from generation to generation and was known to possess the power of the gods. Then, it was definitely not just as simple as a wisp of the will of the emperor. It might be similar to the Ziwei segmentum. Therefore, when Wang Xiao was standing inside this city lord's office, he seemed to have transformed with just a thought. It was as if he had awakened the great emperor. A horrible pressure of might fell on Yi Futian as Wang Xiao's eyes were glued on him. Everyone was silent for a while. Some cultivators from the divine prefecture who were enemies with Yi Futian even hoped that Wang Xiao would chop Yi Futian into pieces. Even if that was a violation of what was promised, it had nothing to do with them. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced towards Wang Xiao. He was frowning slightly, his body surrounded by the divine light of the great path. You've already been defeated. There's no need to act this, right? Or does the city lord's office lack sportsmanship, and the divine prefecture too proud to admit defeat? A cold voice spoke. Accompanied with this voice was even a strong pressure of might. Faintly, it tended to oppose the emperor's might. Many look at the person who spoke, and it was the evil sage, Mo Chinga, who rarely said anything. Wang Xiao was still staring at Yi Futian but did not make a move. Yi Futian glanced at him indifferently. His figure appeared high above the sky as he moved about at will. That pressure of might didn't seem to be able to constrain him at all. I can defeat Wang Xiao today, and I can defeat all the powers of the divine prefecture in another day, Yi Futian shouted. Whoever wants to act against Ziwei, the holy land of Taichu, is your warning. As soon as his voice faded, Yi Futian's figure disappeared right from where he was, leaving this place of strife behind, without a trace. But his voice resounded throughout the entire Tianyang city, lingering endlessly. If he could defeat Wang Xiao today, he could defeat all the powers of the divine prefecture in the future. It was an incredibly arrogant claim, but it was the truth. He was only in the 9th realm. If he ever survived the first divine tribulation, how strong would his combat power be? If he ever survived the second divine tribulation, who could compete with him in the land of the divine prefecture? If you collude with the dark world and the empty divine realm, I will kill you for sure. In the city lord's office, a voice pierced through heaven and earth, extremely sharp, and it was the voice of the Spear Emperor, "Do you?" This voice was highly penetrating and reverberated between heaven and earth, issuing a warning to Yi Futian. You can't do it either. In the void, a response came. It was Yi Futian's voice. Wang Xiao couldn't. And in his opinion, a direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, the Spear Emperor, "Do you?" couldn't either. When the voice faded, there was completely no sign of life after that. Mo Chinga and Hua Yunting smiled when they saw this and said, "Today, we have witnessed a feat that was well worth the trip. We will be on our way now." Once that was said, the cultivators from the two worlds withdrew and did not continue to battle. In the city lord's office, only the cultivators of the divine prefecture remained. Wang Xiao continued to remain high in the sky. It was as if he still hadn't fully recovered from the battle. At this time, in space below, the clan leader of the Shun clan and the master of the Sun God Mountain each took out a communication treasure at the same time. Then, all of a sudden, both of them stood up, and their face wore a look of great shock. Boom! A horrific aura spread from them as they raised their heads and shouted into the sky above, "Yi Futian." However, no one responded. Yi Futian dispatched the cultivators from Ziwei Segmentum to ambush the Shun clan and the Sun God Mountain. The news from both of these men caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Yi Futian had taken action way faster than they had imagined, which meant that Yi Futian must have already set everything up before coming here. Once they expressed their intent to attack Ziwei Segmentum, he took action immediately. The city lord of Tianyang looked at the two men, then raised his head and shouted, "Wang Xiao." Wang Xiao bowed his head to look at the city lord of Tianyang. Today's battle was not a battle to be ashamed of. You are the heir of the great emperor, the most outstanding figure of our family. This defeat will not stain your reputation. It was just a fight, the city lord of Tianyang said loudly. He continued, "What's more, you haven't exerted all of your strength in this battle. Otherwise, Yi Futian will undoubtedly die." Wang Xiao, You are the only person in Tianyang City who can communicate with the imperial arms. Even if you were defeated, you are still the raveled, as under the great emperor, none could ravel your presence. Now, take the imperial arms and raise Ziwei, slay Yi Futian, to redeem yourself of this defeat. His voice resounded throughout the entire Tianyang City, making everyone's hearts beat violently. What a decisive and ruthless city lord of Tianyang. Chapter 2569, Catastrophe of Ziwei. After Wang Xiao was defeated, the city lord of Tianyang, fearing that he would be severely discouraged, tasked him to use the imperial arms to overpower Ziwei and slay Yi Futian to redeem himself. Wang Xiao could communicate with the imperial arms, he said, and that Wang Xiao was still the unraveled under the great emperors. He used this to encourage and inspire Wang Xiao. The entire city lord's office was totally depressed. This centennial feast of Tianyang City was perfect until Yi Futian showed up. Everything was going in the direction expected by the city lord of Tianyang. However, after Yi Futian showed up, everything went sideways, big time. Now, they hoped that by razing Ziwei to the ground, Yi Futian's blood would be enough to make up for the damage he caused at the feast of Tianyang City. Many cultivators in the divine prefecture looked at the city lord of Tianyang. This decision was made so quickly that it came somewhat unexpected in its sheer cruelty. No wonder he was the one in command of the ancient god clan. At this moment, the city lord of Tianyang surveyed the crowd and said, "As you have said before, Yi Futian is now a concern for everyone in the divine prefecture and must be killed. If not, he will be a great threat to the divine prefecture in the future. And who knows how many holy lands of Taichu are in the making?" Even now, he had already ambushed the Shen clan and the Sun God Mountain, and who knows how many casualties this has incurred. Tianyang City will fulfill our previous promises. Wang Xiao, as the heir of Tianyang the Great, is the only person who can communicate with the imperial arms. He will bring the imperial arms and lead the cultivators of Tianyang City to vanquish Ziwei. If any forces in the divine prefecture wish to join us in the effort of razing Ziwei to the ground, please mobilize your people immediately. We will be gathering in Tianyang City before embarking to Ziwei Segmentum. The city lord of Tianyang's voice shook the void, and his indifferent voice echoed in the entire Tianyang City, rife with an intense murderous intent. Wang Xiao would lead Tianyang City, with the imperial arms, to go on an expedition to destroy Ziwei Segmentum. If we go to destroy Ziwei, will Yi Futian lead his people to continue these ambushes, just like he did today? Someone asked. No, Ziwei Segmentum is his lair right now. There, he can urge the will of Ziwei the Great. Now that he knows of our attacks, Yi Futian will not easily leave the Ziwei Segmentum. Otherwise, it would be as if he has completely given up Ziwei Segmentum, and then what would become of the cultivators in Ziwei Segmentum? The city lord of Tianyang continued, unless he rebels and decides to side with the Dark World or the evil Emperor realm. UN. All the cultivators nodded. In the Ziwei Segmentum, Yi Futian was able to use the will of Ziwei the Great to kill those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, which they had already known. With such a powerful defensive force, Yi Futian would not be willing to leave the Ziwei Segmentum. If it was not to join the two other principalities, leaving the Ziwei Segmentum was akin to suicide. Principalities in the divine prefecture wanted to destroy them. Yi Futian himself aside, what about the other? How would they escape? As for Four Corner Village, the teacher and Donghuang the Great had reached a compromise. As long as the teacher would not intervene, Donghuang the Great and the Imperial Palace would not interfere either. However, if the teacher from the Four Corner Village wanted to meddle, he would have difficulty explaining it to Donghuang the Great. There was no need to worry about all of these, however. Now, it depended on whether Wang Xiao, with the help of the imperial arms, would overpower Yi Futian, who had the will of Ziwei the Great. As long as he could, then Ziwei Segmentum would be destroyed. Perhaps the Ziwei Segmentum had the power to destroy one principality in the divine prefecture, such as the Holy Land of Taichu. But with a conglomerate of the forces within the divine prefecture, the power of Ziwei Segmentum was far from enough to overcome them all. There was only death in their future. Shikayaro frowned slightly. This time the feast at Tianyang City was meant to create the momentum for Wang Xiao to destroy Ziwei. Yi Futian may have suppressed this momentum, but it did not dampen the city lord's determination. The outcome had not changed. Under this condition, it was hard for her to help Yi Futian. The Ziwei segmentum must be destroyed, said a cultivator from Haotian Can in Nantian domain spoke at this time. If that's the case, we will have to look to Tianyang City in leading the effort, Yuansha Palace of Yuansha domain added. Successively, one after the other followed to express similar sentiments. It was the ancient god clan first who wanted to destroy Ziwei. With the participation of several major ancient god clans, some other major forces immediately pledged their allegiance in joining the army of this operation of suppression. Shi Kaiyaro sat there quietly and watched all this taking place. She understood that these ancient god clans were so proactive in the elimination of Yi Futian was not only because of their grievances. In truth, their grievances with Yi Futian were not as deep as imagined. It was just that one time and could be resolved if they wanted to. The motivation to destroy Ziwei, grievances aside, was because Yi Futian's growth would make the Ziwei segmentum, which he ruled, become a significant threat to the rest of the ancient god clans. Then, there was also the matter of the many divine treasures that Yi Futian possessed. The cultivation world was operated on survival of the fittest, and acts of plunder were common. They wouldn't mind suffocating a peerless genius talent before his time. Furthermore, unlike the Shen clan and the Sun God Mountain, they were not afraid of Yi Futian's ambush and revenge. It was relatively simple to kill Yi Futian before he had completely developed all his potentials, as there was not much threat. If they waited until Yi Futian survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, it would be conceivably much more difficult. How about the West Imperial Palace and the other forces? Don't you want to participate? It was the clan leader of Haotian clan. His eyes fell on the palace lord of West Imperial Palace. He asked, now that Ziwei segmentum is a common enemy of the Divine Prefecture, all forces of the Divine Prefecture ought to join hands in their punishment. As one of the ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture, does the West Imperial Palace really intend to side with Yi Futian against everyone? And all the domain chiefs' manors and other principalities of the Divine Prefecture as well? The great emperor is merciful and agreed not to get involved, but all of you, don't you want to help the imperial palace in getting rid of this thorn? Now that these forces decided to participate themselves, it seemed that they loathed seeing anyone else watching from the sidelines, intending to strong-arm the entire divine prefecture. This way, Yi Futian and Ziwei segmentum would be facing all of the divine prefecture, thus reducing any threat from him. Even if they couldn't take him, with Yi Futian being the public enemy of the entire divine prefecture, could the imperial palace still stand by and do nothing? A look of annoyance flashed through Shi Qiao's beautiful eyes. This Haotian clan was a little too nosy. The palace lord of the West Imperial Palace glanced at him, only to hear Chief Shahai of the West Sea domain interrupted at this time. I heard that Yi Futian personally went to the West Imperial Palace to deliver elixir and was received by the palace lord personally. Are the two parties now in an alliance? Just for mutual benefits, nothing more. The palace lord of West Imperial Palace looked nonchalant as he continued, would any of you refuse the offering of subdivine elixir? Shi Kaiyaro had consented to the cooperation with Yi Futian, which made the mutual benefits possible later, but there is no alliance. However, because of this relationship, it is inconvenient for West Imperial Palace to do anything at the moment. We can only wish all of you the best in your endeavor. Naturally, the palace lord of the West Imperial Palace knew what to say and what not to say. Yi Futian was being ostracized by the entire divine prefecture, so he couldn't very well divulge the fact that they were in an alliance. But if it was just mutual benefits, who in divine prefecture could do anything about that? Now that things are coming to an end, West Imperial Palace must be leaving. Thank you for the invitation. We are all very impressed. The palace lord of West Imperial Palace put his hands together in respect for the city lord of Tianyang. He then looked at Princess Donghuang. Your Royal Highness, we will take our leave presently. Having said that, the palace lord of West Imperial Palace left with the cultivators from West Imperial Palace, not willing to jump into this muddy water with the rest of them. Shi Kaiyaro left with them, but she was a little worried. The alliance among all the significant forces in the divine prefecture to initiate the subjugation of the Ziwei segmentum would be extremely dangerous this time. This was the first time anything of this kind had ever happened since Donghuang the Great had unified the divine prefecture. Right after she left, Shi Kaiyao immediately notified Yi Futian regarding this latest development. Although he knew in advance that this might be the outcome of the armor competition at Qianyang City, Yi Futian still had a heavy feeling after its confirmation. Next, Ziwei segmentum would be besieged by all of the divine prefecture. However, he would have no thoughts of compromise. Things as they were, he would have to face them head-on. It was not as if he had never experienced this kind of crisis. If he were to survive this major catastrophe, in the future, he would make each and every one of these forces in the divine prefecture pay, especially Qianyang City. Yi Futian hurried back to Ziwei segmentum. At the same time, all the major forces in the divine prefecture began to mobilize their forces to meet at Qianyang City. The stage seemed to be set for an impending great battle that would surely shake all of the divine prefecture. The cultivators of Qianyang City were all trembling in their hearts, facing the unknown of this predicament. They could have never expected that the once-a-century armor competition in Qianyang City would evolve from a celebration to the dire situation they found themselves in. After Yi Futian returned to Ziwei Imperial Palace, he waited quietly. Lord Chen and Hua Jiyu also returned one after another and brought with them many cultivators. They were primarily important figures from the Shun clan and the Sun God Mountain. However, most of the key figures in these two forces had gone to Qianyang City, thus escaped the invasion and were not captured. Yi Futian looked at the group of cultivators in front of him with a cold expression and said, "Imprison them. If the Shun clan and the Sun God Mountain behave themselves, they will be imprisoned here in Ziwei segmentum. If the two forces attack, they will be the first ones to die." "Yes, Palace Lord." At this time, Yi Futian was filled with murderous intent. How could he be peaceful when the forces of the divine prefecture had launched an attack on him? "What's the situation over there?" Lord Chen asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian frowned slightly and said, "The situation is not good. We must prepare for war. Ziwei segmentum will face its greatest catastrophe in history." Lord Chen looked solemnly at Yi Futian. From Yi Futian's tone, he could tell the seriousness of the matter. This time, all the principalities in the divine prefecture, including all the ancient god clans, will ally for the sole purpose of attacking Ziwei segmentum. "They are already gathering their forces in Qianyang City," said Yi Futian. Not long before he left, Shi Kaiyao had informed him of this news. Chapter 2570, One Man's Battle. In Qianyang City, the feast had concluded, but no one left the city. As countless cultivators looked up into the sky, they saw in the area close to the city lord's office that cultivators had descended successively from the sky. They came down with brilliant divine light and gathered in the city lord's office. Outside the city lord's office, where the most crowd gathered, there was a sea of people with no end in sight. They all rushed to get a look inside the city lord's office and saw that formation of camps had appeared in the sky above the city lord's office. Each camp represented a peak force from the divine prefecture. All the principalities in the divine prefecture had converged to Qianyang City with the greatest speed. They did not intend to give the Ziwei segmentum any time for preparation. They did not want to repeat the Holy Land of Taichu's mistakes and wanted to flatten the Ziwei segmentum as soon as possible. Princess Donghuang, Duyu, and other cultivators from the imperial palace did not leave, however. They sat there, watching everything that took place in front of them. Not even when the powers of the divine prefecture were dealing with the dark world and the empty divine realm had acted this quickly. The city lord of Qianyang City did not sit down but stood there, waiting for the arrival of cultivators from all sides. This battle was unavoidable, and Ziwei segmentum must be destroyed, just like Yi Futian must be destroyed as well. He would be the stepping stone for Wang Xiao, who was on his way to becoming an emperor. Slaying Yi Futian would dispel the remaining dark clouds over Wang Xiao's head. Watching the arrival of all the major forces, the city lord of Qianyang was also looking solemn at this moment, and there was a slight disturbance in his heart. He cast a glance at Wang Xiao. Though he was defeated in the last battle, it would not affect his future. He, who was able to control the imperial arms, would be invincible under the great emperor. Gradually, all the participating forces from Divine Prefecture completed their assembly and gathered inside the City Lord's office. The entire Tianyang city was incredibly quiet. This would be the greatest war since the unification of the Divine Prefecture. Unfortunately, they would not be witnessing it. Everyone is here. Let's get ready to depart. The City Lord of Tianyang surveyed the crowd, then said to Princess Donghuang next to him, "The great emperor is merciful and agreed not to act against Ziwei. But today, Wang Xiao will lead the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to flatten the Ziwei segmentum, ridding them of the imperial palace." His words had put Wang Xiao at an extremely high level by letting him be the head of all the powers of the Divine Prefecture. Furthermore, in the presence of so many top figures from the Divine Prefecture, he did not feel any impropriety in the slightest. As the most powerful man under the great emperor, his grandson, Wang Xiao, was definitely qualified. Princess Donghuang glanced in the direction where Wang Xiao was and said, "If so, you have my best wish to Tianyang City and all the forces of the Divine Prefecture to take down Yi Futian. However, there are countless living creatures within the Ziwei segmentum, and they are innocent cultivators. As all of you go forth to conquer, refrain from killing indiscriminately, lest you hurt the innocents. Your Royal Highness, rest assured, this time we will only slaughter the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and take down the Ziwei segmentum. No innocent people will be harmed," the City Lord of Tianyang said. Then, he looked at Wang Xiao and said, "Wang Xiao, remember well the words of the princess." "Yes," Wang Xiao nodded. "Go and fetch the imperial arms so you can be on your way," the City Lord of Tianyang said. Immediately Wang Xiao left, heading deeper into the City Lord's office. Inside the City Lord's office, there was a passage to the original realm. After a moment, the cultivators of Tianyang City saw an imperial glory and shot into the firmament in the direction of the City Lord's office. It was as if the sky had been pierced through. At the same time, an incomparable imperial might shrouded Tianyang City. After another moment, the imperial glory disappeared. A brilliant spatial divine light appeared inside the City Lord's office. All those powerful formations disappeared from the City Lord's office to conquer the original realm. In the Ziwei segmentum and inside the Ziwei Imperial Palace, everyone was busy with their assignments. Many cultivators had been sent away, temporarily leaving Ziwei segmentum. Those below the realm of Upper Renhuang had been sent away to other parts of the Ziwei segmentum. In case they lost, these people may still have a chance at survival. Of course, all the key players of Ziwei Imperial Palace were still there. They planned to live and die with the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Yi Futian was standing together with Hua Jiyu, inspecting Ziwei Imperial Palace. He looked at Zhuge Mingyu and said, "Second senior sister, how is the arrangement of everything?" "Don't worry. Everything has been arranged," Zhuge Mingyu said with a smile. It seemed as if she did not feel any stress at all, she seemed quite at ease. The other cultivators were there as well. They looked at Yi Futian with trust in their eyes. Yi Futian felt the gaze from everyone, and there was a hint of guilty in his heart. He said with a smile, "Everyone has been through a hard time following me. There were not many peaceful days all along this journey. The cultivation world has always been like this. It's the same everywhere. If not you, there would have been other calamities." Lord Taishen said, "When I was cultivating in Taishen Mountain, I was also attacked. Then, I watched you endure these catastrophes because you have been growing. In the process of growth, there are many dangers and hardships. That's right, every day of my life is a bonus after being saved from so many situations like this. They are nothing new and certainly nothing to worry about." The Sky River Great Elder also piped up nonchalantly. They had been through so many dangers with their lives hanging by a thread that nothing was very significant. They were not afraid of death. They just wanted to go out in a blaze of glory, following Yi Futian to go to the higher highs. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He then looked at Lord Chen and Murong Yu and said, "Ziwei Imperial Palace does not belong to me. If it is really sacked, you can choose to surrender. There is no need to consider in regards to me. It is better to be alive than dead." Those cultivators who were part of the Ziwei imperial palace before him did not have as deep a relationship with him as others. He would not force anyone else to die if he were defeated this time. The palace lord is the heir chosen by Ziwei the Great, and we are all descendants of Ziwei. We have followed the palace lord because the palace lord has inherited the will of the great emperor. Now that the forces of divine prefecture have come for the kill, there is absolutely no reason for us to surrender. Any suggestion of that is an insult to us, Lord Chen said. His tone was not so friendly anymore. Back then, Yi Futian had slew the original palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace so that the Ziwei Imperial Palace would surrender to him. Still, they didn't submit because of fear alone. It was essential to note that Yi Futian had already inherited the will of Ziwei the Great at that time. Hence, their submission to the manifestation of the great emperor was understandable. After all, the entire Ziwei segmentum worshipped Ziwei the Great, and that was their belief. But this time was different. Yi Futian would use the will of the great emperor to fight this battle. If he lost, the emperor's will would be broken, and Ziwei would be destroyed. How could they possibly submit in that case? Although we are not a noble brood, we have chosen to stay, and we will follow the palace lord and live and die with the imperial palace, Murong Yu also said. Yi Futian looked at those faces, and warmth filled his heart. He proceeded, as the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, I cannot guarantee anything else, but in this battle if the forces of divine prefecture want to invade the Ziwei segmentum and raze Ziwei Imperial Palace to the ground, they will have to step over my dead body first. Although Tianyang City came with the imperial arms, the palace lord can use the will of the great emperor to unite the heavens. Surely this battle will be won, and the people of the divine prefecture will not be able to sack Ziwei, Lord Chen said. Yi Futian nodded and said, I have never felt the power of the imperial arms, so this battle is a battle of the unknown. Right now, I'm just planning for the worst-case scenario. With his current realm of strength, using the will of Ziwei the Great, he was also an invincible existence under the great emperor. In the Ziwei segmentum, he could slay even those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. But this time, he would be facing the imperial arms. With a wave of Yi Futian's hand, a treasure mirror appeared. A divine consciousness entered into it, and the mirror flickered with light inside. An image appeared. In the boundless space outside the Ziwei segmentum, there was a place where the divine light was shining radiantly, and a mighty group of cultivators was heading towards the Ziwei segmentum. They are here. Yi Futian said, I'm going. After that, he levitated into the air and headed higher up into the sky. May the palace lord return in victory. Lord Chen raised his head and looked at the departing figure of Yi Futian, bowing. May the palace lord return in victory. One after another, voices resounded throughout Ziwei Imperial Palace. Inside the Imperial Palace, all the cultivators bowed, wishing Yi Futian a triumphant return. They knew that Yi Futian would either win or die in this battle. There was no third choice. With Yi Futian's personality, defeat meant death because he would not want to live to see the people from Divine Prefecture sack Ziwei segmentum. This was not a war between the Divine Prefecture and Ziwei segmentum, but a war between the forces of the Divine Prefecture and Yi Futian. Today's Ziwei segmentum, in front of such a mighty army of Divine Prefecture, could not withstand a prolonged battle. As soon as the army entered Ziwei segmentum, Ziwei Imperial Palace would be razed to the ground in a short time. This was a war for Yi Futian alone. In the boundless starry sky, standing outside the Ziwei segmentum, the entire Ziwei segmentum seems to be shrouded by an endless light screen. All the stars in the segmentum were linked as one, emitting infinite starlight that was continuously circulating. At this time, rays of light dazzled, descending in one area and turning into formations. Each of these formations was extremely powerful, with a terrifying aura of the Great Path permeating from them. The men of each formation stood in the boundless space, their eyes on the segmentum before them. It was a spectacular sight. Starlight flowed in the periphery of the segmentum, circulating it as if to pave the sky with stars. At this moment, their eyes were focused in one direction. In that direction, amid the flowing starlight, a gigantic elusive figure manifested. A very familiar figure in white garments and with white hair, It was none other than Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian's will had been merged with Ziwei Segmentum already and turned into a part of this endless starry sky. Just as Lord Chen and the others had anticipated, this war was a war for Yi Futian alone. Chapter 2571, Imperial Arm. Below the starry sky, a figure dressed in white sat in a cross-legged stance. In the boundless universe, he appeared especially tiny. His eyes were shut tight, and his spiritual soul had merged into one with the starry sky. He had forgotten about himself. This was Yi Futian's true self, but his consciousness was not inside of his true form. Above the celestial skies, the enormous phantasm appeared in the vast starry space. It looked like the projection of Yi Futian in the starry skies. This was a manifestation of his consciousness. The eyes of the projection looked toward the divine prefecture cultivators who came to attack. He stood before the powerful cultivators of the divine prefecture alone, on his own. He intercepted them outside of the Ziwei Segmentum. The divine prefecture cultivators paused in their tracks. The aura from each of the camps was extremely terrifying. Their gazes were fixed on the phantom figure before them. Indeed, as the rumors had it, Yi Futian could utilize the will of Ziwei the Great to fuse his spiritual soul into the starry skies and control the trillions of celestial stars. At this moment, Yi Futian represented the will of Ziwei the Great and guarded this place. In the middle of the various divine prefecture factions were the cultivators from Tianyang City, of which the leading figure wasn't the lord of the Tianyang City, and it was his heir, Wang Xiao, who had been defeated by Yi Futian. The Divine Prefecture Crusade this time was led by Wang Xiao for an assault on the Ziwei Segmentum. Wang Xiao looked in front of him as well, and he stared at Yi Futian's phantom figure. His gaze was ice-cold, while murderous intent burned inside his eyes. "Young City Lord, please break open this defense of the Ziwei Segmentum. As long as we shatter the will of Ziwei the Great, we can directly charge into Ziwei and wipe out the Imperial Palace," the chief of the West Sea Domain Chief's manor said. He had an intense hatred for Yi Futian. Yi Futian killed a significant number of people from his West Sea Domain Chief's manor. Although he was the chief of the Domain Chief's manor under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Palace, he joined this war against the Ziwei Segmentum. The various cultivators all looked toward Wang Xiao. The only one capable of breaking through this defense and destroying the will of Ziwei the Great was Wang Xiao. Although the lord of the Tianyang City was arrogant to say that Wang Xiao was invisible amongst cultivators below the Great Emperor, in some sense, he was right. With the Imperial arm, very few people in the Divine Prefecture could hold their own against Wang Xiao. His own power level was, of course, out of the question since he had been defeated by Yi Futian not long ago. "All right," Wang Xiao nodded and walked forward. It stepped on the void and stood in the middle of the boundless starry skies. With a turn of his mind, a ray of light appeared above him in the vast starry skies. As the light rained downward, it illuminated the vast space. That was the imperial glory, supremely divine and holy, and even the apex overlords didn't dare to look into it directly. Wang Xiao went up into the air and moved in that direction. He stood in the boundless starry skies. Before him was a divine hammer. The one who was holding the divine hammer was a supreme, holy phantasm. The phantasm was extremely oppressive and had an unparalleled aura of might and majesty. It was almost as though it contained vitality and looked down upon all beings in the world. Tianyang the Great. The hearts of the cultivators quivered. This divine hammer was one of the imperial arms forged personally by Tianyang the Great. It was the divine attacking arm of Tianyang the Great, a divine weapon known as the Sky Tremor. This was the imperial arm that Tianyang the Great explicitly forged to be compatible with the divine technique, Sky Tremoring Hammer, which he had created. In the boundless void, waves of tremoring pulses swept out from above the Sky Tremor. The cultivators from the Divine Prefecture all felt a suffocating aura. The waves of terrifying tremors continued to expand while growing stronger. It covered a nearly endless area, perhaps even the entire Ziwei Segmentum. Boom! Dull thumps could be heard in the skies. As waves after waves of the tremoring pulses swept across the air and landed on the light screen outside the Ziwei Segmentum, rigorous booming sounds erupted from the impact. Moreover, it was as though those tremoring pulses were endless, impacting the light screen over and over. Retreat. The divine prefecture cultivators flew into the air and went even higher to evade those tremoring pulses. They looked down toward the segmentum. The tremoring pulses of the sky tremor seemed to transform into tangible attacks. As it tremored down on the light screen one round after another, it was as though it had no end. Legend has it that every attack of the sky tremor contained hundreds of millions of tremoring pulses, containing enough power to obliterate anything in this world, a powerful cultivator from the divine prefecture said as he looked in Wang Xiao's direction. It was as though Wang Xiao's body had fused into one with the phantasm of Tinian the Great. When he reached out his hand, he gripped onto the sky tremor together with the arm of the phantasm. Yi Futian's phantasm naturally felt this overwhelming pressure as well. With a turn of his mind, the celestial stars in the skies outside of the Ziwei segmentum started to revolve and rotate. It was as if the entire segmentum transformed into one complete star with trillions of stars merging into one to protect the Ziwei segmentum from obliteration. As the divine light rained down from the celestial skies, it blinded the eyes of those who looked toward it. Wang Xiao raised his hand. The phantasm of Tianyang the Great raised the sky tremor and slammed it down. At this instant, trillions of tremoring pulses swept downward, shrouding the vast celestial skies. Within the vicinity of these tremoring pulses, it was as though no living being could exist. Regardless of who stood below, he would be shattered and killed by the tremoring pulses. Boom! A dull, heavy thud echoed through the celestial skies. It was as though space itself was being crushed and shattered, giving rise to an endless array of dark cracks in space. At the same time, the waves of tremoring pulses attacked against the outside of the body of the star. The tremoring even seeped in indirectly, trying to shatter the entire Ziwei segmentum. At this moment, inside one of the cultivation stars inside the Ziwei segmentum, all of the cultivators suddenly heard the terrifying noises coming from atop the celestial skies. It rumbled their eardrums, causing the ground to shake and tremor as though there was an earthquake. Buildings collapsed while the wild roars of the demonic beasts could be heard. At this moment, every single person inside the Ziwei segmentum felt this tremoring pulse attack coming from outside of the segmentum. Regardless of cultivation level, a shocked expression spread across all of their faces. They raised their heads to look toward the sky while the ground was quaking. What in the world is happening? No one knew. Only the people of the Ziwei Imperial Palace knew what happened. At this moment, the Imperial Palace was tremoring as well. They raised their heads to look toward the outer skies, and waves of shock went through their hearts. It was such a terrifying attack that impacted the entire segmentum. Just how frighteningly powerful was it? If it weren't for Yi Futian with the will of Ziwei the Great controlling the celestial stars, these tremors would be able to obliterate countless lives from the Ziwei segmentum. This is the attacking power of an imperial arm. The hearts of the cultivators quivered. Being able to cover the entire segmentum. That was such shocking power. Just how terrifyingly powerful could the great emperors be? In the eyes of a great emperor, all cultivators below the great emperor level were likely no different from ants. Regardless of how powerful a tribulation plane cultivator was, there was no way he could even conceive an attack this terrifyingly powerful. And Yi Futian, what kind of pressure was he under now? Boom! Another sky-shaking noise echoed through the air. People in the entire segment could hear this extremely horrifying noise. Outside of the Ziwei segmentum and outside of the tremoring pulses from the attacks of the sky tremor. A ray of divine light shot down from the sky tremor, colliding in one direction to form a terrifying pillar of light attempting to pierce through the defense. Around the light pillar were ominous cracks in space, even tearing open tunnels connecting to the original realm and the divine prefecture. On the other end of the space cracks, divine prefecture cultivators sensed the situation and were all equally shocked, not knowing what was happening. He didn't break through. The divine prefecture cultivators saw that below them, the Ziwei segmentum defensive light screen was not broken under the attack of the imperial arm. However, cracks appeared on the flowing starry light screen, and they were expanding. The truly terrifying thing was that the tremoring pulses still hadn't dissipated. It was as though there was no limit of end to them. Finally, as the cracks spread through the light screen, the outer starry light screen was torn apart, and as the cracks continued to grow, the defensive light screen was also breaking. Yi Futian witnessed all of this happening. He looked toward Wang Xiao and the sky tremor above him, the power of an imperial arm, as expected. It was truly as terrifying as it could get. But it wasn't unmatchable. With a turn of his mind, the divine lights from the stars of the celestial skies converged together. The phantasm of Ziwei the Great manifested behind Yi Futian's figure, and then it fused together with his apparition. Yi Futian raised his head and looked toward the phantasms of Wang Xiao and Tianyang the Great high up in the skies. This was no longer a battle between Wang Xiao and him, it was a battle between the wills of two great emperors. The sky tremor was once again raised, then slammed down. Trillions of tremoring pulses swept out, attempting to shatter the entire Ziwei. In the ancient era, Ziwei the Great was the apex great emperor. His powers should be above that of Tianyang the Great. However, the imperial arm left by Tianyang the Great contained the attacking will of Tianyang the Great himself, while the Ziwei segmentum did not. Instead, it required Yi Futian's control. A starry divine light erupted to transform into a starry divine sword, colliding directly with the light ray from the sky tremor that was slamming down. High up above the sky, two light pillars of golden and purple colors appeared, tearing apart the space around them. It was as though the entire world was collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. At the same time, the stars of the celestial skies revolved and once again blocked those terrifying tremoring pulses. But when the trillions of tremoring pulses swept downwards, many stars exploded and were shattered, allowing the terrifying tremoring pulses to invade the Ziwei segmentum. Yi Futian could sense that inside the Ziwei segmentum, countless living beings were affected. Many people were even injured due to these terrifying tremoring pulses. Ancient great emperors were able to obliterate an entire world on their own. That was certainly not fiction. Yi Futian raised his head and looked in the direction which Wang Xiao was in. The attacks of the imperial arm were so powerful. He couldn't just allow him to strike over and over again. Otherwise, even if he managed to fend against his attacks, the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum wouldn't be able to bear it. Chapter 2572, Confrontation. The overlords of the divine prefecture stood atop the skies, separating into different formations. Just then, the lord of the Tianyang city lowered his head to look below him and said, "The star defense light screen had already been broken through, we can charge in and enter the Ziwei segmentum, dismantling the enemy from inside, and leave the straight-on attack for Wang Xiao." Although their power wasn't as terrifying as Wang Xiao with the imperial arm, many of them were still apex cultivators who had overcome the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Even across the entire divine prefecture, they're still considered top-tier cultivators. Even on such a terrifying battlefield, they were qualified to participate. All right. Several of them nodded. Then, the top forces of the divine prefecture went downward. The divine lights of the great paths circled them, transforming into rays of light and bolting down. They went straight for the inside of the shattered star light screen, attempting to charge straight into the Ziwei segmentum. Yet just as they charged downward and were about to enter between the countless stars and into the Ziwei segmentum, a face appeared atop every single celestial star surrounding the segmentum. They were all Yi Futian's face. At this moment, it was as though countless faces were staring at them, which evoked an uncanny feeling in them. As the starlight flowed and spun, the celestial stars revolved in a specific orbit, slamming toward them in the revolution. Immediately, terrifying noises were emitted, and all of them felt a suffocating divine might. "Careful," the lord of the Tianyang city yelled. All of the cultivators unleashed the most powerful might of their great paths. Then, the celestial stars collided with them. The Tianyang city lord dealt one thrust of his spear, striking onto the huge star, causing cracks to appear before it shattered. At the same time, the other cultivators also launched their attacks against the stars and caused them to shatter one after another. But it was as though they had sunken into a dominion of stars and were engulfed by the revolving stars of the skies. Countless stars smashed down onto them endlessly. One after another, each attack forced them into passive defense. The Tianyang city lord frowned. This was still just a slither of Yi Futian's consciousness dealing with them. Yi Futian's main consciousness was fending against Wang Xiao. But even then, it was still so astonishingly powerful, which was a testament to his powerful control over the stars of these skies. The entire Ziwei segmentum was under his control. Just like the rumors said, Yi Futian was the king of Ziwei. Here, he was God. Wang Xiao saw this too. He wielded the sky tremor and slammed toward there. The tremoring pulses swept out, causing enormous noises to echo the skies. Many of the stars were crushed and obliterated, which finally allowed the cultivators to dash out. But they didn't dare to continue going deeper. Instead, they returned to the celestial skies. The auras of the Tianyang City Lord and the other cultivators fluctuated, and the auras of their great paths were also unstable. Although it was just a short while just now, it was extremely dangerous. And that tremoring pulse just now impacted them as well. If they weren't tribulation plane cultivators and were instead just Renhuangs, these tremoring pulses alone would be enough to kill them. However, the thought of charging into the Ziwei segmentum was extinguished. It seemed to be extremely difficult. Unless Wang Xiao completely tore open the defense, they wouldn't be able to enter. Wang Xiao, it's all yours, the Tianyang City Lord roared to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao was invincible below the Great Emperor level. This battle belonged to him. As long as he could crack open Ziwei and eliminate Yi Futian, so what if Tianyang City lost? No one cared about the process, they would only see the outcome. Okay. Wang Xiao nodded. At this moment, it was as though the Great Emperor had descended upon the world. It was as if he was the real Tianyang the Great, wielding the sky tremor and looking down on the Ziwei segmentum. The only acceptable outcome for him is victory. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wipe out the humiliation of Tianyang City. One after another, wave of terrifying pulses came sweeping down the sky tremor. Deep thumping sounds echoed out continuously. One pulse after another, endlessly tremoring onto the Ziwei segmentum. Wang Xiao stared at Yi Futian's apparition and said, "This battle between you and me is a clash of fate. I answered to the will of Tianyang the Great and gained the approval of the Great Emperor. I was granted the imperial arm. Today, here, I will wipe out Ziwei." His voice rumbled through the boundless celestial skies and echoed through the vast world. Yet a cold humph could be heard as though containing some disdain and contempt. Then, Yi Futian said, "Does this power of the imperial arm belong to you? You're simply relying on the acknowledgement of the imperial arm. Even the attacks belong to the imperial arm and not you. Without the imperial arm, who are you? Just one spear thrust. How dare you claim to be invincible below the great emperors? Who are you to proclaim a clash of fate? All of your glory was bestowed by the lord of the Tianyang city. A person who can't even bear one thrust of a spear, do you think you have unparalleled talent?" Yi Futian's voice echoed through the celestial skies, which made Wang Xiao's face turn ugly. He was always groomed as the heir of Tianyang city. Just as Yi Futian said, all of his values were imbued in him by his grandfather, the lord of Tianyang city. He was born extraordinary, destined for greatness. This had reached the peak after receiving the inheritance of Tianyang the Great. It wasn't just his grandfather, everyone thought so too, even himself. The path that he was going to walk was the path of a great emperor. "He wants to affect your state of mind," the Tianyang city lord said loudly. "Wang Xiao, the world only sees results, not process. You've inherited the imperial arm, and now you're unparalleled below the great emperor. With this battle, you'll trample Ziwei and then obliterate Yi Futian. Then, you will be number one in this world below the great emperors." Yi Futian sneered inside. The Tianyang city lord had always imbued this concept into him, Wang Xiao, the greatest below the great emperors. In fact, Wang Xiao had been under that perception all along, and it had never wavered. Until that thrust of a spear at the Tianyang city lord's office, that was when he wavered. That strike made him feel defeated. It made him see someone that was more outstanding than him. When reality is presented right in front of him, how could he not become doubtful? But now, he needed to forget all of this and put away the doubts toward himself. To walk the path of the great emperor, one must be willing to move forward no matter what. Wang Xiao's gaze suddenly became incredibly firm. He looked down toward Yi Futian's phantasm and said, Anyone who stands before me shall perish. As his voice sounded, the sky tremor once again slammed down. Tremoring pulses of obliteration swept across everything. It was almost as though this entire space of the original realm would be destroyed as a dark hurricane formed. At the same time, the light pillar pierced through the boundless celestial skies and shot toward Futian. It was unstoppable. As the divine lights of the celestial stars flowed and turned, the projection of Ziwei the Great manifested. Infinite starlight merged in a sword, a killing sword that contained the aura of the Great Emperor. It collided with the light pillar and once again intercepted it. Wang Xiao's attack couldn't penetrate it one bit to impact the Ziwei segmentum. As long as I'm here, Ziwei will be too. Futian's voice sounded unassailable. But he too was pondering. Although he could fend off Wang Xiao's attacks, it wouldn't work if he had to keep doing that. I needed some other way to threaten him to stop. He fused into the will of Ziwei the Great to control the Ziwei segmentum. He commanded the power of the stars of the skies, and that was the path of Ziwei the Great. However, that power wasn't entirely his. As he thought about this, the revolving stars of the skies in the boundless celestial space erupted even more magnificent divine lights. Futian's face appeared atop all of the stars, and it was as though his consciousness had completely fused into the celestial stars. Hum, hum, hum. Rays of starlight lit up and shone. The celestial stars all started to deal out terrifying sword wills of the stars at the same time. These sword wills contained the unparalleled might of the Great Emperor. It was almost as if they were the sword wills of the Great Emperor himself. As the celestial stars revolved, an endless array of divine swords appeared in different positions, but they all pointed in the same direction. That was where Wang Xiao was. Wang Xiao frowned. What was Futian trying to do? His spiritual soul was fused into the boundless celestial skies in a decentralized state. Yet now, he wanted to perfectly control the orbits of the celestial stars. This would cause a significant burden on this spiritual soul and cause his powers to be scattered and unfocused. Futian seemed to want to gamble with him. Under the celestial skies, a white-haired figure sat in a cross-legged stance. His eyes were shut tight as the starlight of trillions of stars spilled onto him as though connecting with his body. At this moment, it was almost as though Futian no longer belonged to himself. Inside his mind, he was no longer himself as an individual. Instead, he was the world of the stars of the celestial skies. Wang Xiao wielded the sky tremor and continued to sweep across the area using the tremoring pulses. Yet, when the pulses landed on the celestial stars of the skies, it was completely dissolved. It was as though the pulses were pierced through by countless divine swords and could no longer continue invading below the skies. The celestial skies sank into an eerie silence. Wang Xiao didn't continue attacking. Futian didn't continue attacking either. This strike could break through the barrier of the segmentum and enter the inside of the Ziwei segmentum. The light pillar of the sky tremor will pierce through the entire Ziwei segmentum, and countless cultivators will lose their lives as a result. And all of this will be your fault, Wang Xiao thundered. Futian's apparition disappeared. Ziwei the Greats will seem to have fused into the boundless celestial skies as well and no longer existed in any particular location. So, no power could block the bolting light pillar of the sky tremor, and it would pierce through the Ziwei segmentum directly. It could even pierce through the land of the stars inside the segmentum where the cultivators resided. After this strike, perhaps, you will die alongside them, Futian replied. His voice was ice-cold. It was as though he would do it no matter what, even at the expense of countless lives. At this point, he had no choice. He had to sacrifice. If all he did was brace and block, it could only lead to obliteration. When that happened, it would all be out of his control. Chapter 2573, Internal Conflicts. In the silence of the starry battlefield, Wang Xiao hesitated. He looked at the divine starry light of the heavens and saw that every one of those lights was pointing at him. Every starry divine light contained incomparable sword will. It was as if as soon as he attacked, these swords in the heavens would converge upon him at the same time. The shockwaves from the sky tremoring hammer swept down again and again, but when each shockwave landed in front of the starry swords, it was neutralized by the sword will. It seemed that even with the imperial arms, it was not an easy task to invade Ziwei Segmentum. Wang Xiao thought of the words spoken by the city lord of Tianyang. With the imperial arms in hand, he was the unraveled. As such, how could he even contemplate retreat? If he couldn't manage to get inside Ziwei today and slaughter Yi Futian, that, compounded with the defeat suffered at the city lord's office, he would no longer have the audacity to call himself the unraveled. He would be forever cowering in the shadow of Yi Futian. When he thought of this, Wang Xiao raised his arm, bathing in imperial glory. As if he had made a decision, he held the sky-tremoring hammer high above his head, looking down at the stars in the heavens below. He spoke loudly. Under the great emperor, I am invincible. The moment his voice fell, the divine light descended from the sky, piercing the boundless space. The shockwaves of destruction swept out, and its intensity had multiplied with the help of the imperial arms. Billions of shockwaves descended at the same time with an explosive force. The beam of light went directly towards the space below, attempting to penetrate the Ziwei Segmentum. Above the stars in the heavens, Yi Futian's phantoms were lit up at the same time. It was as if he had transformed everything. Infinite starlight bloomed at the same time, transformed into the starry divine swords. There was also a terrifying spatial divine light that appeared, ignoring space and distance. The starry divine swords in the heavens pointed to one direction alone, Wang Xiao's direction. At this moment, the endless starry sky was illuminated, blinding everyone. At the same time, there was an ultimate destructive power that was lurking. At the periphery of the Ziwei Segmentum, the beam of light directly pierced the light screen of the segmentum. The ruinous beam of light penetrated heaven and earth, tearing through the space, making its way down into Ziwei Segmentum. At this moment, in Ziwei Segmentum, on different starry continents, many cultivators had seen the pillar of light. This pillar of destruction was like a pillar from the gods, illuminating the world, carrying with it the power that could destroy the world. Wherever the light went, everything was gone like smoke and dust, and no one could stop it. When the cultivators in Ziwei Segmentum saw the scene in front of them, they were greatly shocked. What is happening? The hearts of so many trembled. An earthquake had occurred on the starry continent where they were located. Now, a pillar of apocalyptic light appeared and penetrated the heavens. Wherever the light passed through, all living beings were destroyed indiscriminately. It's the end. Some, when they saw the sight in front of them, felt a little hopeless and silently prayed that this beam of light that had pierced the segmentum would not pass through the starry continent where they were. Within Ziwei Segmentum, the cultivators on one of the continents seemed to be right under this beam of light. In an instant, they felt the aura of desperation. Many of them even wept as if they had seen the end of days. When such a beam of light fell, they would not have the slightest chance of survival. Before they had time to think too much, the beam of light descended upon them, but they were not destroyed. Because of the way the spaces were staggered, it looked as if the beam of light was coming towards them, but there was still a certain distance between the two. The beam of light landed quite far away from the continent where they were. Nonetheless, the aftershocks of destruction swept towards them, causing the continent to vibrate violently. Near the edge of the continent, many people perished in those spatial cracks. But even more people's lives were saved, fortunately. Who was it that launched this devastating attack? Cultivators on the continent looked at that ruinous beam of light passing by from a distance. The space had collapsed, unable to block the incomparable light. Everyone trembled in their hearts. Even those powerful cultivators shook in their boots, weak in their knees. This was more than just fear. How much damage would be caused by this beam of light? At the same time, outside of the Ziwei Segmentum, there was a terrifying scene being played out as well. When that beam of light slammed into Ziwei Segmentum, the light of countless divine swords directly swept toward Wang Xiao. The starry divine swords ignored the distance between them and seemed to be released by Yi Futian to rush through that terrible shockwave. It descended in just an instant and did not allow Wang Xiao to attack with the sky-tremoring hammer. Wang Xiao. The city lord of Tianyang and many other cultivators were repelled by the sword light and appeared in different directions. He looked at where Wang Xiao was and shouted, only to see countless horrific black fissures had appeared in that area, along with an infinite destructive sword will. The eyes of the city lord of Tianyang glued on that side, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. An attack of such intensity, even with the help of the imperial arms, would not be easy for Wang Xiao. Upon the dissipation of this destructive attack, Wang Xiao appeared, and the imperial glory that he was bathed in before had dimmed considerably. The imperial arms held in his hands seemed a little unsteady, and there was blood all over his body as if he had been injured severely. In a quick glance, he looked like a recognizable man covered in blood. Moreover, Wang Xiao's breath was very shallow, as if he had suffered a serious injury. If it weren't for the imperial arms, that blow would have killed him long ago, and it would have been impossible for him to block it. Wang Xiao glanced down at the space below. He couldn't see Yi Futian anywhere, as Yi Futian's actual physical presence was not here. Wang Xiao had no way to attack any specific target because Yi Futian seemed to have immersed himself into the galaxy in the heavens, and there were countless phantoms of Yi Futian. Wang Xiao was pretty certain that such attacks by Yi Futian must have cost him a lot, as it had to impose a tremendous physical load on him, but Wang Xiao could not be sure of Yi Futian's actual condition. On the contrary, he was in a place of visibility while Yi Futian, as the master of the Ziwei segmentum, was in the shadows. "Do you want to continue?" said an icy voice, containing an unmistakable murderous intent. Many stars had already shattered and collapsed, but of all the rest of the stars that remained, there were still countless phantoms of Yi Futian that were above them, as if he was everywhere, and he could unleash another attack just like the one before. As long as Wang Xiao was bold enough to continue attacking Ziwei segmentum, he would blast out another devastating blow again. Wang Xiao had a terrible look on his face. Was he unable to achieve his objective, after all? He was not sure if the whole things were to repeat itself again, that he would be able to block the attack. A repetition of the same attack was likely to kill him here and now. "You are the unraveled under the great emperor?" Yi Futian's voice spread across the endless starry sky as he said, "If so, let us do it again here so I can really see what exactly the unraveled is." His voice was filled with a potent murderous intent. Wang Xiao's attack had penetrated the segmentum, and many cultivators lost their lives under that one attack. Princess Donghuang had specifically told Wang Xiao not to kill indiscriminately. However, Wang Xiao failed to follow this command. To make his way into the Ziwei segmentum, he had killed many innocent cultivators in the Ziwei segmentum. "If you can't sack Ziwei today, I will most definitely destroy Tianyang City one day." A voice full of murderous intent resounded through the void as if provoking Wang Xiao to make his move. The cultivators of various major camps from the Divine Prefecture stood in different directions, their eyes fixed on the stars in the heavens, looking humiliated. If Ziwei could not be defeated today, they would face certain danger in the future. Especially those forces that did not belong to any of the ancient god clan. This kind of danger may descend upon them at any time, and unlike the ancient god clans, they wouldn't be able to stop the ambush from Ziwei Imperial Palace. Wang Xiao was hesitating, and he struggled in his heart. It was true that Yi Futian was provoking him to take action, but did he want to continue? How long could either one of them sustain this kind of exchange, whether it be Yi Futian or Ziwei segmentum? "If we don't destroy Ziwei today, there will be no more chance in the future." A cultivator from the Divine Prefecture was heard speaking. "City Lord, make a decision right now, and we will ensure Wang Xiao's safety." They came with the City Lord of Tianyang this time and brought imperial arms with them, intending to flatten Ziwei. If they return without success, a sharp sword would forever hang above all of their heads. Of course, they didn't think they should withdraw. However, the City Lord of Tianyang did not think like them. This was Wang Xiao they were talking about. He was the most powerful genius talent of the Wang family in Tianyang City, the only one who could communicate with the imperial arms. If something were to happen to Wang Xiao, what would their future be? He had such high hopes for Wang Xiao. Yi Futian and his antics did not mean that Wang Xiao was weak or incapable. "City Lord, if he's allowed to continue today, he will threaten all of the Divine Prefecture in the future. City Lord, we have allied to come here, and today we must sack Ziwei, or else it would all be for naught," we will be the laughingstock of all of the divine prefecture. All these voices rang one after another as cultivators of the divine prefecture attempt to persuade the city lord of Qianyang to permit Wang Xiao to continue, in the hopes of vanquishing Ziwei and slaying Yi Futian. The city lord of Qianyang was agitated by all these chatter, as his eyes, now sharper than ever, assessing the battlefield. However, some cultivators appealed directly to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao, as you command the imperial arms, you are invincible under the great emperor. He has nowhere to go now, and his words are as good as that of a dead man. If you continue the attack, he will surely die. This person who spoke was a cultivator from Haotian clan, part of the ancient god clan. Shut up. The city lord of Qianyang scolded the speaker and cut him off. The clan leader of Haotian clan looked askance at the city lord. Even though they all belonged to the ancient god clans, they were, in fact, always secretly vying for power. By goading Wang Xiao to make a move, the Haotian clan would be in a position to profit no matter the result. Actually, it was best that both sides lose, Ziwei sacked and Wang Xiao dead. The city lord of Qianyang was a scheming old fox and knew very well the motivations behind the other's rhetoric, which accounted for his blunt reproach. What does the city lord mean by this? The clan leader of Haotian clan pressed coldly. Before our departure, even the city lord has said that the goal for the alliance is to rid of Ziwei and Yi Futian, and that is why Wang Xiao, invincible under the great emperor, brought the imperial arms with him, isn't that so? This remark silenced the city lord of Qianyang, and he had no good answer. Other cultivators were looking at him too and gave the city lord of Qianyang a slight pressure. He silently cursed these bastards inside, but this was the situation in front of him. Invincible under the great emperor? A burst of sarcastic laughter came out, and he said, "Are you still deceiving yourselves? Without the imperial arms, killing him is as easy as killing an ant." Such a character dared to claim that he was invincible under the great emperor? How shameless. Were all the cultivators in the divine prefecture already turning on each other? If so, it couldn't be better. These principalities of divine prefecture had all hatched their plan, and a true alliance was impossible. They would crumble at the slightest sign of infighting and be defeated. Chapter 2574, Heaven Tempering Enumeration. Wang Xiao's eyes focused on the Ziwei segmentum below. In those eyes, divine flames seemed to linger as he raised his arms slightly. It seemed as if he couldn't hold back the urge to continue the fight. But at that very same moment, the stars in the sky lit up brightly as the radiant sword light permeated the heavens. This would be a battle that neither would win. Wang Xiao wanted to get inside the Ziwei segmentum, and he may be killed by Yi Futian in the process. Perhaps Wang Xiao could break through their defense and invade the Ziwei segmentum to conquer it, but at what price? No one had the answer. Wang Xiao. Just as everyone from the divine prefecture persuaded Wang Xiao to take action, the city lord of Qianyang called out to him. Immediately Wang Xiao's arm stopped in the air, and he looked in the direction of the city lord of Qianyang. The city lord of Qianyang said, loud and clear, "With the will of the great emperor, Ziwei will be imprisoned. If Yi Futian is too stubborn to repent, let the Ziwei segmentum live and die as it chooses." Wang Xiao understood what the city lord of Qianyang meant. The Wang family of Qianyang City was directly descended from Qianyang the Great. Among the ancient god clan of Wang, they had more than just one imperial arm. Previously, the cultivators of the divine prefecture wanted Qianyang City to take action, bring the imperial arms, and imprison Ziwei segmentum because they knew that the city lord's office was in possession of terrifying imperial arms that could imprison everything. However, if they were imprisoned, they wouldn't be able to take down Yi Futian, and they probably wouldn't be able to get the divine treasures he possessed. Moreover, it may cause the entire Ziwei segmentum to weaken and its eventual destruction. Doing so may very well attract criticisms from all sides because even Princess Donghuang had cautioned them not to take such extreme actions. Imprison Ziwei. When these top forces from the divine prefecture heard the words of the city lord of Qianyang, they immediately knew what it was that he wanted Wang Xiao to do. Many people couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Of course, they were hoping for an all-out invasion of Ziwei segmentum. They wanted to step into Ziwei, capture Yi Futian, seize the divine treasures, rule Ziwei Segmentum, and control the starry cultivation court. But if Ziwei were to be imprisoned, everything would be a pipe dream, and none of the things they wanted would be realized. Of course, then there was the question of how the city lord of Qianyang would want to accomplish this. In the case of imprisonment, they would need to leave imperial arms here at Ziwei Segmentum and wouldn't take it away. Otherwise, how could they imprison an entire segmentum if the imperial arms were absent? Would Qianyang City be willing to relinquish imperial arms for that? But things had gotten to this point, and it had to end somehow. They couldn't let Yi Futian and the Ziwei Segmentum off the hook and return home with their tails between their legs. None of the forces from the Divine Prefecture could accept this ending, but especially not Qianyang City. They could not possibly take an ending in which they failed to break through the defense of Ziwei Segmentum and returned in defeat. Therefore, something had to be done. Imprisonment. Wang Xiao's countenance did not look so great when he heard the words of his grandfather, the city lord of Qianyang. The suggestion of imprisonment implied that the attack this time was a total failure, and he could not overpower Yi Futian. Even with the imperial arms, he was unable to sack Ziwei Segmentum. However, they may not be able to get inside Ziwei. Still, they couldn't leave just like that either, letting both Ziwei Segmentum and Yi Futian go free, so imprisonment was the only other alternative. He needed to leave imperial arms behind and use them to shut down the Ziwei Segmentum. This was not the outcome that Wang Xiao anticipated, but he didn't seem to have a better choice at the moment. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture stood quietly in the boundless void and did not speak. The situation was such that it was meaningless for them to say anything more. Qianyang City would have to decide on its own, but this alliance was a failure. All the great forces in the Divine Prefecture, including the ancient god clans, banded together to come for the kill, but they could not take a step into Ziwei. Very well, Wang Xiao responded. As soon as his voice faded, he gave a wave of his hand, and suddenly, a second imperial arm appeared in the endless starry sky. These imperial arms hovered in the boundless void and were expanding rapidly. It was a picture scroll, and the scroll was covered with golden divine flames devouring the great path. Wang Xiao raised his head and looked at the scroll in the void. A divine light between his brows fell on the picture scroll. His expression was solemn as he said, "Disciple Wang Xiao asks my ancestor to reveal his spirit to temper this corner of the sky." Upon him, the divine light penetrated the picture scroll, and suddenly little spots of light lit up the scroll, becoming more and more radiant until a holy phantom appeared. The phantom turned into a face, and it was the face of Qianyang the Great. An incomparable aura enveloped the boundless space between heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire atmosphere was saturated with that aura. Then, the picture scroll seemed to replicate itself, converting that infinite starry sky into a part of it. This horrific scene continued to spread, extending into the direction of Ziwei Segmentum. When Yi Futian perceived this, he was not particularly pleased. Another imperial arm was at work. Yi Futian, you still have a chance to repent. Otherwise, once the heaven-tempering enumeration is unleashed, Ziwei will no longer exist. Wang Xiao's voice was cold as ice, ringing through the space. This imperial arms was the heaven-tempering enumeration, capable of tempering a world, and was once the treasure of Qianyang the Great in refining divine arms. The starlight circulated, and the starry light screen continued to move and flow, providing cover for the Ziwei Segmentum, shrouding the entire Ziwei Segmentum within so that it would not be corroded by that divine flames from the outside. The heaven-tempering enumeration continued to expand along with the starry light screen, getting larger until it gradually covered all of the Ziwei Segmentum. If it weren't for the defense that was already set up, heaven-tempering enumeration would be able to gain a foothold inside the segmentum and incinerate it. Buzz. Once the heaven-tempering enumeration was in place, the phantom of the great emperor disappeared as well. However, that heaven-tempering enumeration, which shrouded the Ziwei Segmentum, had already begun tempering all existence within this world, including the power of the Great Path, which had been refined. Divine flames rained down from the heaven-tempering enumeration and fell on the starry light screen. The golden divine flames covered the light screen, wanting to worm their way in, but could not burn through it immediately. Yi Futian, under the heaven-tempering enumeration, How long do you think the Ziwei segmentum can persist? Wang Xiao continued, if you stand down, I can let the cultivators of Ziwei segmentum go, including your family. He wanted Yi Futian to bow his head and admit defeat. It was only Yi Futian that he wanted. He couldn't care less about everyone else. Under the heaven-tempering enumeration, the entire world became blazing hot. If it weren't for the starry light screen, the whole segmentum would already be burnt up. Such a ruthless resolve. Yi Futian was cold to the core. He said, one day, even if you kneel down to beg for mercy, I will not spare any of the cultivators from the Wang family in the city lordess office of Qianyang City. Countless people had already perished from the previous blow, and there was no telling how many more might follow them under the attack of the heaven-tempering enumeration at this moment. For as long as he lived, one of his goals would be to immolate the entire city lord's office of Qianyang City, and he would be sure to achieve it. Because of you and you alone, Ziwei is where it is today, Wang Xiao said in an icy voice. I will protect Ziwei, Yi Futian replied. Wang Xiao gave a cold snort as he waved his hand. Instantly, the heaven-tempering enumeration closed, and the two worlds seemed to be separated outside of the Ziwei segmentum and inside of Ziwei segmentum. Outside of the imprisoned Ziwei segmentum, Wang Xiao's expression was steely. He did not feel any elation as his eyes were glued on the space below. He could no longer see any signs of Yi Futian. Although he successfully did as he had been told, he did not feel victorious. He did not defeat Yi Futian, not then, and not now. That's it. Is it imprisoned now? Some top cultivators from the divine prefecture were speechless as they witnessed the sight before them. It was as if they were utterly superfluous. This war ended like this. Under the heaven-tempering enumeration, Yi Futian's defense would not last long. Sooner or later, it would be incinerated. Then, Ziwei segmentum would follow. Once the great path was refined, everything would no longer exist. This vast world of Ziwei would turn into a world of flames before it was completely consumed. It's over, the city lord of Qianyang proclaimed, his eyes surveyed the cultivators from the divine prefecture. He continued, everyone has worked hard on this quest. Under the heaven-tempering enumeration, Ziwei segmentum will be turned into a realm of hellfire. All the great paths will cease to exist, and with time, it will disappear forever. Then, wouldn't that mean Yi Futian will also perish with it? That would be a shame. Some cultivators from the divine prefecture spoke up. Although they were enemies with Yi Futian, they felt conflicted inside. They found it a pity that Yi Futian would fall like this into a realm of fire. He doesn't know what is good for him, so this is the only way it can be. The city lord of Qianyang said loudly, under the heaven-tempering enumeration, the world will change and will never be the same as it was. The Ziwei segmentum may very well cease to exist. Was Ziwei segmentum to be nothing but a wasteland? Everyone, please go back. Business here is over. Now, we just need to wait to witness its final demise, the city lord of Qianyang said to all the cultivators of the divine prefecture, but they seemed reluctant to leave. They stood in the boundless starry sky, taking everything in. I'll be here to ascertain their demise, Wang Xiao said to the city lord of Qianyang. He would wait here instead of returning to Qianyang City. He wanted to witness the destruction of Yi Futian and see all of this come to an end. Or else, that shadow in his heart would never be dispelled. Chapter 2575, Indestructible. Within the Ziwei segmentum, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky above. No matter on which continent they were cultivating, they were witnessing this extremely shocking sight. The heaven had turned flaming gold in color, with a terrifying pattern of flames, as if it intended to temper the entire world. Someone wanted to destroy the Ziwei segmentum. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Lord Chen and the others looked up into the sky. They knew that it was extremely far away from them, but they could see it clearly because the entire world was covered by it. The destructive divine light also covered the Ziwei segmentum so that no matter where they were, it was omnipresent. What was the outcome of this battle? The vibration seemed to have stopped, and the Ziwei segmentum did not continue to oscillate. This could only mean that the previous battle had ended. However, What was this in front of them right now? There were many living creatures on the countless number of cultivation continents in the Ziwe segmentum, not just powerful cultivators. Many of them did not understand everything that was happening in their world. However, after today, they would know what this world was really like, and how shocking was the real world. The place where they lived and cultivated was just a corner of the world, as inconspicuous as a grain of sand in the desert. For the endless living beings that existed in the entire Ziwe segmentum, this day was earth-shaking. At the same time, aside from the shock they felt, there was also a disquiet. The golden divine flames filled the sky, and the entire world was wrapped in it. Was this a force that could bring about the end of days? Would Ziwe segmentum be obliterated? And would their place of cultivation be no more? Many people started to pray, bowing to the void. They prayed in their hearts that they would receive the protection of Ziwe the Great. In Ziwe segmentum, everyone believed in Ziwe. Ziwe the Great was their one and only God. Look yonder. Someone looked up into the sky. After the terrifying golden divine flames had shut down their world, these flames seemed to want to swallow the entire world whole. However, at this time, beneath the golden divine flames, an extremely bright starry light screen lit up. Likewise, this starry light screen also covered the entire world, preventing the invasion of the golden divine flames. Someone is protecting us. The people of Ziwe segmentum continued worshipping toward the sky. Is it Ziwe the Great revealing himself? Their belief in Ziwe came from the bottom of their hearts. After all, the entire Ziwe segmentum was a world created by Ziwe the Great. It's Futian. In Ziwe Imperial Palace, Lord Taishian was not surprised when he saw the scene above the sky. The cultivators in the Imperial Palace fixated on the sight above them. They were more worried than shocked. "I'll go take a look," said Lord Chen as his body levitated into the air, heading higher up into the sky. Now, the battle seemed to be over. The next step would be to resist that golden divine flames. He wanted to see what was happening there and how Yi Futian was doing. "I'm going too." Many people left by air at the same time, heading towards the sky. This battle belonged to Yi Futian alone. He alone had resisted the army from Divine Prefecture and blocked the attack of the Imperial arms. And they could do nothing to help him except watch the battle inside the safety of Ziwe Imperial Palace. They were so uncomfortable it felt as if their hearts were on fire. Hua Jiyu was also among those who went into the air. Those eyes that stared into the firmament were filled with worries and concerns. High above in the starry sky, Lord Chen and the others found signs of Yi Futian. Here was a starry sky surrounded by billions of stars, circulating between heaven and earth, as if operated by a unique rhythm of its own. Yi Futian appeared in this starry sky as he sat cross-legged with eyes closed. His entire person seemed to have entered a state of chaos and semi-consciousness. Stars and divine light surrounded him, but that body seemed a little elusive. What was even more astounding was that millions of starry divine light bloomed from Yi Futian, as if they were reaching and connecting to the stars in heaven, thus forming a starry defense. It was a coherent starry light screen functioning like a massive umbrella in the starry sky, which blocked the golden divine flames from entering in. Lord Chen and the others saw that destructive golden flames, which were agitated with madness as they swallowed up the power of the Great Path. It wanted to purify all the auras in the world, to burn and refine them. This was the imperial arms, heaven tempering enumeration. Terrifying golden divine flames invaded, interwoven with the starry light screen. It seemed to be eating away the light of the starry great path slowly, swallowing and refining the great path of the stars. Many stars surrounding the sky were covered bit by the golden divine flames as if they could be refined and become part of the divine flames at any time. "He is greatly weakened," Lord Chen said as he looked at Yi Futian. Hua Jiyu wanted to step forward but stopped herself. No matter how much she wanted to, she had to restrain herself. She was worried that if she touched Yi Futian, there would be unimaginable consequences. Yi Futian, at this moment, had fallen into a state of selflessness. He no longer belonged to himself but this starry world. But at this moment, there was an extremely vibrant aura of life that bloomed from him. As the divine glory gleamed, it seemed that a tree of life appeared upon him, which merged as one with him so that his aura of life could not be extinguished. He is still fighting it. Hua Jiyu's beautiful eyes were a little red. Then they saw wisps of aura spreading towards the heavens from Yi Futian. Those ancient branches and leaves spread towards the firmament as if to populate this starry sky. As that aura spread, all the stars in heaven seemed to become one. With Yi Futian as the center, as if he was the root of this divine tree, the stars in heaven became the branches and leaves of the sacred tree. A starry divine tree seemed to have come into being. There was an expression of disbelief on Lord Chen's face, as well as the others, as they watched the incomparable divine light shrouded this corner of the world. All of them looked at Yi Futian and heard Lord Chen say, "Let's leave here and not disturb him." "I'll stay here with him," Hua Jiyu said. "That's fine." Lord Chen nodded and led the others away, with only Hua Jiyu remaining. The miracles in the starry sky continued to evolve. The outer limits of the entire world were enveloped by the starry divine light. It was impossible to see everything inside of it, but Hua Jiyu was standing inside. Vaguely, it could be seen that she was standing underneath this incredibly shocking starry divine tree. Yi Futian had turned into a divine tree, and all the stars in the heavens were growing on this divine tree. At this moment, those golden divine flames on the periphery roared as they were unable to invade anywhere because they were being isolated. There seemed to be two layers of seals. The heaven-tempering enumeration imprisoned Ziwei segmentum, as the starry divine tree imprisoned the heaven-tempering enumeration in turn, isolating it from everything else. Hua Jiyu sat cross-legged, not far from Yi Futian. She looked at him and believed that he would create miracles. Perhaps to him, this was just another kind of cultivation, and Yi Futian would come through this trial just fine. The vision above the firmament was something that the people of the Ziwei segmentum could neither forget nor ignore. All of them wanted to know what had happened. Afterward, Ziwei Imperial Palace announced to the world that the forces from Divine Prefecture had banded together for the express purpose of attacking Ziwei with the aid of the Imperial arms. They wanted to rob Ziwei of the divine treasures left by Ziwei the Great and control the Ziwei segmentum. At this time of unprecedented crisis, the heir of Ziwei the Great, the Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian, used his power to fight against the Imperial arms, intercepted the cultivators from Divine Prefecture single-handedly. With his body of flesh and blood, aided by the will of Ziwei the Great, he was able to block that tempering Imperial arms outside of Ziwei segmentum, saving Ziwei from destruction. The Ziwei segmentum dispersed this news to all the stars and the forces that were at the level of the overlords until it had spread to all corners of Ziwei segmentum. They assured everyone that there was no need to panic. Instantly, Yi Futian's name became the stuff of legends in Ziwei segmentum. Yi Futian, the heir of Ziwei the Great, was also the spokesperson of Ziwei the Great in this world. Countless cultivators in Ziwei segmentum bowed down and worshipped him. At the same time, this incident incensed everyone inside Ziwei segmentum. The trend to cultivate in the entire Ziwei segmentum had reached its peak instantaneously. Countless aspiring talents had gone to ask permission to be admitted into Ziwei Imperial Palace to cultivate, preparing to fight against the Divine Prefecture one day. Taking this opportunity, the Ziwei Imperial Palace announced to all of Ziwei segmentum that it would have the largest recruitment of cultivators in its history. Those who were the most outstanding in the entire Ziwei segmentum would be trained inside Ziwei Imperial Palace as part of its plan to strike back in the future. For a time, this news rocked all of Ziwei segmentum, making way for a grand occasion that had never been seen before. Ziwei segmentum was a world in isolation, never involved itself in the strife and confrontations of the outside world. The invasion by the Divine Prefecture ultimately ignited the desire for cultivation within the Ziwei segmentum. At the same time, the people inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian's old comrades, also began to cultivate in earnest. No one had any ideas if Yi Futian could survive this catastrophe and emerge safe and sound. They had no idea how this would end, but they did know they had to work hard to continuously elevate their cultivation realm. In this battle of invasion incited by the Divine Prefecture, Yi Futian made good of his promise. The only way the people of Divine Prefecture could get inside of Ziwei segmentum was to step over his dead body. He used his own body to block the threats outside, ensuring the safety of Ziwei segmentum. When the feast in Ziwei Segmentum was about to begin, countless cultivators gathered at Ziwei Imperial Palace. Lord Chen presided in the upper main seat as the host of the feast, but there was an empty space next to him, right in the center, which he did not occupy. There was one person who had not returned. 3 years later, outside of the starry sky, Wang Xiao was still there. He had not left. He said he wanted to witness the end of everything and confirm the outcome, so he was still here. He wanted to witness the moment when heaven-tempering enumeration melted down the Ziwei Segmentum and Yi Futian's death. But after 3 years, none of this had happened yet. The destructive power of heaven-tempering enumeration seemed to be cut off on the outside, and had not been able to invade the interior of Ziwei Segmentum. Heaven-tempering enumeration was an imperial arm that had covered the entire world, but so far, it had not been able to temper the Ziwei Segmentum. He could even perceive that the divine flames within the heaven-tempering enumeration were still locking horns with those endless stars. The two intertwined, but one had not been able to swallow nor destroy the other. This meant that Yi Futian had been battling with him for 3 years now, and he had persevered. Not only did he not perish, but he also was still resisting the attacks of the heaven-tempering enumeration, protecting Ziwei Segmentum from the fate of extinction. At this time, Wang Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the space below. Could Yi Futian really stave the attack of the heaven-tempering enumeration forever? Chapter 2576. When to return? Wang Xiao took out a jade slip and saw an elusive face appear in it. At the same time, a voice asked him, "Wang Xiao, what's happening there?" This voice was, not surprisingly, the voice of the city lord of Tianyang. 3 years had passed since that battle. Of course, cultivators of the divine prefecture could not have continued to stay there. They were long gone. Only Wang Xiao, with his stubborn obsession, had wanted to wait for a definitive ending, and that was to witness Yi Futian's destruction. But 3 years later, he was still waiting. "Nothing has changed," Wang Xiao responded. "Come back." The city lord of Tianyang said, "The heaven-tempering enumeration shut down the Ziwei Segmentum. Sooner or later, it will melt down that segmentum. He may resist it for a time, but he can't stop it forever. Right now, great changes are taking place in the divine prefecture. It's been 3 years, and it's time for you to let go and come back. No matter what happened 3 years ago, you should always remember that you are invincible under the great emperor." "Invincible?" Wang Xiao murmured. He had said that back then, but Yi Futian's sarcastic voice could still be heard in his head. Was he truly invincible under the great emperor? At least, in the Ziwei Segmentum here, there was one person he couldn't defeat. It was just that now he was trapped by the heaven-tempering enumeration and would eventually perish because of it. After a moment of silence, Wang Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Fine." When his voice faded, he got up and put the jade slip away. He looked down at the place that was sealed off by the heaven-tempering enumeration and said, "Yi Futian, you are unparalleled in talent and endowed with a genius rarely seen in the world. I have to admit that I am not as good as you. However, you are born at the wrong time, and your life is doomed to a tragic end. You will eventually perish under this heaven-tempering enumeration and turn into nothing more than dust and smoke. 3 years ago, you defeated me, but now in the land of the divine prefecture, I am still the unraveled under the great emperor. Although I did use the imperial arms, the ability to summon imperial arms was, in itself, a part of my strength. Under the great emperor, I, Wang Xiao, am still an existence of the unraveled. Unfortunately, you won't be seeing me on my path of ascension as the great emperor." After that, there was a strong determination in his eyes as he turned, leaving this place behind. No matter what happened 3 years ago, the fact remained. He recognized Yi Futian's talent and admitted that he was not better than Yi Futian. However, he firmly believed that he, Wang Xiao, was unparalleled under the great emperor. This was a belief, and for a cultivator like him, this kind of belief was indispensable. If he didn't have this belief to hold on to, how would he embark on the road to become a great emperor himself? He was sure he would be able to achieve this goal. Thus, Wang Xiao left. The boundless space was totally silent. The divine light from the heaven-tempering enumeration dazzled in the endless void, continued to seal the Ziwei segmentum. At this time, within the bounds of the Ziwei segmentum, the war of attrition between the heaven-tempering enumeration and the billions of stars had never ceased. The heaven-tempering enumeration wanted to melt down the stars in the heavens but could not do it. A figure sat cross-legged in the center of these billions of stars, bathed in infinite starlight, like a child born of the starry sky. Even his figure looked a little surreal and elusive. It was as if it did not exist. Next to that ethereal and elusive figure, a gorgeous woman was sitting quietly there, cultivating. She was like Jotian goddess, who had been accompanying him always, and never left his side. At this time, some people came from the sky, and several powerful cultivators had arrived. It was Lord Chen and the others, with Jiyu Dongliu, Zhuge Mingyu, Xia Qingyuan in tow. They were here to see Yi Futian. Unless they are cultivating in retreat, they would come here every year. But everything seemed to be the same as 3 years ago, and no change had taken place. It's still the same, Lord Taishen whispered. There didn't seem to be any significant changes. It's beautiful here. Next to them, Zhuge Mingyu looked at this starry sky world with a smile in his bright eyes. He looked in the direction where Yi Futian was and said, "Little junior brother, I know you can hear me. Your cultivation here must be progressing. Ziwei Imperial Palace has been doing well over the past 3 years and is on the right track. More and more talented figures have poured into the Ziwei Imperial Palace to become disciples of the palace. There are even many Ren Huang with endless potential. The senior members of Ziwei Imperial Palace are also working hard to improve their cultivation. Lord Taishen and the others are cultivating the power of Taichu and have made great progress. The 3 little guys are all striving towards the peak of Ren Huang. Your third senior brother is almost there as well. Taoist monk Mu's alchemical skill is improving daily, and he's now very handy in refining the subdivine elixirs. The Ziwei segmentum, as well as Ziwei Imperial Palace, are getting stronger than ever. Now, we are just waiting for you to return, to break this imprisonment, and lead Ziwei segmentum to a higher high." No one responded. But above the sky, the starlight sprinkled down. Zhuge Mingyu stretched out her hand as if she could see those starlight falling into the palm of her hand. When she saw this beautiful sight, Zhuge Mingyu smiled brilliantly and said, "Little junior brother, is that you responding? In this starry sky world, this is the form in which you existed, right?" Next to Zhuge Mingyu, Jiyu Dongliu looked at the elusive figure of Yi Futian in front. He did not speak, but he also believed that his little junior brother, who had created numerous miracles many times over, would definitely return to them. He had never doubted that because he was the predestined one chosen by their master, they would be going to Donghuang Imperial Palace together to pick up their master. "Let's go," Lord Chen said. They still had a lot of things that needed to be done. They had to cultivate and improve themselves continuously. Everyone nodded. Zhuge Mingyu looked over there and said, "Little junior brother has Jiyu here to keep him company, so I guess he will not be lonely." Lord Chen looked over there and said, "Palace Lord, Ziwei Imperial Palace, and even the entire Ziwei segmentum, will be waiting for you. Now, we won't disturb your cultivation." Having said that, he bowed slightly in the direction yonder before all the cultivators turned to leave. They accepted that Yi Futian was cultivating here. After everyone left, the place returned to its previous quietude again. Yi Futian was like an ancient starry tree, erected underneath billions of stars, yet blended harmoniously with it, the two as one. Hua Jiyu seemed to be sitting under this tree, bathed in the starlight and cultivating quietly. This scene was as beautiful as a picture. Time flew, and in a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since the great battle took place outside the Ziwei segmentum. 10 years was not a long time in the long history of the cultivation world, and it could even be said to be a pretty brief period of time. In the cultivation world, many cultivators were able to break through a realm in 10 years, so it was considered a very short time. But for Ziwei segmentum, these 10 years were a long and endless 10 years. Over the past 10 years, the Ziwei segmentum had undergone a lot of changes. Ziwei Imperial Palace had changed the most. The most obvious change was that all the cultivators in the Ziwei Imperial Palace were constantly getting stronger, and their cultivation was improving. The look of the entire Ziwei imperial palace had been completely transformed. Except for the top-level figures, anyone under the realm of tribulation plane was no longer who they were once upon a time. In that gloriously radiant starry sky, a few more figures arrived at this time. It was 4 young people, all of them endowed with extraordinary temperament, and each one of them gave out a sense of being very unusual. Master, Masteress. The 4 of them came not far in front of Yi Futian and bowed slightly to Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu, who was beside him. Yi Futian didn't respond, and Hua Jiyu seemed to have also entered into a certain state of concentration, immersed in a world of her cultivation, so they did not hear the voices of the 4. Hush! Fang Kun, who was at the front, sensed something, made a gesture to silence the others, and shook his head. He whispered, "The Masteress has been with the Master here. She seems to have entered into a special state of cultivation as well." "Well, let's not disturb the Masteress," Little Ling nodded. The 4 of them were not youngsters anymore, and their cultivation had reached a very high level. After all, they were born with the path, with the natural body of the great path, who were also enlightened by the teacher, so their cultivation had always been smooth sailing. "Master, we are here to tell you some good news. Not long ago, I have entered the 9th realm of Renhuang. Now, I am at the top of Renhuang realm. If I go further, I will be experiencing the divine tribulation of the great path." Fang Kun whispered to the figure in front of him and continued, "Little Ling and the other 3 are already in the 8th realm of Renhuang. Although Duo Yu was late in starting his cultivation, his level was not lower than Little Ling or Tai Tu. I believe it won't take more than a few years for all of them to be like me, reaching the top level of Renhuang." Obviously, they were here to give the good news to Yi Futian. All 4 of them were born inside the village, so they were different from the people outside. 30 years ago, before they went with Yi Futian to the western heavenly world, they had already entered the realm of Renhuang. Now, more than 30 years had passed. For so many years, they had never stopped working on themselves, whether it was at Spirit Mountain back then or in the Ziwei segmentum right now. Therefore, they had made rapid progress. There is also another good news. Lord Taixian and the others have been cultivating the power of Taichu, and they have seen its effect already. The path of Taichu gave them the opportunity to transform again. Fang Kun continued, "Previously, I had considered taking some elixirs to help me break through the realm, but that old fellow Taoist monk Mu wouldn't do it. He only gave me some useless pills. He said he would save the good ones for when I am ready to experience the tribulation plane. Fortunately, my talent is outstanding and I broke through the realm by myself, so I haven't dishonored my master. Master, don't listen to his nonsense. The elixirs given by elder Taoist monk Mu are all good, and he has been watching over us. Other elders, such as Lord Chen, have also been taking care of us and instructing us in our cultivation, and that accounts for our rapid progress. When I enter the 9th realm of Renhuang, I will come again to give you the good news." As she was speaking, she looked at Tai Tu next to her and said, "It's your turn. What do you want to say to the master?" Tai Tu scratched his head. Although he was not a young kid anymore, he appeared a little naive as always. He looked in front and said, "Master, I will work hard to cultivate and follow you to the divine prefecture in the future to seek our revenge." After speaking, they looked at Duo Yu behind them and saw that he did not speak. Instead, he knelt and bowed in the direction of Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. The 3 of them didn't say anything more, as they understood Duo Yu's quiet personality very well. Looking forward again, Little Ling continued, "Master, when can you come back? Little Ling misses you so much." As she was speaking, her eyes became moist and full of tears. It had been 10 years, and the master still hadn't returned. Were they really not worried at all? Actually, they were all terrified. They were scared that the master would never come back. "Don't be weak." Fang Kun whispered, "Master, don't worry, I will take care of the 3 of them and wait for your return." With that, he bowed down in front of them. Little Ling wiped her eyes and bowed down as well. She stared in front for a long time, reluctant to leave. "Let's not bother the master and the masteress in their cultivation," Fang Kun said, pulling Little Ling up so the 4 of them could leave here together. After they left, from Yi Futian's body, those divine lights leading to the heavens were like leaves on branches, swaying as if they were in the wind, and sprinkled the starlight all around. When Feng Kun and the others were leaving, the starlight seemed to be following close behind. Chapter 2577, Divine Prefecture Calendar Year 100128. In the year 100128 of the Divine Prefecture Calendar, a full 28 years had passed since the battle took place in the Ziwei Segmentum. Over the past 28 years, the forces from the Divine Prefecture had gradually forgotten about the war that took place in the Ziwei Segmentum. Time could fade away many things, especially under the circumstance in which the Ziwei Segmentum was sealed. With the heaven-tempering enumeration in place, those in the Divine Prefecture had the impression that it was only a matter of time before the Ziwei Segmentum became a world of hellfire, and it was no longer worth their time to give the issue any more attention. On the other hand, all the principalities in the Divine Prefecture had experienced one major event after another, so who else would give any more thoughts to Ziwei Segmentum? Even Tianyang City slowly forgot about it. Perhaps only Wang Xiao would still remember it from time to time. He thought that Yi Futian was probably using his own life as the cost to block the destructive power of the heaven-tempering enumeration. In a few more years, everything would be destroyed by flames. At that time, he would be able to retrieve the heaven-tempering enumeration. Just as everyone had gradually forgotten about the Ziwei Segmentum, the starry sky inside the Ziwei Segmentum had undergone some subtle changes. At this time, in the forbidden starry sky, there were many cultivators there, including Lord Chen and the others, who were there watching the changes happening in front of them. Just as before, Lord Chen and the others would come here from time to time. 2 years ago, they discovered that this starry sky world was a little different from before. Lord Chen and his party stood in the starry sky, looking at the sky full of stars. More and more, Yi Futian resembled a starry divine tree, and all the stars in the heavens were like the fruits upon the tree. At the moment, the sky full of stars was swallowing up the destructive fire from the heaven-tempering enumeration and bringing it back into the stars. In addition, the stars in the heavens seemed to be in harmony with the aura of all the great paths of the world, making the light of the stars even brighter. Faintly, it seemed to overpower the destructive divine glory released from the heaven-tempering enumeration. At the same time, the sky full of starlight even began to flow backward, nourishing Yi Futian's divine body, making him radiant all over, like a bona fide starry divine body. In his elusive body of flesh and blood, the starry sky world could vaguely be seen. The palace lord must still be there, and he is cultivating and getting stronger. Lord Chen looked solemn as he stared at Yi Futian's figure in the starry sky in front of him. The world of heavens was infinitely radiant, like a world of galaxy. This galaxy was dominated by the starry divine tree, and even he was shocked by such wondrous sight. Murong Yu nodded. This place here is very suitable for us to cultivate. The palace lord is indeed a genius, the true talent from the heavens. Within the divine prefecture, who can compare with him? Is it possible that this battle was a blessing in disguise for the palace lord? After waiting for a full 28 years, many people had been disappointed, scared, and even became hopeless at times. They came here often to visit Yi Futian because they were worried that it would be the last time and that they would never see him again. However, 2 years ago, this worry gradually subsided as they regained their confidence. Especially recently when this situation had become more obvious. Yi Futian must have retained his consciousness. He had never disappeared, and he had always been there, guarding the Ziwei Segmentum. More importantly, in the process of keeping them safe, he was looking for a way to bring the standoff to an end. Now, Yi Futian seemed to have found a solution, as he was seeking a way to break through the heaven-tempering enumeration. Perhaps, there was a real chance that it could be done. Is the master coming back? Little Ling murmured behind him. A strong hope surged in their hearts. They had waited for this day for too long. It had been 28 years. Even when he went to cultivate at the Western heavenly world of Buddhism, it had not been as long as this. Maybe he can come back at any time. Now, we have to wait patiently. Lord Chen said, "What is strange is that the palace lord's wife seems to be the same as the palace lord. Her telekinesis power has integrated into the stars in the heavens. We have no idea what she was going through with the palace lord." Maybe they are cultivating together, said Murong Yu. Now, everyone began to look forward to the return of the Palace Lord. 28 years ago, the Palace Lord was able to defeat Wang Xiao with a single strike. At the level of the first divine tribulation of the Great Path, it was almost impossible for him to find an opponent worthy of him. How strong would the Palace Lord be if he had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path? Go back for now. Let's not disturb the Palace Lord's cultivation for the time being, Lord Chen said. Right now, they were actually feeling quite relieved that they no longer had to worry about Yi Futian's safety. Very well. Everyone nodded as they withdrew one after the other. Now, they just needed to wait patiently for Yi Futian's return. After the crowd left, the stars in the heavens, as usual, were devouring that heaven-tempering divine fire day after day. It was as if they would never stop. As time went on, day by day, the stars in the heavens released the starry divine light, like the leaves on willow branches, spreading towards the boundless space, permeating into every corner. They had even begun reaching inside the heaven-tempering enumeration, penetrating it, constantly eroding the imperial arms. The imperial arms were imbued with spirit, and the heaven-tempering enumeration seemed to be fighting back as an even more violent heaven-tempering divine fire was burning, attempting to immolate the power of the stars. However, that power of the Great Path was like an indelible and immortal path that could not be tempered. It continued its infiltration and fought against the divine fire, even reversing its tempering and swallowing the fire instead. Buzz. Gradually, a dazzling divine light burst out above the heaven-tempering enumeration, flooding the boundless space. At this moment, inside Ziwei Segmentum, all the cultivators looked up at the sky as if they, too, felt a supreme heavenly might of destruction. It was as if the imperial arms were enraged. At the same time, Wang Xiao had sensed it as well in the divine prefecture, as if the heaven-tempering enumeration was extremely angered. Boom, above the heaven-tempering enumeration, it seemed as if there was a shower of meteors trying to burn up the stars in the sky, and the sea of fire enveloped the entire periphery of the Ziwei Segmentum, terrifying to the extreme. All the cultivators in Ziwei Segmentum were horrified, their faces full of shock. Many people could feel the fear that came from the depths of their souls. What exactly was happening? The imperial arms were so angry. It was as if imperial might was about to descend. The entire Ziwei world seemed to be refined and immolated. Above the firmament, in the heaven-tempering enumeration, there appeared an awesome figure. It was Qianyang the Great, with extremely dominance. His might was enough to shock the heavens. It was as if the great emperor's will had been awakened. This was the spirit of the imperial arms, and now, it was mad. Because a power tried to eat away the imperial arms and eat away at him. No, inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, Lord Chen and the others looked up in the sky, as the expressions on their faces changed. The starry sky world seemed to have changed as it had urged the will of Qianyang the Great, so that the great emperor had manifested and sent divine flames to destroy the world. Could Yi Futian bear it? They no longer had the kind of calmness they had before. At this moment, their hearts were in their throats. At the same time, all the stars in the starry sky world were even more dazzling. Yi Futian had morphed into the starry divine tree, as incomparably brilliant divine light permeated from him. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and the stars in the heavens were as one body, and he had incarnated as the ruler of this starry sky. Buzz. Accompanied with the falling starlight, a massive and boundless phantom appeared to cover Yi Futian's figure, as if what was growing on this divine tree of stars was the figure of Ziwei the Great. The moment this figure appeared, everyone in Ziwei Segmentum saw it. All of them were inexplicably excited by this sight. Ziwei descended in the world, the great emperor is showing himself. Some worshipped the sky above. The will of Ziwei the Great seemed to have been completely awakened at this moment. Above the firmament, the two great emperors faced each other. This seemed to have been turned into a battle between the great emperors. Ziwei the Great bathed in starlight as the radiance of all the stars in the heavens merged into him. Suddenly, a supreme murderous might spread out and rushed straight into the sky. That murderous intent was terrifying to the extreme, for it was the murderous intent of emperors and kings. Instantly, the cultivators in the entire Ziwei Segmentum were trembling. Their spiritual souls were suppressed as countless demonic beasts prostrated on the ground, daring not to raise their heads. Above the heaven-tempering enumeration, an incomparable divine light of destruction appeared and converged on the phantom of Tianyang the Great. The two great emperors had a confrontation. Buzz! The destructive heaven-tempering divine light came from the top, and the beam of light penetrated the heavens. At the same time, on the body of Ziwei the Great, a Ziwei divine sword with unparalleled murderous aura went up against the momentum. This purple divine sword turned into a ruinous purple light beam as the golden flames and the white and purple divine light collided in the void. A storm of destruction swept out, and the entire Ziwei segmentum shuddered. The purple divine light directly pierced the beam of light that was flaming gold in color, then penetrated the phantom of Tianyang the Great, through and through. It continued upward and broke open the heaven-tempering enumeration, leaving a gaping hole in it. The imperial arms were destroyed. The blinding divine light caused everyone inside Ziwei segmentum to close their eyes, and they dared not take even a peek. After a long while, they finally opened their eyes and looked towards the firmament. As that terrible light of destruction gradually dissipated, everything was turning back to normal. Up above the boundless sky, the shadow that had hovered over them for the past 28 years was gone. That crisis of imminent destruction that hung above everyone's heads disappeared just like that. Inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, everyone raised their heads to look into the sky. When they saw the firmament had returned to normal, there was an incredibly brilliant smile in everyone's eyes. The shadow that had been buried in everyone's hearts for the past 28 years was finally gone. Futian had managed to awaken the will of Ziwei the Great. The great emperor had manifested himself to destroy Tianyang and destroy the imperial arms. They had won. Let's go. Lord Chen and the others levitated into the sky and headed higher up into the sky. After some time, they came to the place above the firmament, where the residual of that destructive power remained. Their eyes looked around as if searching for something. At this moment, two figures drifted down from high above the sky. The man wore a white garment. He had a head of white hair, and he was handsome beyond words. The woman with an ethereal visage looked like the Jotian goddess herself. They stood hand in hand and appeared in front of everyone. Moreover, their temperament seemed to have become somewhat different yet again. At this time, Futian's closed eyes finally opened. The starry divine light dazzled and blinded everyone's eyes. Lord Chen watched these two returning and revealed a bright smile. They had not been able to laugh with such relief for a very long time. There were also Jiyu Dongliu, Zhuge Mingyu, Xiao Muyu, Do Jiao, Chen Yi, Fang Kun, Blind Tai, and everyone smiled brightly. After 28 years, they were finally back. Chapter 2578, The Second Tribulation. Futian looked toward the others. They could even see the smile in his eyes gleaming like the stars. 28 years ago, the Divine Prefecture Alliance charged in with Tianyang City. They came with the Imperial Arm in an attempt to wipe out the Ziwei segmentum, which was the great tribulation that the Ziwei segmentum had met. Now, 28 years had passed. They had overcome this tribulation. They did it. Today, they could finally be considered to have won this war. From today onward, the people who should panic weren't the Ziwei segmentum anymore, and it was the powers of the Divine Prefecture. Welcome back, Palace Lord. Lord Chen bowed and greeted Futian. Welcome back, Palace Lord. The cultivators bowed and greeted Futian one after another. Even the powerful cultivators previously from the Ziwei segmentum Imperial Palace revered and submitted themselves to Futian now. Just moments ago, they saw the manifestation of Ziwei the Great. Futian was the true heir of Ziwei the Great. He fought the Divine Prefecture all alone with his power and saved the Ziwei segmentum. He had awoken the will of the great emperor and obliterated the imperial arm. At this moment, countless cultivators were cheering in the Ziwei segmentum. They bowed and prayed to the celestial skies. Ziwei the Great had manifested himself and descended upon this world to resolve the crisis. He had destroyed the menace that hovered above their heads. It was a threat that lasted for 28 whole years. Now, it had finally dissipated. Thank you for your hard work through all these years, Yi Futian said with a smile. For 28 years, his consciousness had fused into the celestial skies, and his spiritual soul had also fused into the stars above. His life no longer just belonged to him. He actually saw everything inside the Ziwei segmentum. As for everyone who arrived here, every word that they spoke, he heard all of it. He couldn't respond to them. But he saw all of it with his own eyes. Don't worry about it, Palace Lord. You've stopped the Imperial arm all by yourself to protect the Ziwei segmentum. How can we be considered the ones who put in the hard work? Lord Chen said. For 28 years, I borrowed the will of the great emperor to block the Imperial arm, but all of you were also working hard for the development of the Imperial Palace. Throughout the years, the Imperial Palace was continuously getting stronger. I saw it all. Yi Futian smiled at all of the familiar faces. Many of their cultivation levels had become stronger, and it wasn't by a small margin. Without looking at the others, his 4 students from the Four Corner Village were all Picrenhuang Plain today, no exceptions. And their cultivation levels were probably extremely stable, allowing them to try breaking through to the plain above Renhuang. The others were all similar, everyone had improved. Compared to 28 years ago, this could be considered a metamorphosis. The overall strength and power of the Ziwei Imperial Palace were not even on the same level as it was before. Now, he was the only lagging behind. Palace Lord, please return to the Ziwei Imperial Palace, Lord Chen said. He wanted to invite Yi Futian back to Ziwei. Inside the Imperial Palace, there were still many others waiting for Yi Futian. No hurry, Yi Futian said, which caused a slightly astounded expression to appear on Lord Chen's face. He asked curiously, anything else that the Palace Lord wants to do? Well, actually not really, Yi Futian shook his head, it's just that none of you could communicate with me for the past 28 years. But actually, I have never stopped cultivating for the past 28 years, including the past few years. The awakening of the will of the great emperor this time is the result of my efforts in recent years. Now, I need to cultivate alone for some time to better see the changes that occurred within me. Lord Chen and the others' eyes all gleamed with excitement. Yi Futian's words were a pleasant surprise to them. He didn't waste the past 28 years either, he had been cultivating and improving himself as well. Since Yi Futian had asked to cultivate alone, that must mean that he had some sort of epiphany. Could it be how powerful would Yi Futian be if he went one step further? They were all looking forward to it. You guys go back to the Imperial Palace first, Yi Futian said. Yes, Palace Lord. We'll prepare the banquet at the Imperial Palace and wait for you to come back and celebrate your return. Lord Chen smiled. Now that they had overcome the crisis, everyone felt rather happy and relaxed. All right, Yi Futian nodded. Lord Chen immediately brought the others with him and left the place. Master, please come back earlier to see us, little Ling called out to him. She was really looking forward to meeting her master and talking to him, but she didn't expect that Yi Futian would immediately get busy with cultivation. They had no other choice but to leave with Lord Chen and the others. Soon, everyone left the place, except for Hua Jiyu, who still accompanied Yi Futian. Let's go. The two exchanged glances then launched into the air. They actually went toward the outside of the Ziwei segmentum, entering the boundless void above it. Inside the boundless void, Yi Futian sat in a cross-legged stance and started to view himself internally. Inside his life palace, the world tree stood tall. There was only one tree in the entire world, but possessing this tree was like possessing everything in existence. It evolved into the sun, the moon, the stars, the wind, the water, and lightning, all inside the life palace. With a turn of his mind, it was as though the entirety of Yi Futian's being had turned into a divine tree. His body was the trunk of the divine tree. In this boundless void, the stars of the skies appeared. These celestial entities were like the fruits borne by the divine tree. The divine tree morphed into his path. It formed its own space and was capable of forming its own dominion. Furthermore, the power of this path was clearly stronger than before. Throughout these years, he had devoured the powers of the celestial stars and the power of the great path inside the heaven-tempering enumeration. He kept strengthening himself and had never stopped cultivating. A terrifying aura started to appear in the world around him. In the vast, boundless void, it seemed that it had suddenly been visited by waves of obliterating power. An expression of astonishment appeared on Futian's face. He raised his head and looked at the sky and earth around him. Tribulation. He didn't break through his plane, but he had to overcome another tribulation. Hua Jiu's pretty eyes looked toward Futian, but she wasn't puzzled. She knew that since the first time Futian overcame the tribulation back then, he had entered a different path from the rest. He was different from the other cultivators. He had always been at the Renhuang plane and had never broken through it. That was the case back when he first overcame the divine tribulation of the Great Path. After he had overcome the tribulation, he was somehow still peak Renhuang level. Now, he actually instigated the second tribulation, and he still didn't show any sign of breaking through his current plane. He was still a Renhuang, but he was becoming more and more perfect and certainly stronger. Boom! Terrifying lights of the tribulation converged and arrived. Futian stood that with divine lights circling his body, preparing himself to deal with another divine tribulation of the Great Path. His tribulation was different from the other powerful cultivators. However, it was time for another round of tempering of his divine body of the Great Path. Rewind to the time before Futian faced another divine tribulation for the Great Path back when he broke open the seal of the Ziwei segmentum and destroyed the imperial arm. Divine Prefecture, at a palace inside the Tianyang City Lord's office. Wang Xiao, who was in the middle of cultivation, let out a muffled groan as his face turned pale. He seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head to look up above the sky. It was as though his gaze had pierced through the vast space, and he saw the obliteration of the imperial arm. A terrifying pulsating aura erupted from him, and then his figure directly appeared in the air above the Tianyang City Lord's office. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. How could this happen? Blood seeped out from the corner of Wang Xiao's mouth as an expression of utter disbelief appeared in his eyes. Chapter 2579, The Divine Prefecture and Ziwei. Wang Xiao. Up in the air above the Tianyang City Lord's office, the Tianyang City Lord and several other cultivators appeared. They were all very solemn, saddened about the strange thing that was happening to Wang Xiao. Throughout these years, Wang Xiao had been improving exceptionally quickly. He was continuously getting stronger. He hadn't let down Tianyang City. In the future, he would be the most incredible cultivator of Tianyang City. With the imperial arm in his hand, he would be unparalleled in this world. No one below the great emperors could stand up to him. As such, they were all naturally very concerned about Wang Xiao's condition. The Tianyang City Lord appeared as soon as he could and asked about Wang Xiao. When they saw Wang Xiao's pale face and the blood that was seeping out from the corner of his mouth, they were all very nervous. Wasn't he cultivating normally? What could have happened to cause the situation now? It was as though Wang Xiao had experienced some drastic change. Was it a problem regarding his cultivation? Or did it have something to do with his mental state? They didn't know. Their gazes all looked toward Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao raised his head and looked toward the sky. After a long pause in silence, he slowly turned back and looked toward the cultivators from Tianyang City and said, "The imperial arm was destroyed. The seal of the Ziwei segmentum has been broken." The hearts of the Tianyang City Lord and the cultivators trembled. The imperial arm was destroyed. That was the divine imperial arm forged by Tianyang the Great himself. Furthermore, it contained the spirit of the great emperor. How could it be destroyed? Who was even capable of such a thing? He had awoken the will of Ziwei the Great, Wang Xiao continued. His face was even more pale and lifeless than before. He looked toward the starry sky. Inside the original realm, there was one being that was almost undefeatable to him. He was born an extraordinary being. He was destined to be the main character of the divine prefecture. From the first time he had shown himself, he had made his name known worldwide. He became renowned throughout the world within a single day of fame. He was the heir of Tianyang the Great, the only person that could communicate with the imperial arm, the greatest armor. All of these titles were concentrated on him alone. It was as glorious as it could get. As the future lord of the Tianyang City, With such unparalleled talent, he should have been untouchable in the divine prefecture. But he appeared. From the day he appeared 28 years ago, his shadow had completely covered Wang Xiao's greatness. Even the imperial arm couldn't seal and contain him. Now, the seal was broken, and he had broken out of the cage. When they meet once again on the battlefield, what could he do? Who was the one who was born at the wrong time? The face of the Qianyang city lord also turned ugly. Even that couldn't kill him and wipe out the Ziwei segmentum. Now, the beast had broken out of the cage. The expressions of all of the divine prefecture cultivators turned a little stiff. For some reason, as an ancient god clan, the greatest holy land of armoring in the divine prefecture, they felt nervous because of a young cultivator that was only at Pekranhuang Plain. Perhaps it was because he was too outstanding and had brought too much shock to them. Even Wang Xiao couldn't suppress him. In the future, he would surely become one of their greatest foes. Things have already reached this point, no need to think too much of it. It would help if you continued to focus on cultivation. You still control the imperial arm. In the future, when you meet him outside, he will not be able to utilize the power of the Ziwei segmentum. You can still take him down with ease. The Qianyang city lord was indeed an individual who stood at the top of the divine prefecture. He regained his senses rather quickly. Regardless of what it was, they could not induce panic in themselves. Yes, the Qianyang city does not fear anyone. If he dares to come to Qianyang city again, we'll kill him straight away, an older generation cultivator who was standing at the side said as well, in hopes that Wang Xiao would stabilize his mental state. Wang Xiao was essential to Qianyang city. Especially during such times where the turbulence in the world was getting more prominent, clashes and conflicts between the worlds were becoming more and more heated. The war could begin at any time. In such uncertain times, Wang Xiao's growth and development were pivotal. The future of Qianyang city was on his shoulders. Qianyang city lord turned and faced the direction of the city lord's office and announced, "Immediately summon the core members of the clan back here. Come back to the clan, do not exit Qianyang city." "Yes, lord." The cultivators took his orders. Back then, Futian went on a killing spree in the West Sea domain. Many of the cultivators from the West Sea domain chief's manor were killed. Of course, they knew about that. Although Qianyang city wasn't afraid of Futian, they also didn't dare to let down their guard. They wouldn't give him the chance to hunt down the cultivators of Qianyang city. If Futian dared to come to Qianyang city, then they would kill him here. Also, notify the powers of the divine prefecture, the Qianyang city lord continued. Back then, Qianyang city wasn't the only power that tried to get rid of Futian. Today, as the seal of the Ziwei segmentum was released, the various powers of the divine prefecture would naturally need to devise ways to obliterate the Ziwei segmentum again. Many of the ancient god clan had participated back then. Even if Futian's gifts and talents were beyond the limits of the world, how could he possibly fend against ancient god clans? As the Qianyang city lord thought about this, he felt calmer. The reason why he was so shocked before this was likely because it had happened too suddenly. He had thought that the imperial arm was destroyed. But now that he was able to reorganize his thoughts, although it was indeed heartache that the imperial arm was destroyed, they should still move forward. Futian alone wouldn't be able to make that much of a difference. The cultivators of Qianyang city all managed to recover from the panic and become busy again, going back to their work. At the same time, they notified the various powers of the divine prefecture. Those powers that had participated in the besiegement back then were all shocked when they received the news. They all felt somewhat anxious. Especially those powers that weren't ancient god clans, like the West Sea domain and the Donghua domain chief's manor. They could be described as completely defenseless before the power of the Ziwei segmentum today. But the Ziwei segmentum was sealed and isolated for 28 years, so they probably didn't grow much, right? Futian overcame the tribulation in the boundless space outside of the Ziwei segmentum. The tribulation lasted for a whole month, and only after that did he return to the imperial palace inside the Ziwei segmentum. After he returned, the Ziwei imperial palace organized a banquet with the core members of the Ziwei segmentum present to welcome Futian's return. Breaking the seal, destroying the imperial arm, and Yi Futian return, these were all incredible things that were worth celebrating and drinking for. On the banquet in the Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian sat at the central seat, while the Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Palace and the spouse of the Imperial Palace Lord, Hua Jiyu, sat beside him. The first seat to his left was occupied by Lord Chen, while to the right were the other three palace lords Emperor Shi, Murongyu, Daoist Monk Mu. Then followed the deputy palace lords. Everyone was here to celebrate the occasion. Behind Yi Futian were the four young cultivators. Fang Kun and the others stood there, serving their master. Although their cultivation levels were all very high, Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu were sitting right there. As students, they had to serve them. Come, let's first toast to the palace lord and his partner. The return of the palace lord this time was the greatest surprise to the Ziwei Semnutm, Lord Chen said as he raised his glass. Immediately, all of the cultivators raised their glasses and toasted to Yi Futian. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu raised their glasses as well. He looked toward the Ziwei Segmentum cultivators and said, "After seeing all of you, I can tell that no one has stopped working hard for the past 28 years. Thank you to everyone here." Then, he drank all of the wine in his glass. Everyone else also followed and did the same before putting down their glasses. Murongyu joked, "Palace Lord, there's one thing that you don't know. Daoist Monk Mu, it's impossible to invite this guy to anything usually, and he wouldn't spare any respect for anyone here. But this time, when he heard that the Palace Lord was returning, he was the first to rush over. He was the Lord of the Ziwei Palace, while Daoist Monk Mu was the Lord of the Alchemy Palace. Everyone started laughing. Daoist Monk Mu is almost like a king in the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Everyone respected him and treated him like their own ancestor. All because of the fear that if he got annoyed with any of them, the quantity and quality of the pills and elixirs he made for them would be at stake. "Aren't you guys aware of why the hell you're even looking for me usually?" Daoist Monk Mu sneered. He still didn't bother to spare Murongyu any respect. "Damn, seriously, the Palace Lord is here, and you're still giving that attitude," Murongyu pointed at him and said. "Back then, I became indebted to the grace of the Palace Lord, so I decided to heed the orders of the Ziwei Imperial Palace and take charge of the Alchemy Palace. Of course, I'll fulfill my responsibilities toward the Palace Lord and give my all to the job," Daoist Monk Mu said. He was still very grateful toward Yi Futian. "Yeah, I know you're loyal," Murongyu rebutted him. "The reason we want the elixirs is that we want to grow and develop ourselves. We want to become stronger so that one day we can charge back into the Divine Prefecture and seek vengeance for the past 28 years. As he spoke, he looked toward Yi Futian. He continued, "Palace Lord, the forces of the Ziwei Imperial Palace have increased rather significantly. Now that the Palace Lord is back, when will you lead the Imperial Palace to attack the Divine Prefecture? We shall wipe out one of two of their organizations and make them pay for what they did 28 years ago." Everyone paused when they heard Murongyu and looked toward Yi Futian. For 28 years, all of them had a raging fire suppressed in their hearts. Now that the seal was shattered and the imperial arm was destroyed, everyone wanted to vent this great fury and strike the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian raised his glass and drank all of the wine inside. He then looked around at all of the cultivators present. Over the past 28 years, they had significantly improved. "No hurry." Yi Futian's gaze was razor-sharp. 28 years have passed, so why hurry now? Although the Imperial Palace has indeed grown significantly, we still lack apex powers. We need more Tribulation Plane cultivators. This time, I'll be cultivating in isolation for a while first. Do the same thing as back then. Make a batch of subdivine elixirs to increase the power levels of the Imperial Palace cultivators again before we make other arrangements. Right now, his cultivation level was still the same as before, Pikrenhuang level, no change. Even the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace didn't know that he had overcome the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, let alone the people of the Divine Prefecture. At this point, they need to accumulate their powers and make the Ziwei Imperial Palace even more powerful. Then they would give the Divine Prefecture an enormous surprise. He didn't want to face the same situation as 28 years ago, where they were besieged by the Divine Prefecture, powerless against them. At the very least, He wanted more tribulation plane cultivators present in the Ziwei segmentum. Many of them were almost there. They were on the verge of breaking through. All they needed was one step forward. As for revenge, why rush it now? They had managed to make it through 28 whole years. What was so difficult about waiting just a while more? Okay. Everyone nodded. When they heard that Yi Futian would make subdivine elixirs again, they were happy to hear it. After 28 years, imagine the level of the subdivine elixirs that Yi Futian could make. Chapter 2580, They are used to it. After the banquet, Yi Futian and other key figures visited the rest of the residents in Ziwei Imperial Palace. Now, many new cultivators in the palace were impressed with Yi Futian and admired him a lot. Yi Futian was now a legend in the Ziwei segmentum and the spokesperson of Ziwei the Great. Afterward, he paid a visit to his elders and family. Then, after discussing with Taoist monk Mu, he was ready to start another round of alchemy again. Just when Yi Futian was about to start, suddenly, his mind moved slightly, and he took out the treasure mirror. On the other side, Shi Qiao's face appeared. Shi Kaiyaro had a smile on her face that made her seem even more beautiful than before. Her temperament was even more outstanding. When I heard the news that you had breached the Imperial Arms, I called on you immediately. 28 years, I finally got in touch with you again. Shi Kaiyaro smiled softly. It was as if she was seeing a long-lost friend with much joy in her heart. Has the West Imperial Palace already gotten the news? Yi Futian asked. Only Tianyang City should have known the news of him breaching the Imperial Arms. This meant that Tianyang City had already allowed the news to spread. Such a big happy event. How could Tianyang City not share it with other forces in the Divine Prefecture? Shi Kaiyaro teased and continued, however, you are too secretive. If it were not because I got the news from Tianyang City, would you plan to keep this news a secret from me? I just got out, and I was too busy cultivating. I also have a lot of things to deal with at Ziwei Imperial Palace. Now I plan to make some elixirs in retreat, so I didn't think to contact you. Yi Futian said, I saw some changes within you. Did you have a breakthrough? Look at you, Shi Kaiyaro replied in awe. You could even see something like that. Yes, I did break through the shackles of Renhuang and went one level higher. However, I am afraid that there is still quite a gap compared to you. You are continuing to make elixirs. Is it because you had another breakthrough in your cultivation? Fortunately, Yi Futian said, speaking of alchemy, can you use the resources of the West Imperial Palace to help me collect some alchemical materials? The rarer, the better. No problem, I'll do it now. When I have all of them, I will send them to the Ziwei segmentum, Shi Kaiyaro responded readily enough without any hesitation. Thanks. Yi Futian nodded, and the two ended their conversation. Although the two were not close friends, they worked well together and trusted each other. Yi Futian asked Shi Kaiyaro to find alchemical materials, and she agreed right away. She knew that Yi Futian would not forget the West Imperial Palace's favor. Then, Yi Futian began to make the elixirs in retreat. Although he was still in the realm of the Renhuang, he had experienced the divine tribulation twice already while in the Renhuang realm, and he had no idea if he could produce subdivine elixirs of the second tribulation. When he returned to the Ziwei segmentum after having survived the tribulation the first time, he could produce the subdivine elixirs of the first tribulation. He didn't lack any alchemical materials for the time being. He had gathered as much as he could back then on Elixir Emperor's Island and obtained many precious medicinal materials, which had yet been used up. He wanted Shi Kaiyaro to help him to collect these materials, so he had some in reserve. After all, there were more and more cultivators in the Ziwei segmentum, and there were not enough elixirs to give to everyone. The Alchemy Palace, on the other hand, also required a lot of alchemical materials. If they go to the Divine Prefecture to collect them, it would potentially be a thorny situation. It was much easier to work with West Imperial Palace on the collection of materials. After he produced the elixirs, part of them would be sent over to West Imperial Palace. This way, it was a win-win for both sides. This mutual relationship could ensure their continued cooperation. The secret to getting people to agree to help was never letting them get the short end of the stick. As long as both parties could benefit, the relationship would have no reason not to continue. In the cultivation world, feelings were a thing fragile, to begin with. Not to mention that his relationship with the West Imperial Palace was not at the level where feelings would be a factor. The others in Ziwei Imperial Palace were also cultivating peacefully. After Yi Futian broke through the imprisonment of the Imperial arms and returned to them, these cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace seemed to be hopeful once again. They were more motivated to cultivate, as their palace lord was personally working on producing those elixirs that were highly anticipated. This time, Yi Futian first produced a large batch of top Renhuang elixirs. To him, this level of elixirs was far too easy for him, and its mass production did not require too much of his energy. However, the Renhuang elixirs that he produced were absolutely unparalleled in all of the divine prefecture, and their quality was perfection itself. For cultivators in the Renhuang realm, it had a massive effect and could help them lay the most solid foundation for leveling up. After the batches were done, Yi Futian had Blind Tai and Old Ma distribute the elixirs, prioritizing top cultivators in the Renhuang realm, making preparations for the impact to experiencing the divine tribulation of the Great Path. After that, he continued to make higher-level elixirs, like the subdivine elixirs. For a long time after that, elixir tribulations were frequent occurrences and a common sight in the starry cultivation court. But because of the experience they had many years ago, the cultivators inside Ziwei Imperial Palace were quite accustomed to it. However, they would be surprised if there had been no elixir tribulations when Yi Futian was practicing alchemy. Undeniably, the elixir tribulation this time was clearly much stronger than the last time. A few months later, Yi Futian finished the production of elixirs and distributed all that he had made. Lord Chen and the four lords were the firsts to receive the subdivine elixirs, then those who were tittering in the peak of Renhuang for too many years were also given the subdivine elixirs from Yi Futian. At the same time, they had sought advice from Lord Chen and several other lords who had experienced the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Blind Tai was the first one to pass over the hurdle of Renhuang and experience the divine tribulation of the Great Path. In his time, Blind Tai himself was a genius talent from Foursquare Village. After some plotting from the others, he was blinded, and the teacher had him stay in the village as a blacksmith. Many thought that he had given up cultivation, but in truth, he was learning to return to the basics and what was truly important. Later on, he received the inheritance of the Imperial Star, and Blind Tai's cultivation went one step further. Now, decades later, he finally stepped into the tribulation plane. His tribulation was an incredibly strong one, but Blind Tai was an incomparable figure himself. Not only was he not destroyed by the divine tribulation, but he successfully completed the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Now some of the protectors around Yi Futian were also existences in the tribulation plane. The second cultivator who survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path was Emperor Shi's disciple, Yang Wuqi. This was rather surprising to Yi Futian. However, after some consideration, it appeared quite logical. Yang Wuqi's talents were outstanding, but he maintained an extremely low profile and kept quiet while he followed Emperor Shi. Nevertheless, his mindset was extraordinary. After surviving the divine tribulation of the Great Path, Yang Wuqi was on the same level as his master, Emperor Shi, and this delighted Emperor Shi to no end. As a result, Wangshan Palace now had 2 cultivators in the tribulation plane, which increased its strength considerably. After another 6 months, Shi Kaiyaro took a group of cultivators from West Imperial Palace to visit Ziwei Segmentum. They were led into the starry cultivation court to see Yi Futian. "You are behaving yourself." Shi Kaiyaro looked at Yi Futian and said with a playful smile. It had been more than half a year since Yi Futian broke the imprisonment and destroyed the Imperial arms. However, he did not make any moves but stayed quietly inside the Ziwei Segmentum. "What else do you expect?" Yi Futian replied. "I thought you would go to the divine prefecture." Shi Kaiyaro smiled. "This is unlike you." "I'm in no hurry," Yi Futian said. "True." Shi Kaiyaro nodded. Presently, the forces headed by the ancient god clans in Tianyang City have already begun their preparations the moment you broke out the imprisonment, so they will be ready for you anytime. If you go to the divine prefecture now, there are still some dangers for you. If these ancient god clans mean to do you harm, you should cultivate here for some time to come. She saw that Yi Futian's realm had not changed, it was still in the 9th realm of Renhuang. Although his combat effectiveness was extraordinary, and he was also an expert in Buddhist superpower, he had some extremely powerful enemies. If he left the Ziwei segmentum now, there was a certain risk waiting for him on the outside. But in Ziwei segmentum, unless a force as powerful as the Donghuang Imperial Palace were to mobilize, no other principalities would be able to invade it. Therefore, Shi Kaiyaro agreed with Yi Futian's decision. She thought it best for him to cultivate for several years before leaving here, or, at the very least, until he had passed the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Yuan. Yi Futian didn't bother to explain anything but asked, "Are you here to deliver the medicinal materials?" "Wow, you get to the point quickly." Shi Kaiyaro gave Yi Futian a look, but she still took out the things in the storage and handed them over to Yi Futian. West Imperial Palace spent half a year's effort to gather these. It's quite a collection, so don't spend them all at once. Yi Futian checked the items with his divine consciousness, then nodded slightly to acknowledge her statement. He simply said, "Thank you." As he was speaking, his divine consciousness went inside his own storage ring, and took a considerable amount of pills and elixirs, and put them inside a separate storage ring. He handed it to Shi Kaiyaro. "This is for the West Imperial Palace, but there is a condition. These cannot be distributed to those who raised their hands against me last time. You hold grudges forever." Shi Kaiyaro laughed and said, "Don't worry. What happened last time will never be repeated again in West Imperial Palace. Once was enough for that kind of situation." When the two were talking, a horrific aura suddenly descended above the sky. The eyes of Shi Kaiyaro and other cultivators from the West Imperial Palace sharpened slightly as they looked towards that side. Soon after, they saw a figure levitated into the air and heading higher into the sky. Yi Futian also glanced yonder. Once he knew who it was, he didn't care too much about it anymore and redirected his gaze. Likewise, the cultivators in the starry cultivation court just glanced to see who it was, with a slightly envious look on their faces, and continued to cultivate without paying too much attention. Above the firmament, that radiant figure was experiencing the divine tribulation of the Great Path alone, with no one even watching him. This strange sight piqued Shi Qiao's curiosity. The reactions of these people didn't seem normal to her. "This is divine tribulation," Shi Kaiyaro said to Yi Futian. "Yuan he." Yi Futian nodded. Seeing his nonchalant expression, Shi Kaiyaro felt even more curious and asked, "Did none of the people at the Ziwei Imperial Palace care about that?" "They got used to it," Yi Futian replied. "Got used to it?" Shi Kaiyaro stared at Yi Futian incredulously with her beautiful eyes. These people got accustomed to seeing divine tribulations? As the goddess of West Imperial Palace, the entire West Imperial Palace attached great importance to her when she was experiencing the divine tribulation, and all the cultivators in the entire palace were observing her at the time. She cultivated many years before she experienced the divine tribulation, and the whole clan witnessed it. But now, someone was experiencing divine tribulation at Ziwei Imperial Palace. No one cared. "You are tough," Shi Kaiyaro said. "It seems that the elixirs are effective. Let's see what good elixir you have made this time." As soon as she said that, Shi Kaiyaro checked the elixirs that Yi Futian gave her with great anticipation. Yi Futian didn't mind it, merely turning his head to look higher into the sky. Soon, Shi Qiao's body stiffened, and her heart trembled violently. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Futian. "Kaiyao, what is it?" the cultivator from Western Imperial Palace asked. Shi Kaiyaro didn't seem to have heard them. After a while, she looked at the people from West Imperial Palace and took out an elixir, Second Tribulation, Subdivine Elixir. When they heard what Shi Kaiyaro said, the eyes of all the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace were frozen as well. Chapter 2581, The Plan. Subdivine Elixirs of the Second Tribulation. Technically, elixirs of this level could only be produced by a cultivator who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, but this was just in theory. In reality, Not all alchemy masters of this realm necessarily had the ability to produce the subdivine elixir of the second divine tribulation. But at this moment, Shikai Yarrow had the elixir of the second divine tribulation in her possession, which Yi Futian had just given her. How could she not be shocked? There were only two top alchemy masters in Ziwei Segmentum, Yi Futian and Taoist monk Mu. However, the cultivation of Taoist monk Mu was only at the first level of the tribulation plane. So, who made these subdivine elixirs of the second tribulation? Shi Qiao's beautiful eyes fell on Yi Futian. Did you make them? After the medicinal materials from the goddess are made into elixirs, I will have someone deliver some of them to the West Imperial Palace. Or the West Imperial Palace can also send someone here to fetch it. Yi Futian did not respond to her question directly, but his words made all the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace tremble in their hearts. Was this evasion some silent acquiescence? So, the cultivators in the Ziwei Segmentum were immune to sights of the divine tribulations of the Great Path? Was it something they grew accustomed to? Obviously, someone had already survived divine tribulation before that, which accounted for their nonchalance. When I fought with you many years ago, I had planned to stay in the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. But for so many years, it had never become a reality. Now, what do you think about me staying in Ziwei Imperial Palace to cultivate? Shikai Yarrow asked with a smile as she looked at Yi Futian. She was not joking. This was a real desire that she had. The cultivation environment of Ziwei Segmentum was pretty good, and there were also elixirs to help with the cultivation. More importantly, she wanted to see what was going on inside the Ziwei Imperial Palace now. Since the Ziwei Segmentum was freed from its imprisonment and the news got back to the Divine Prefecture, all the forces in the Divine Prefecture had made preparations. However, there had been no movement in the Ziwei Segmentum for such a long time that they assumed it was because Ziwei Imperial Palace itself was still weak and that they did not dare go to the Divine Mountain for revenge. Right now, all these forces figured Yi Futian and his people would temporarily stay put inside the Ziwei Segmentum and continue to strengthen themselves. Yi Futian, too, was cautious and did not dare to take any additional risks. How could the cultivators from top principalities in the Divine Prefecture know that the current situation in Ziwei Imperial Palace was so prosperous? They were mass-producing existences of Tribulation Plane. Was Yi Futian planning to create a camp of cultivators in the Tribulation Plane? If the goddess desires to do so, of course, you can, Yi Futian responded. He didn't mind Shikai Yarrow cultivating here at all. Now that Ziwei Segmentum was enemy with all of the Divine Prefecture, West Imperial Palace was a rare ally and could provide them with lots of help. Of course I want to, but I am afraid I'm going to have to trouble you from time to time, said Shikai Yarrow with a smile. She was serious about staying. She turned to the cultivators from West Imperial Palace and said, "You guys take the elixirs back and let them know that I will be cultivating here for some years." Very well, these people nodded, not at all worried if something would happen to Shikai Yarrow while she was in Ziwei Segmentum. Even in the outside world, not many could touch Shikai Yarrow in her current realm of cultivation. The cultivators from the West Imperial Palace left, and Shikai Yarrow stayed behind. Yi Futian turned to look at the cultivator experiencing the tribulation and saw it was Chen Yi. He who had inherited the Relic of Light for nearly 50 years was finally beginning to experience the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Chen Yi's tribulation was an incredibly terrifying tribulation of light. Although everyone was getting used to seeing tribulations, especially after they had so many experiences in elixir tribulations, there were still many who paid close attention to Chen Yi's tribulation as this particular tribulation descended. They could see that his was very powerful. Every cultivator would encounter a different kind of divine tribulation, as they were not all the same. However, Yi Futian was most eager to witness the birth of cultivators in the second divine tribulation, but he recognized that it would be a little difficult in the short run. Prior to this, the only cultivators in the first tribulation realm were Hua Ji, Taoist monk Mu, Murong Yu, and Emperor Shi. Taoist monk Mu was the one who had stayed in this realm the longest, followed by Emperor Shi. But their realm was not yet deep enough. After Chen Yi survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, he continued to cultivate in seclusion. There were 2 in the tribulation plane among the 4 great protectors around Yi Futian, Blind Tai and Chen Yi. The qualities of the cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace were getting more powerful by the day, and now their strength was almost comparable to that of the ancient god clans. The ancient god clans possessed the inheritance of the great emperor, but in Ziwei Segmentum, the will of Ziwei the Great remained. The combat effectiveness of all the peak cultivators, aside from those who had survived the first divine tribulation, also included the supreme elder Lord Chen in the uppermost level, then Yi Futian himself. This kind of makeup was enough to collide head-on with the ancient god clans. But Yi Futian had no intention to stop there. He was not yet satisfied. The enemies of Ziwei Segmentum were not just one ancient god clan, but all 6 of them within the divine prefecture, as well as some other top forces in the divine prefecture. Therefore, they needed to be stronger. It seems that alchemy is far better than armor-making. Shi Kaiyaro whispered. Those top alchemy masters were tremendously awesome. You can't think it's as simple as all that, Yi Futian replied. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, the people who have experienced the divine tribulation of the Great Path are all of the cultivators with extraordinary cultivation already. Even if they relied solely on themselves, they could pass over this hurdle on their own. The aid from the elixir was to make their foundation more stable and shorten the time it took. That's why we are seeing a series of tribulations in a short period of time. Blind Tai, Yang Wuqi, and Chen Yi were all very strong in their own right. The elixirs are produced by you, so whatever you say is right. Shi Kaiyaro didn't refute him but looked at Yi Futian with a smile. As a cultivator in the tribulation plane who was also the goddess of West Imperial Palace, she looked like a little girl. There was some hero worship in those beautiful eyes of hers, which was rather deceptive. A character like her had a majestic authority all of her own, for she was an unattainable goddess to most. Goddess, cultivate as you please. I will have to get back to practice alchemy. Yi Futian deliberately avoided Shi Qiao's gaze. His figure flickered as he left. Watching Yi Futian's departing figure, Shi Kaiyaro chuckled. Was it possible for this guy to feel embarrassed? Now, that was something really interesting. After Chen Yi, there was another person who experienced the divine tribulation, and it was Hua Qingqing. To the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace, she had always been shrouded in mystery. She was sisters with the palace lord's wife, Hua Jiyu, and she was not often out and about. Most of the time, she spent it with Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin, but her cultivation was astounding to the point of being fearsome. The seniors within Ziwei Imperial Palace knew that Hua Qingqing had accompanied the Buddha in cultivation. In the Western heavenly world, she was respected by the Buddha lords as a great Buddha herself. After Hua Qingqing, there was another cultivator who survived the divine tribulation, and by this time, it was already 3 years after Ziwei Imperial Palace broke out of its imprisonment. This time, the person who survived the tribulation was a pleasant surprise to Yi Futian, and he was the one person that Yi Futian looked forward to the most so far. Jiyu Dongliu finally ushered in his divine tribulation of the Great Path. In the past 3 years, 5 cultivators had survived the divine tribulation. Most of them had something to do with the great emperors or figures on that level. Blind Tai had been instructed by the teacher and later on inherited an imperial star. Jiyu Dongliu had inherited from the demon monarch and also inherited an imperial star at some point. Chen Yi inherited the light, and Hua Qingqing had accompanied the Buddha in his cultivation. Only Yang Wuqi was totally unexpected by everyone. For Ziwei Imperial Palace, it was a pleasant surprise, but it also demonstrated that this quiet man, who was not fond of showing off and kept an extremely low profile, was, in fact, incredibly talented. After Jiyu Dongliu survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, the number of people in the tribulation plane inside Ziwei Imperial Palace had reached double digits. Jiyu Dongliu's tribulation had attracted many people to watch. People in Ziwei Imperial Palace knew that the palace lord had a special affection for this third senior brother of his, just like his second senior sister and the elder brother. As far as they knew, the palace lord had been cared for by these several senior brothers and sisters of his when he was young. They were very protective of him, and they had a deep affection for one another. This kind of feeling may not be something they could understand now, But the people in the imperial palace were a little envious. They would really like to see what Yi Futian was like as a young kid, but few people had that privileged experience. Jiyu Dongliu stood above the starry sky as the last light of tribulation fell, his whole body radiant and sacred. His entire temperament had transformed. The aura that permeated from his body was already the aura of a powerful cultivator of the tribulation plane. He stood there quietly, and no one disturbed him. Yi Futian was standing with a lot of other people, such as their elder brother and second senior sister. If our master sees this today, he will be very happy, their elder brother, Sword Saint, said with a smile. His eyes were full of happiness. He had seen these junior brothers in their growth. Yi Futian nodded. Definitely. Elder brother, after you experience the divine tribulation, when we see our master one day, he will be so pleased to know he has 3 such outstanding disciples, Zhuge Mingyu said with a small smile. For many years, the Sword Saint's cultivation was not inconsiderable, as he was already in the 9th realm of Renhuang. Although he was blessed with less natural talent, Yi Futian had guided him step by step and reshaped his talent with elixirs. He had received the best elixirs from the first batch back then, so he had been doing very well indeed. Not only him, but others like Yi Wuchen, Swordmaster of Lihan, Do Jiao, and Xiao Muyu, none of them was weak in their cultivation. Without exception, they were either in Upper Renhuang or in the realm of Peak Renhuang. If the divine prefecture was not a constant threat, a few people from this group was enough to sweep through and lord over the 9 supreme regions of the original realm. I'm still not there yet. Sword Saint said, if Yu Sheng is here, Futian and Yu Sheng would make a peerless duo. Then, with the cultivators from Ziwei Segmentum, they could probably vanquish the forces below imperial level sooner rather than later. I am rather looking forward to what you have assessed. No one knows what is the situation with Yu Sheng's cultivation in the devil world, Zhuge Mingyu murmured. They had never worried about Yu Sheng. When the time was right, Yu Sheng would come to Yi Futian's side once again. In this world, Yu Sheng and Hua Jiyu were the closest people to Yi Futian. The disciples from the cottage could only be seconds after the 2 of them. Yu Sheng. Yi Futian thought of his brother and said with a smile, how could he be falling behind? The whole devil world must have heard of Yu Sheng's name by now. What plans do you have next? Continue to cultivate in retreat to improve your strength? Zhuge Mingyu asked. No. Yi Futian shook his head, it's been so many years already, and it's time to go out for a while. What is your first step? Asked Hua Jiyu. The first step would be sweeping through the original realm, Yi Futian said. The land of the original realm was once ruled by him as he was known as the king of the original realm. It was the involvement of other major worlds that caused the chaos and disorder in the original realm. After so many years, the original realm was in need of reorganization. Chapter 2582, Deity Yi. The resources in the former Void Realm, a part of the 9 supreme imperial realms, had been thoroughly looted. Everything had been turned inside out. The Dark World, the empty Divine Realm, and forces from the Divine Prefecture had not spared the lands of the 9 realms. Once the lands of the 9 realms had been plundered, in the following few decades, all the major worlds began to shift their focus on the new continents and relics that emerged in the original realm. Gradually, they started moving outward so that the lands of the 9 realms nowadays lived in the shadow of their former glory, now a barren wasteland. Ever since the Heavenly Mandate Academy was destroyed by the City Lord of Tianyang, and Heavenly Mandate was relocated to Ziwei Segmentum, the Heavenly Mandate Realm and the Heavenly Mandate City began their inescapable decline. There were not many powerful cultivators in Heavenly Mandate City today, and the resources for cultivation were particularly lacking. Even if there were young people with outstanding talents, they would not get the nurturing they needed to develop their full potentials. The former site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy had long been nothing but ruins. People often came here to mourn and commemorate the glorious days of Heavenly Mandate. Back then, the Heavenly Mandate Academy ruled over the 9 realms, and Yi Futian was known as the king of the original realm. How mighty the Heavenly Mandate Academy was once, and who could have predicted that it would have become what it was now? Even today, People often came to the ruins of what was left of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and look at the ruins while remembering the past. At this time, in the ruins, a group of people appeared. It seemed as if they were busy working on something in that location. Next to the ruins, there were some crowds scattered here and there. In one of them, there were an old man and a boy. The old man looked more than 50 years of age, while the young boy was about 15 or 16, still looking a little childish. "Grandson, this is the place I wanted to show you," the old man touched the boy's head and said with a smile. "Grandpa, isn't this the ruin? Why are we here?" The boy raised his head. His innocent eyes were filled with some confusion and curiosity. "Yes, it is a ruin here now, but before you were born, when I was still a boy, this was the most glorious holy land in the world." The old man looked at the ruins and spoke emotionally. He seemed to be remembering those glorious days. How they missed the Heavenly Mandate Academy of yore, the most glorious holy land in the world. The boy was a little puzzled. The Heavenly Mandate Realm he knew was a chaotic world. He had no idea what the Heavenly Mandate Realm was like at all before he was born. After all, when the Heavenly Mandate Academy was most prosperous was some 50 or 60 years ago. The Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Heavenly Mandate Realm existed only in history. Looking back, he founded the Heavenly Mandate Academy to preach to the world and brought the most glorious era to the Heavenly Mandate Realm. But those hateful foreign forces invaded us, which led to the destruction of Heavenly Mandate, so he had no choice but to leave. Now, no one knows if he's alive or dead. The old man looked at the ruins, and he was full of intense emotions. Once, he was also a member of the academy, although he was just the most ordinary disciple on the peripheral. However, he was proud because he was part of something great. No matter when or where, he could always stand tall and tell others that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "You mean, Deity Yi?" The boy thought of a name and whispered. "That's right. He is the Deity Yi that you guys talked about." The old man said with a smile, "In the Heavenly Mandate Realm, he is, indeed, a deity." A different kind of light lit up on the boy's face. Among the younger generations of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, that legendary figure had been turned into a myth referred to by many as Deity Yi. "Grandpa, how is Deity Yi now?" the boy asked. "Deity Yi went to a place far away, and even Grandpa has no idea what happened to him." The old man looked up into the sky. He had witnessed with his own eyes that battle once upon a time when all the powers from the upper worlds of the Divine Prefecture had encircled and suppressed them. Even Donghuang Imperial Palace, a ruling principality in the Divine Prefecture, had stood on the opposite side so that there was nothing much that Yi Futian could do. A legend of their time was forced to leave Heavenly Mandate. "Will he come back?" the boy asked. "Probably not. Not anymore." The old man sighed silently in his heart. "Elder, who is the one that you call Deity Yi?" a voice asked. The old man looked to his side and saw several young people approaching. Their temperament was superb. The old man could tell with a simple glance that these 4 young people were unusual. Deity Yi is the title given to the former college chief of Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian. It was created by some youngsters in the later generations of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The old man asked, "And you are? Is that so?" The young man in the lead displayed a gentle smile and said, "Perhaps, Deity Yi will come back." Before he spoke, a group of people in front had actually started rebuilding the structures. This sight caused the old man to frown. He walked up to look at them and asked, "What are you doing?" This was the old site of Heavenly Mandate Academy, and someone wanted to build other structures here. "Sir, please be patient," the young man next to him said. The old man looked at him again and continued, "I know you are no ordinary common folk, but this place is the site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy founded by Deity Yi. It has great significance to the people of Heavenly Mandate Realm. If you want to build a mansion, you can find some other place to do that. If you are building here, I'm afraid it will anger the entire Heavenly Mandate Realm." "Is that so?" the young man asked with a smile. Deity Yi held such a lofty position in Heavenly Mandate Realm? Without question, the old man's eyes were solemn. Then, there was even more reason to rebuild here. The young man said with a smile, looking in front of him. The old man's expression was getting unfriendly as he said, Do you insist on choosing this site? Elder, the young man turned his attention to the old man and said, don't you get it? Your deity is coming back. The young man's words made the old man tremble all over. His face turned red. It seemed as if he was extremely excited, as he looked at the man in the eye and asked, don't toy with me. Are you serious? What they are building is the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The young man pointed to the front and said. It turned out that he was Yi Futian's disciple, Fang Kun. Naturally, the other three were Little Ling, Tai Tu, and Duo Yu. The old man clenched his fists, and his expression was quite emotional, and he couldn't speak for some time. He took his grandson by the hand and started running with all his might. The deity of the Heavenly Mandate realm was returning soon. Construction of buildings by cultivators in the Renhuang realm was extremely expedient, not to mention there were multiple Renhuang working on it at the same time. Tall buildings and magnanimous halls soon rose from the ground. In one day, new and magnificent structures appeared on the old site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The buildings stretched for hundreds of miles. Soon, people from the Heavenly Mandate City were gathering in the location of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everything they were seeing in front of them was simply like a dream. Today, there were even rumors that Yi Futian would be returning. However, many people didn't quite believe it. People from the older generations knew what happened back then. How could he return after he had made enemies with so many top forces in the upper worlds? The legendary story of Yi Futian and Heavenly Mandate Academy seemed to be fairy tales from another time. Even the memory of it was a little blurred now. But that era was the most glorious age in the history of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Those people are very strong in their cultivation. Who are they exactly? Someone looked at the cultivators busy working on those newly built structures and noticed they were all Renhuang cultivators. Just observe. We will figure it out soon enough. Many of the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate City stopped outside to watch. In the following days, the buildings were getting more magnificent and impressive and far surpassed the original size of the previous Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, none of those cultivators seemed to be finishing any time soon. There were even peak Renhuang who seemed to be working on a spatial teleportation matrix. Gradually, the cultivators outside of the Heavenly Mandate realm had gotten wind of this news as well and rushed over to see for themselves. This included those forces in other realms that had also received the same information. Half a month later, even more cultivators appeared outside the old site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. At this time, not far from the old site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a group of cultivators appeared in the sky above. This group of people had an incredibly powerful aura as their eyes looked forward and their brows furrowed. The person in the lead was Gen Ao, the former college chief of Tiantian Academy. Back then, when Yi Futian unified the 9 realms, Gen Ao and the others submitted to him in defeat. However, when Heavenly Mandate Academy was in peril and forced to leave, Gen Ao told Princess Donghuang that they were forced into submission and not out of their own free will. They had betrayed Heavenly Mandate Academy in the end. Later, they returned to the Central Emperor realm, and the group of cultivators who had rebelled allied their own and gradually rebuilt their forces in the Central Emperor realm. After the forces of the Divine Prefecture had finally finished their plundering and pillaging of the 9 realms, they shifted their attention elsewhere. Gen Ao and the others became powerful forces in the Central Emperor realm once more. But recently, they had gotten the news that someone was rebuilding the Heavenly Mandate Academy, so they came to see it for themselves. Go and find out from which principalities they are from. Gen Ao spoke to the person next to him, and immediately the cultivators from Tiantian Academy went forward until he came to the outside of the reconstructed Heavenly Mandate Academy. The aura of Upper Renhuang was released from him as he asked, loud and clear, "What are you building?" However, no one paid any attention to him, as every one of these cultivators was preoccupied with their own business. Their blatant disregard for him caused the man to frown. "If there's nothing else, please stay out of the way," a cultivator inside said lightly as he glanced at the other man. He completely paid him no mind. At the same time, in the reconstructed academy, a spatial divine light suddenly pierced through the sky. It was the spatial teleportation grand matrix. The spatial divine light seemed to have opened up a channel between the firmament and the lower worlds, as a divine light appeared to form a pillar of light in the space. This, the hearts of the cultivators in Heavenly Mandate City were palpitating. What a terrifying teleportation grand matrix! And just who was to be teleported? Buzz. The divine light descended, and a group of mighty cultivators appeared in the sky above. As soon as these people appeared, everyone who was watching from the outside held their breath collectively. What powerful auras were from these Renhuang cultivators, and many of them were in peak Renhuang no less. In the distance, Jian Ao saw the appearance of those cultivators, and his heart suddenly twitched. He saw many familiar faces. Some of them were once latecomers who were junior to him. Do Jiao from the Do tribe, Xiao Muyu from the Xiao clan, Yuan Hong from the Yuanyang clan, all ghosts of the past from the 9 realms. More importantly, their auras had become extremely horrific. The divine light was still descending, as another group of cultivators appeared, with familiar faces as well. Jiyu Dongliu was among this group with an even stronger aura. A terrifying divine might came pressing down and shrouded the boundless space. Seeing those faces, the cultivators on the outside were instantly electrified. Was it really them who came back? At this time, an extremely brilliant divine light fell from the sky, as a figure with a white garment and white hair appeared in the sky above. As soon as he appeared, many older cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm froze. Burning tears filled their eyes. He came back. This legendary man of Heavenly Mandate realm was back. Jian Ao and the others, however, turned terribly pale. Their bodies felt a deep and involuntary fear. It was as their hearts were beating violently in their chests. They turned around, wanting to escape. The aura of the great path of space fluctuated, and they wished they had not come here. However, they discovered that several people were blocking their way, and the same powerful spatial light screen had already cordoned off this space, blocking Jian Ao's way out. At the same time, a supreme pressure came down above the firmament, directly enveloping Jian Ao and the others. Frankly, Jian Ao had goosebumps all over his body, and he felt suffocated. This aura was truly terrifying. Chapter 2583, Expedition. Yi Futian's figure descended over the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone in Heavenly Mandate City was thrilled. Ever since Yi Futian and the others left back then, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had become history. The Heavenly Mandate realm had also been destroyed. In the several decades that followed, the realm was in a constant decline. It was not just the Heavenly Mandate realm. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path of the original realm were picked clean. Anywhere with resources was plundered by the cultivators of the various worlds. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path were no longer the center of the original realm but had become old abandoned lands. They never imagined that the once ruler of the original realm would return. Yi Futian unleashed his spiritual will and enveloped the vast space. Jian Ao and the others were even more terrified. However, they did not dare to move as their expressions turned pale. How was it that Yi Futian dared to return? Decades ago, the Heavenly Mandate Academy taught the way in the Heavenly Mandate realm and ruled over the lands of the 9 realms. However, it was invaded by outsiders. Today, I wish to rebuild the Heavenly Mandate Academy, declared Yi Futian in a loud voice as he glanced around at the crowd. Although Donghuang Imperial Palace was previously displeased with me, I still agree with the way Donghuang the Great teaches the way. Regardless of his stance, I am still willing to uphold the will of Donghuang the Great now and in the future and teach the way in the original realm. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path was previously the cultivation court for people from all walks of life in the original realm. Now it has been devastated. Yet, from this day forth, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will once again rule over the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Any cultivator who cultivates in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path must obey the will of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had returned to rule over the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. All the cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate realm were astonished. Yi Futian had such lofty ambition. Currently, the original realm was in chaos. Although the cultivators from the top forces of the various worlds were not currently in the 9 realms, some of their remaining forces were still here. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path had long been taken over. Could Yi Futian seize control again? How would he make the cultivators from the other worlds yield and submit? Yi Futian, someone called out. As expected, a person dressed in black robes emerged. Although the person's aura was not very strong, he had an eerie vibe. He was a cultivator of the Dark World. Back in the day, he had followed the forces of the Dark World during their invasion. Now, he acted as though he owned the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The person stood there and asked loudly, "The 3,000 realms of the Great Path has long been a chaotic place. It does not belong to any person or force. Even Donghuang the Great has no right to rule over it. It is also the same for the entire original realm. How do you plan to rule the 3,000 realms of the Great Path?" Yi Futian wanted to rule over the 3,000 realms of the Great Path? He surely had huge ambitions if he wanted to reinstate order here. Yi Futian swept a glance at the other party and did not respond. He said, "Currently, the original realm has changed drastically and is chaotic and lawless. As a member of the original realm, I am willing to restore order to the original realm, not just the 3,000 realms of the Great Path." He used this opportunity to let the world know that the Ziwei segmentum would restore order to the original realm, not just the Heavenly Mandate realm or the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They would do so for the entire original realm. "Preposterous," another cultivator from the Dark World said. "You actually dare to claim that you will achieve something that even Donghuang Imperial Palace has failed to do. Even if I do not manage to do so, I will strive to achieve it," Yi Futian replied. Just then, beside Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu glanced at that person. With just a glance, that person felt as though her eyes had pierced directly into his soul. Terrifying will invaded his mind, and many pictures appeared within his head. "You have killed innocent people in the original realm. You deserve death," said Hua Jiyu. As she said this, the figure of the cultivator from the Dark World immediately exploded, and he perished. For a moment, the surrounding space became exceptionally quiet. The cultivators from the Dark World were all silenced. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm were admiring that beautiful figure. She was very beautiful, yet very cold. The position of college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy will be held by Jiyu Dongliu, the lord of the Ziwei Segmentum Heavenly Mandate Palace. He will oversee order in the Heavenly Mandate realm as well as the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, continued Yi Futian. It was as though he had not seen Hua Jiyu's actions. After his third older brother broke through to the tribulation plane, Yi Futian allowed Hua Jiyu to step down. Jiyu Dongliu replaced her as lord of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. With second older sister as his support, they would be together as husband and wife. As for Hua Jiyu, she would no longer need to hold any positions. With her status, she did not need any positions. Yi Futian continued, "When the Heavenly Mandate Academy is rebuilt, the Academy will accept disciples from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Next, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will establish teleportation grand matrices linking it with the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The realms will be linked together and become one, allowing for easy access between all realms." All the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm were emotional when they heard this. The Heavenly Mandate Academy would teach the way, and the 3,000 realms of the Great Path would become one. One could foresee the trend of martial arts starting up again in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. "Third older brother, I will leave the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to you," Yi Futian said to Jiyu Dongliu. Jiyu Dongliu nodded his head as his figure floated in the air. He swept a gaze towards Gen Ao and the others. A terrifying aura pressed down across the space, causing Gen Ao's group to shudder. "Gen Ao, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had once spared your lives. Yet, when we were faced with a crisis, your lot immediately betrayed us. You deserve death," declared Jiyu Dongliu. Gen Ao's expression changed drastically. A terrifying aura pressed down on him, making it hard for him to remain standing. He wanted to flee, but he discovered that he could not move at all. How could Jiyu Dongliu be this powerful? Jian Ao's group thought to themselves as their hearts beat wildly. What level was Jiyu Dongliu's ability at? With Jian Ao's cultivation, he once stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Yet, before the pressure Jiyu Dongliu exerted, it was as though Jian Ao could not resist at all. After several decades, had Jiyu Dongliu already become so powerful? Other junior figures, such as Xiao Muyu and Do Jiao, all had frightening auras. None of them were inferior to Jian Ao. Could it be that Jian Ao had truly made the wrong move? Back then, he had always wanted to return to the divine prefecture. He wanted to pave the way for his junior, Jian Qingzhu. However, he realized that in the original realm, all those who followed Yi Futian were already so powerful. If he had stayed with Yi Futian back then, how would he be now? He did not manage to think much. Jiyu Dongliu's palm struck down on where he stood. Immediately, the place where he stood was swept over by swords. His body could not move at all. Beams of sword light directly penetrated his figure. He revealed a look of absolute terror. With great difficulty, he lowered his head and inspected himself. He was not the only one who had been pierced through the heart by tens of thousands of swords. In the area around where he stood, the cultivators of the original realm who had followed him in betraying Yi Futian all met the same fate. Die, uttered Jiyu Dongliu. As he said this, the various cultivators were immediately massacred by sword will and were reduced to dust, which dissipated. The once college chief of Tiantian Academy and a figure who stood at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had perished just like that. He had been immediately killed off. When the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm saw this scene, all of them felt their hearts throbbing. They were naturally aware of who Jian Ao was. He was a super cultivator, renowned in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path for many years. A top figure like him had actually been easily killed off by Jiyu Dongliu. How powerful was Jiyu Dongliu now? On that note, how powerful was Yi Futian currently? Before this, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm had all been wondering about this. Back during the war, Yi Futian and the forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy had been forced to abandon the Heavenly Mandate realm. Now that they had returned, were they powerful enough? Did they have the confidence to deal with the various cultivators of the divine prefecture? After Jiyu Dongliu killed Jian Ao, he said, "The members of the Heavenly Mandate Palace will hold the fort in the Heavenly Mandate Academy as we restore order in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path." "Yes, Lord," replied the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Palace as they bowed slightly. Back when the 4 palaces were established, the Heavenly Mandate Palace mainly consisted of the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm, such as Lord Taixian, Emperor Nan, and other members. Such a force was already very powerful. "Lord Chen, you will remain in the Heavenly Mandate realm to hold the fort until the Heavenly Mandate Academy establishes the matrices," Yi Futian instructed Lord Chen. Lord Chen nodded and replied, "Rest assured, Palace Lord. I will hold the fort here with Dongliu." "I will leave it to you," said Yi Futian. He then looked at the people around him and said, "Lord Murong and Lord Mu will watch over the Ziwei segmentum while third older brother and Lord Chen hold the fort here. Senior Emperor Shi, Uncle Tai, and Chen Yi, please follow me." "Yes, Palace Lord," they answered as they nodded their heads and received their orders. They naturally knew where Yi Futian was leading them. They would leave the rebuilding of the Heavenly Mandate realm to Jiyu Dongliu and the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. As for them, they naturally had a score to settle with the other forces from the war. First were the 6 major ancient god clans. They needed to sever the connection between the 6 major ancient god clans and the original realm and deprive them of everything they had here. "Palace Lord, be careful," Lord Chen cautioned Yi Futian. No one knew how powerful Yi Futian was now. After sealing himself away for 28 years, followed by concocting pills for another 3 years, Yi Futian's cultivation was a mystery. He was still a level 9 Renhuang, yet he could concoct 2 tribulation subdivine elixirs. However, the enemies Yi Futian needed to face were the ancient god clans. The ancient god clans also had a passageway to the original realm. They could not predict what level of opponent they would encounter. Lord Chen was naturally somewhat worried. Responded Yi Futian with a nod. He then said, "Let's head out." As he said this, Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, Blind Tai, Chen Yi, Emperor Shi, and Yang Wuqi headed up into the sky. Their group of 6 would be heading deep into the original realm to the continents that had been established. 6 beams of flowing light instantly vanished before the eyes of the crowd. All the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm were looking up at the sky. Astonishment welled up inside of them. Yi Futian had just returned, but he was actually leaving again immediately. From their conversation, it seemed as though he was heading out into the starry sky to restore order to the original realm and eliminate powerful enemies. "God Yi," a youth mumbled. Then, more and more voices could be heard reverberating throughout the heavenly mandate realm. Yi Futian was merely stopping by the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. His expedition would lead him to the vast starry sky. Chapter 2584, Revenge. The various major forces of the Divine Prefecture descended upon the original realm several decades ago. Starting from the 9 realms, they began expanding outward. All of them already possessed their own territory. As the strongest forces of the Divine Prefecture, the ancient god clans had naturally done the same. As one of the most powerful ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture, Tianyang City naturally did the same. They had established a huge territory in the original realm. This region was called the Minor Tianyang Segmentum by Tianyang City. It went without saying that, as the top armory zone of the Divine Prefecture, Tianyang City was extremely exceptional in some aspects. This Minor Tianyang Segmentum once floated deep in the original realm. It was surrounded by chaotic currents with extremely destructive power. However, the cultivators of Tianyang City discovered that there were starry mineral deposits in this segmentum. Further within this region, hidden within the chaotic currents, they found a relic. With the terrifying power of Tianyang City, they walled off the area and immediately conquered and restructured it, forming the current Minor Tianyang Segmentum. For the past few decades, Tianyang City had spent an extremely large amount of resources to restructure the Minor Tianyang Segmentum. They made this once desolate land into a prosperous region. In order to prevent the Minor Tianyang Segmentum from being infiltrated by outside forces, Tianyang City had set up a powerful matrix outside of the Minor Tianyang Segmentum that isolated the space from the outside world. Only the core cultivators of Tianyang City could open this matrix and come and go freely. Besides that, there were countless cultivators on the main planet, Tianyang Planet, of the Minor Tianyang Segmentum. They were all cultivators who had migrated over from Tianyang City. Most of them were craftsmen. Some were even proficient in forging. Over the past few decades, they had already transformed Tianyang Planet into a city of gold. Golden divine light enveloped the entire Tianyang Planet. Of course, the surface area of the planet was not very big. It was even smaller than a small city of the Divine Prefecture. However, there were also a few ancient stars around that contained mineral deposits. These deposits had formed naturally and could replenish themselves infinitely. Hence, the members of Tianyang City firmly controlled this area and mined these deposits. They used the minerals they mined in the construction of Tianyang Planet as well as transported them to Tianyang City via the spatial passageway. Tianyang City placed great importance in the Minor Tianyang Segmentum. These mineral deposits were rare forging materials and were extremely precious. While other forces were busy fighting over the inheritances of ancient great emperors, Tianyang City had their eyes fixed on this place. Right now, many cultivators were busy on Tianyang Planet. At the same time, outside of the Minor Tianyang Segmentum, a group of figures appeared. The leader was Yi Futian. Yi Futian and his group looked ahead. They could faintly see a light screen. A gigantic matrix enveloped the entire Minor Tianyang Segmentum, hiding it from the eyes of outsiders. The segmentum was hidden within the matrix. On top of that, the surrounding currents were turbulent. Hence, the segmentum was difficult to locate. "It has been an arduous journey getting to this point," Emperor Shi exclaimed. It took them quite some time to locate this place, even with the hints from West Imperial Palace. Without the hints, it would have been even more difficult for them to reach here. Tianyang City did a good job in hiding this segmentum. The deeper they hid it, the the more it showed that they placed great importance on this segmentum. The Tianyang City Lord Office was ambitious to claim this area as their own. They wanted to have absolute control over it and did not want others to set foot on it. However, this segmentum would belong to Futian and his group from now on. The matrix is powerful. Let me break through it, Blind Tai offered. Then, he took a step forward, and immediately, a gigantic phantasm of a god appeared in the sky. It wielded a divine hammer and looked imposing. The phantasm of the god slammed the divine hammer downwards and hit the light screen. The matrix shook violently as cracks appeared on it. However, it was not destroyed. Blind Tai did not cease attacking. The godlike figure once again slammed its hammer down. When Blind Tai delivered the first blow, the entire Tianyang planet shook for a moment. This caused everyone on the planet to look at the sky as their hearts raced. What happened? Someone wondered. It seemed like somebody was attacking the defense matrix of the minor Tianyang segmentum from outside. Rumble. Yet another loud sound thundered. Everyone felt their hearts tremble. Someone was invading the minor Tianyang segmentum. Clearly, they realized what was happening. Figures rose to the sky one by one. A terrifying aura was unleashed from a palace on Tianyang planet. It was an aura unique to a tribulation plane cultivator. The cultivator strode forward as he looked at the sky. Yet another intense rumbling sound could be heard. The matrix was shattered into pieces. A few silhouettes appeared in high heavens. The spiritual soul of the tribulation plane cultivator on Tianyang planet swept out. His will covered the vast space in an instant and headed upwards. Once he stepped forward, his figure appeared above Tianyang planet. He waved his hand, and a terrifying aura was immediately unleashed. Golden divine light illuminated the vast space. In the sky, a pattern appeared. It was akin to a matrix and could smelt all existences. This was the minor heaven tempering enumeration. In the past, Tianyang the Great invented the heaven tempering divine method and created an imperial arm called heaven tempering enumeration. His descendants in Tianyang City imitated his creation and made this minor heaven tempering enumeration. It was a two-tribulation subdivine arm with appalling might. However, as the minor heaven tempering enumeration loomed over the space, a figure directly disregarded the long distance and appeared on the ground of Tianyang planet. He went straight to the core region of the planet. There, a beam of spatial divine light pierced through the heavens and connected the planet with another place. This was the passageway that connected Tianyang planet to Tianyang City. Futian cast a glance at the passageway. Immediately, the space twisted and collapsed. The passageway distorted as a terrifying spatial storm was stirred up. Futian waved his hand, and the passageway was severed right away. His first step was to cut off the connection between Tianyang City and this place. The cultivator, who was in midair, turned around quickly. His facial expression turned extremely ugly when he saw that the passageway had been destroyed. He glared at the silhouette with white robes and white hair as he roared, Futian. How could he possibly not recognize Futian? In the divine prefecture, only very few people were unaware of his existence. He turned around and looked at the sky. 5 cultivators were standing there. Without exception, all of them were tribulation plane cultivators like himself. His face turned pale. How could this lineup be so powerful? Was the Ziwei segmentum already capable enough to come up with such a frightening lineup? Rumble. The minor heaven tempering enumeration expanded and blocked off the sun. It enveloped the vast space, shielding Tianyang planet within it. The divine light of heaven tempering poured down on the 5 cultivators. At the same time, the cultivator of Tianyang planet charged towards the high heavens as divine light surged from his body into the minor heaven tempering enumeration. A menacing swirl appeared in the sky, intending to swallow everything around it. Rumble. No. Cries of agony could be heard. The might of minor heaven tempering enumeration was too domineering. Many cultivators on Tianyang planet could not withstand its power and melted right away. They screamed as they died. This technique would actually smelt even the allies of the user. Buzz. Yi Futian appeared directly beneath the minor heaven-tempering enumeration. Destructive swirling storm and light of catastrophe wrapped around his body, intending to smelt him. However, Yi Futian's flesh was indestructible and remained unaffected. This caused the facial expression of the Tianyang City Tribulation Plane cultivator to turn even uglier. He was in despair. Yi Futian was even more terrifying than the 5 Tribulation Plane cultivators. He had no hope to win at all in this battle. Moreover, the passageway to Tianyang City had been ruined. He had no means to call for reinforcements. Only death awaited him. In the Tianyang City Lord Office of the Divine Prefecture, figures rose to the sky one by one. The entire City Lord Office had been thrown into chaos. At a core region of the City Lord Office, a spatial frenzy storm rampaged. The spatial passageway leading to the original realm had been destroyed, causing time and space to warp and go berserk. Rumble. A shocking aura swept across the sky and loomed over the City Lord Office. It even covered the entire Tianyang City. The Lord of Tianyang City floated up into the sky above the City Lord Office. All the cultivators had their gazes fixed on him as their hearts quavered. They were aware that their stronghold in the original realm had been attacked. However, who was the invader? City Lord, what has happened? A cultivator in the City Lord Office asked quizzically. They had yet to fully comprehend what was going on. Wang Yu has fallen, announced the Lord of Tianyang City. His words put the cultivators in great dismay. Wang Yu was the younger sibling of the Lord of Tianyang City. He had high standing and powerful cultivation. He was assigned to go to the original realm and hold the fort on Tianyang Planet while contributing mineral deposits to Tianyang City. Wang Yu's position and ability were indisputable. However, the Lord of Tianyang City had just declared that this younger sibling of his had fallen. Wang Yu had fallen in the original realm. He was murdered. Who did it? Someone asked. Who dared to act so presumptuously? Did someone from the dark world or the empty divine realm do it? He was killed by Yi Futian from the Ziwei Segmentum, said the Lord of Tianyang City. His tone was as cold as ice, and his murderous intent filled the sky. This familiar name caused the City Lord Office of Tianyang City to fall into a short period of silence. It was Yi Futian from the Ziwei Segmentum. Chapter 2585, Kill Order. In the Divine Prefecture, a storm that involved the 6 major ancient god clans erupted. Yi Futian led 5 Tribulation Plane cultivators from the Ziwei Segmentum and they consecutively invaded the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans in the original realm. Yi Futian and his group plundered the possessions of the ancient god clans in the original realm and slaughtered the cultivators who held the forts. They were domineering and ruthless. By the time this news became known to the masses, the bases of the 6th major ancient god clans had been destroyed. Only later did this news spread across the Divine Prefecture and cause an uproar among the cultivators. While all the cultivators were in shock, a question surfaced in their minds. Why was it that only after the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans of the original realm were destroyed did news of this happening slowly spread? The news did not spread immediately, instead, it was delayed by a few days. It was only after the fact that the Divine Prefecture suddenly realized that all 6 major ancient god clans had been attacked. Something suspicious was happening behind the scenes. The 6 major ancient god clans would certainly be able to communicate between themselves and send messages to each other. After the first ancient god clan in Tianyang City was attacked, they could have immediately informed the other ancient god clans as well as the forces of the Divine Prefecture. However, they had not done so. Hence, the other ancient god clans were also unprepared and were immediately ambushed and destroyed. Their connections between the Divine Prefecture and the original realm were severed and out of reach for them now. Otherwise, if the armies of the ancient god clans were to retaliate, Yi Futian's group would not have dared to act recklessly. They would have invited destruction upon themselves by attacking the ancient god clans. However, all of this had not transpired. Yi Futian had very smoothly destroyed the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans. All of the ancient god clans suffered heavy losses. The ancient god clans all had their own agendas. Once their base in the original realm was destroyed, they hoped that the other ancient god clans would suffer the same fate as them. When that happened, the various forces would be antagonistic towards Yi Futian. In the Tianyang City Lord Office in the Divine Prefecture, before a golden throne in a palace, there were many cultivators. Wang Xiao was also there. All those present were core members of the Wang family. "How did it go?" asked the Lord of Tianyang City. A person down below said, "The news has already spread, and the Divine Prefecture already knows. Of the 6 major ancient god clans who participated in the siege of the Ziwei Segmentum back then, none of them were spared." Responded the Lord of Tianyang City as he nodded slightly. It was as he expected. When he received word that the minor Tianyang Segmentum had been attacked, he was very surprised. His younger brother had also been killed. One could imagine the fury he felt inside. However, after he calmed down, the Lord of Tianyang City did not spread this news. He instead kept it under wraps. After Yi Futian destroyed the Imperial Arms seal and destroyed the Imperial Arms, his cultivation might have become even stronger than before, making him even more dangerous. Yi Futian had to die. He could not just rely on Tianyang City to kill Yi Futian. Other forces had to play their role too. Hence, he had to reel in the other ancient god clans. The deeper the hatred the other ancient god clans felt and the greater the losses they suffered, the greater effort they would commit to killing Yi Futian. "Won't we offend the other ancient god clans by doing so?" asked a cultivator. He was somewhat worried as they were the first to be attacked. "Those who were attacked after us also did not inform the other forces," said the Lord of Tianyang City nonchalantly. "In the battle back then, we went in the hardest and also suffered the greatest losses. How did they kick us when we were down? They actually claimed that we had not gone all out. They wished that the members of our Tianyang City had fought to the death and perished along with the Ziwei Segmentum. Back then, the various forces had hoped that Wang Xiao would take down the Ziwei Segmentum at all costs. Our Tianyang City lost an imperial arm and was then attacked. How could we just let the other forces remain safe and sound?" he continued. His tone was indifferent, seemingly containing resentment. "Wouldn't we miss the opportunity to kill Yi Futian?" asked an elder. He was an elder of the same generation as the Lord of Tianyang City. Otherwise, he would not have dared to question the latter now. "We won't," answered the Lord of Tianyang City, not minding the questioning. "More than 30 years have passed. Yi Futian wouldn't come seeking his death so easily. He has cultivated the Buddhist superpower celerity. It won't be easy to kill him. If we had informed the other forces and set up an ambush, he might not have attacked the other bases." "That is true. With Yi Futian having cultivated celerity, taking him down will be very difficult unless he barges into one of the core regions of the ancient god clans," the elder said as he nodded. "However, what should we do next?" "We wait," said the Lord of Tianyang City. "We do not need to do anything. Back then, we took the lead to attack the Ziwei Segmentum while the other forces watched from the sidelines. Now, it's their turn to take the initiative." He had been brooding over previous events. He seemed to have forgotten that Tianyang City had organized the armorer competition and shocked the Divine Prefecture. He had allowed Wang Xiao to bear imperial arms and head to the Ziwei Segmentum to kill Yi Futian. He had done so because he wanted Wang Xiao's name to be known all over the Divine Prefecture and for him to become the unrivaled. However, things didn't go as planned, and it did not end well. His resentment over the outcome back then made him say these words today. "Will the other forces take action?" someone asked skeptically. "It does not matter. This time, if no one makes a move, neither will we," said the Lord of Tianyang City. "We only need to wait." As he said this, his will suddenly shifted. With a wave of his hand, an illusory image appeared before him. It was the image of a figure. "Someone's here," the Lord said. The cultivators of Tianyang City narrowed their eyes when they saw the scene. From the looks of it, other ancient god clans had gotten impatient and had come to meet them. Lord Hua greeted the Lord of Tianyang City. It turned out that the person who arrived was the Lord of the Haotian clan. The cultivators of Tianyang City heard rumors that the Haotian clan had suffered severe losses this time. Their loss was even greater than that of Qianyang City. The Haotian clan was most probably enraged by this incident. City Lord, what are your thoughts on the current situation in the original realm? Asked the Lord of Haotian clan. He appeared calm and did not seem out of the ordinary. The Lord of Qianyang City answered coldly, Yi Futian went on a massacre in the original realm and wishes to occupy the realm by driving out the forces of the divine prefecture. He is cruel and ambitious. It seemed that he loathed Yi Futian. In his words, Yi Futian was an evil villain who wanted to occupy the original realm by any means necessary. You and I are of the same mind, replied the Lord of Haotian clan. Clan Lord, what are your thoughts on this matter? Asked the Lord of Qianyang City. He had speculated that the person who would act first would be the Lord of Haotian clan. It was as he had expected. After Yi Futian's attack, aside from the foothold of the Haotian clan in the original realm being destroyed and them suffering heavy losses, they also lost an extremely crucial figure. He was a descendant of the Haotian clan and one whom the Lord of Haotian clan had valued highly. The former was born from one of his concubines in his later years. The Lord had high hopes in this youngest child of his, hence he had allowed him to come to train in the original realm. This youngest child had exceptional talent and ability. Yet, he was killed in the original realm. He had perished when Yi Futian and his group attacked their base. This blood debt had to be repaid with Yi Futian's death. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The Lord of Haotian clan coldly declared, I am inviting all the forces in the divine prefecture, including you, the other ancient god clans and top forces, to issue a kill order to hunt down all the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum. What do you think? The murderous intent in his speech filled the sky. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,